Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. This is season, and I am your host, Chan Crewman. And this is season 4, episode 46, part 3, or part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News. I do apologize, Black family. I fell asleep last night during the end of the show, so I have to get through these topics that I was not able to get to last night. And those topics are FBA family fight in Georgia to not take 60 acres of their land away. Pull it up for y'all. Then we got some other topics, which are cop exposed after gunning down Black teen. Family wins $19 million settlement. Then we got foundational Black Americans run Nazis out of historic Black town and burn their flag. Then we got what are they hiding? Letitia James sues Trump over DOGE audit of wasteful government spending. Then we got Elon's DOGE pals continue giving wake-up calls. Then we got, why does it sound like that? Neo-Nazis chased out of Cincinnati. I already covered that. Neo-Nazis chased out. Racist flags burned. Yeah. Aurora High School social justice class fights food insecurity in our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics for tonight. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Shabaka should be in here. He should be joining us here shortly as well. And Lady Che and maybe Sister Hesepsu. So I'm going to hop right into it. Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on FBA family fight in Georgia to not take 60 acres of their land away, and America steals FBA's land.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about Donald Trump and, saying that in South Africa, they're taking the land from the Boers and expropriating land without compensation. And true, even the Boers will come out themselves, say that the government is not taking their land like that. They don't want to come to the United States at all. They don't want no refugee status. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because for a very long time, FBAs have had their land taken away from them. Not just after slavery, not during just Jim Crow segregation, but even in modern times. Case in point, I want you to look, let's get into this story because this is very upsetting. Like, how dare, this country try to say anything to South Africa when they doing things like this. We have a Black family say they won't back down after a court allows a railroad to take their land, right? So after a judge ruled that a railroad could take their land, landowners in Sparta, Georgia are appealing the decision to the state Supreme Court. And all right, this is February 11, 2025. Okay, this isn't 1925. All right. So they said Blaine and Diane Smith were hurt by an unsurprised when the Georgia Superior Court judge ruled last week that a railroad company could seize their land despite their refusal to sell. They said for nearly 2 years they've been fighting to stop Sandersonville, railroad company, a 130-year-old white-owned business, from building a 4.5 mile rail spurred through a historically Black neighborhood in rural Sparta. They say the company initiated eminent domain. Eminent domain is a way to take your property, okay? But you want to say something to South Africa, which is a process that allows the government to seize private property for public use. They say the proposed spur will cut through parts of the property Blaine and his siblings inherited, which includes 600 acres acquired by his grandfather in the 1920s. Growing up, he farmed, fished, and hunted on that land. His family cultivated cotton, fruits, vegetables, and timber, and raised pigs, chickens, and cows. And so not only has it been used to feed generations, but to pay for some family members' education as well. Now, currently, his brother Mark Smith and his wife Janet Page Smith live on the land, They say with a railroad just feet away from their home. It would disrupt their peace and run through the middle of the night where Blaine plants trees. They say he also was worried about the potential damage to the property from hazardous products being transported on the tracks and people trespassing. He says we have to fight to keep this land. It's always somebody coming in trying to bamboozle you out of it. He said there's people trying to come hunt on it and trespass on it. He said it's going to be easier for them to do that if we put a railroad through the middle of it. He said, you asked me what things bother me about it. He said, I mean, everything bothers me about it. Now, to say, despite those concerns, Fulton County, which is, you know, a black area, Fulton County Superior Judge Craig Schwall Sr. in a ruling on February the 4th upheld a previous decision by the Georgia Public Service Commission that the rail spur is necessary for Sandersville Railroad to connect industries and that it serves as a public purpose because it opens a channel of trade through East Middle Georgia. So however, the landowners say they won't be discouraged from the ruling. They say the Institute for Justice, they say which represents them, is appealing the decision to the Georgia Supreme Court. So we're going to fight till we can't fight no more. I don't want to leave any stone unturned. My grandmother used to say no stone unturned. So you keep unturning and unturning. Now, in 2023, they say Benjamin Tarbutton, the second president of Sandersville Railroad, made plans to construct a rail spur that will connect the Hanson Quarry, it's a rock mine owned by Heidelberg, it's a materials, to a main train line along the nearby highway, but the company needed portions of the property from 18 owners along Shoals Road to make it happen. I say he touted the project. They say we create 20 temporary construction jobs. They say a dozen permanent jobs, averaging $90,000 a year in salary and benefits, and bring over $1.5 million annually to Hancock County. They say with a median household income is nearly $34,000. They said Tarbutton sent an email saying if it's that the proposal moves forward, local officials hope this could attract future businesses and improve economic growth. Now, reading all this for a reason, so it's bad with me. It's a however. They say black landowners have consistently expressed concern that the railroad could damage their homes, cause noise pollution, and result in the loss of land that has been passed down through generations. Tarbutton moved forward and petitioned the state's Public Service Commission to condemn the land from the property owners using eminent domain. The last filed, the Public Service Commission unanimously approved the proposed rail spur during an 11-minute meeting. That didn't take long to take their land, did it? It's a falling in line with a hearing officer decision in April. The Institute for Justice appealed decision arguing the rail line does not constitute a legitimate public use. Okay, so the judge, they say the Superior Court judge concurred with the commission's order last week, but halted construction while appeals proceeded. Okay, so the thing is, of course, they're going to appeal, but this is the thing. Okay, they've been taking black people's land like this for a very long time. If it was not like this terrorism, how a lot of our land was taken, it was this eminent domain. Now, you want to go to South Africa, and South Africa basically has a law like that now. Well, basically, they can do eminent domain. They could give you compensation, but if they find out that you got it through ill-gotten means, you're not getting compensation. That's just the way that law works, okay? But yet, they haven't really used too much of the not compensation part, right? So you say something about South Africa, but this is what you've been doing to FBAs. So yeah. Trump and them saying, oh, they doing some bad things. They taking land from basically the white people. But how often have y'all been taking land in this country, and way before Trump, right? In America? This family has 600 acres of land that's their land, okay? That's been passed down for generations. You have to understand, land equals wealth completely. And that's why they try to do everything they can to finesse black people off their land. They happy we just have like a little house, little small little property, not much. They don't like to hear a black person own 600 acres of land. They're like, what? A FBA own that? Oh, hell no. And they go right through the administrative state. Hey, we need to go ahead and get that eminent domain. That's why they take your land now. They either take your land that way or they gentrify you out of your area by building up a bunch of things, jacking up the taxes, because we have property taxes, which other countries throughout the world look at America like we're crazy. What you mean you charge somebody a property tax? If they already paid for the home, they shouldn't be paying you no tax every year. And the property taxes go to your city. That's where it go to. The state gets some things too, but definitely the cities raising your property taxes on you, because it's just really it's horrible. That system, a lot of the system in America, in some instances, very good versus other countries throughout the world. Just be honest, but in a lot of instances, they keep us. There's a scripture that says the borrower is enslaved to the lender, and even if you own your own home, you still in a way enslaved to a lender, the city, because if you don't pay that property tax, they can take everything you work for from you, your home. If you don't pay the property tax on your land that's been in your family, like this family, since the 1920s, right? They could take that land from you. If you don't pay the property tax on the land that's yours, you paid for it. This is your land. And every year you have to pay property taxes. That, to me, that's a scam. They need a DOGE on every city and state level too, in my opinion. Go through the city and say, what do you do? Why are you taking property tax from people? What are you even doing with the money? You're gonna find fraud, waste, corruption, and finessing all through that. And I really think that at least definitely start in Republican states. Republican states need to pass like a DOGE, and that DOGE is in every city in the country, and they work with the state, and they go and they check everything. They check where the money going, why you did this, who did what, and if somebody finessing, stealing, whatever, they're getting charged. And everything being put on Front Street, which your local city government spent money on. They would really bring a lot of confidence back into the government. A lot of people don't have confidence in them anyway right now, right? So this is wrong, and I pray this brother and sister can fight this to the end and win, because the eminent domain is the way they've been getting us off our land. They've been doing that. They went from the terrorism of the Klan to the administrative state. Hey, that's eminent domain them. That's raising the property taxes on them where they can't afford it. So now we're gonna take the land. And that's why these people will never be blessed. They think they're blessed, but they're not. Because when you steal from people, you'll never really prosper. You won't. And when what you do to others, it's gonna come back on you tenfold. That's why I always pray. Everything that has been done to us, it should come back on those who did it to us tenfold. I always feel that way. We don't have to do nothing. It's just the way things work. Seed time and harvest time is real, whether you agree with that or not. And what you're seeing today with a lot of the folks, they're starting to bear that fruit, and they don't like it. And they think Trump gonna save them, or Elon Musk will save them, but they can't. They can't save you. They're not gonna be in office long enough to save you. That's the thing. So yeah, trying to take this land from this family. Yeah, these.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll give my commentary. So we covered this briefly on the Frontline Black News, and this family was pleading with this railroad company not to put this railroad through their land. Obviously, they had the land and their family for generations. And it looks like they're still going to go through with it. This is very sad, and this is what has happened to a lot of our communities and a lot of the land that we have had in our families for generations. Like Uncle Phil was saying, FBA's land is always getting stolen. And this is another prime example of that. Should be joining us though. I'm sorry if the acoustics is messed up. Church said that the feedback was skipping. Next week it'll be good to go. So yeah, hopefully this family wins this battle that they have against the state of Georgia. I would hate to see them lose their land for a railroad. It's just ridiculous. 600 acres of land. That's a lot of land, y'all. Just for context, we owe 40 acres in a mill, thanks to Kendrick Lamar. Thank you, Kendrick Lamar, for bringing that to America's attention once again. 2 nights ago during the Super Bowl halftime show. And, we own 40 acres in a mill. 40 acres is about 25 city blocks. So 600 acres, that's just like, that's a whole community right there. That's a whole city right there, easily. So, just like we have with Deerfield, I hate to see them have a similar situation, even though they didn't put a railroad through Deerfield. But the land got real arid during the Great Depression, during the Dust Bowl, and what that wiped the town completely out of Deerfield. So I would hate to see that happen to this town and also to this family's land with this railroad that they want to put through. Hey, Mac 285, he said it's good. Stay warm. I'm trying, brother. It's 9 degrees and it's snowing. 9 above zero. 9 above zero. But it feels easily below zero. I have the window cracked in my apartment and I can feel that cold air. I have layers on. I can still feel the cold air. So yeah, it's no joke out here. A lot of people are unfortunately going to die tonight. They weren't able to get into a warm spot. Yeah, it's going to sound better when I get the mic attachment next week. But moving along, we got America Steals FBA land did that. Cop exposed after gunning down unarmed black teen. Family wins $19 million. Find the queue again. What's this one?
A family of a black teen that was gunned down by the police awarded $19 million. Let me take you to that scenario. Put up the picture full mass of a young man who still should be with us, but it's not. A St. Louis jury has awarded nearly $19 million to a family of 18-year-old Mansour Bal-Bayan. Mansour was shot and killed by 2 St. Louis police officers in 2015. He should not have been. During the 2015 raid targeting guns and drugs, officers claimed that the young Mansour aimed a handgun with an extended ammunition magazine as he ran out of the back door of a home on Walton Avenue. Mortally wounded, Mansour ran from the back yard of the home through a gangway to an adjacent front yard, then collapsed dead. He was pronounced dead at 18. His pistol, allegedly in his possession while running, was later found in the backyard near a dumpster in an alley. Officer Richard Booker Jr., an off-duty cop for the city, who witnessed the chase and heard the fatal shots, testified that Mansour actually tossed the weapon there. However, Mansour collapsed in the front yard immediately after being shot in the back by Chandler, which proves he was actually unarmed at the time. He was unarmed at the time he was, in fact, murdered, in my opinion. DNA proves it was not fired at that time, however. Okay. Now, quote, Attorney Jack Waldron said, quote, he was running away. He was running away. The attorney said this in his opening statement, pointing out the gun was found 164 feet away from where Mansour died. Quote, he was unarmed and he was no threat to anybody. End quote. The officers who opened fire are white and are identified as Ronald Vaughn, 29 years of age, and Kyle Chandler, 33 years of age, who fired the fatal shot. Both graduated from the police academy together in 2008. Put up the circuit attorney. Her name is Jennifer Joyce. So Jennifer, the circuit attorney, declined to charge the officers, stating there was, quote, insufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This was her exact quote, insufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Stop there. When prosecutors utilize that phrase, understand that is coded language to let you know the fix is in. Why? Any first-year law student will tell you a prosecutor's job is not to charge a case based on the expectation of a reasonable doubt that a jury may or may not consider. You see, that's getting ahead of their own bias. Their bias is prosecutorial. Their job or their oath is to uphold what? Justice.
Yeah.
So perhaps if somebody commits murder, but you know they're so popular with the community, they would never be convicted, a prosecutor can just say, well, we don't believe that the evidence would support a conclusion based on the reasonable doubt standard in criminal court. That would be insane, would it not? Put a picture back up. So when you hear that term, when you hear that quote, insufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, they didn't say they don't believe the cops did it. They're not saying they don't believe these cops are guilty of anything. How many press conferences have been held where the prosecutor or the police chief, they clearly say who they believe is guilty, and they say nothing about a potential jury. So that quote was proof of what was happening. So she says insufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they did not act in self-defense.
First topic.
And the statement Joyce explained.
On the second topic, which is cops exposed after gunning down unarmed Black teen. Family wins $19 million settlement. And the first topic was the family that we covered previously that is trying to stop the railroad from going through their 600 acres of land.
Okay. And then also too, I got some notes here on the situation. Okay, bear with me. Okay, I got some notes here on the situation that happened with Sandra Massey and Illinois as well too.
Yes, please give us an update on what's happening with the Sandra Massey case.
Yes, sir. Now, what I do with the damn clipboard, boy, I'm telling you. Oh, I did some schmuck. I had it right by me. All right, okay, all right. This here is off of mainstream media. You know, the air date of our episode on this here is February the 11th. Okay, Sonia Massey's family wins a $10 million lawsuit for the murder of Miss Massey. Now, the murderer of Miss Massey should be liable to pay. Okay, seizing all his assets, houses, cars, bank accounts, all other assets, and plus charge him with murder with intent. Okay, now why am I saying murder with intent? Because he aimed directly for her head. Now, if he would have shot her in the leg, you see what I'm saying? That's something else, because you know he was packing a 9mm, right?
Yes, with an extendo clip.
Okay, all right. So that goes to show more intent. It also goes to show that this coward was overzealous and he was just looking, you know, as the judge said in Detroit, with them two white cops that went out there and killed an unarmed black man, is that they was just looking for a nigger to kill. You see what I mean? So this here clearly shows that. Now, unfortunately, Ms. Massey's family's got the #1 ambulance chaser, Ben Crump. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, but however, if Mr. Crump is doing something, you know, to get proper justice without hunting for glory, then more power to him. But the main thing is, go ahead.
What has the family publicly came out and stated? Is this how they stated this is the act of racism and white supremacy? How they said that this is the white terrorism? How they stated?
No, sir. I haven't gotten any comments from her family, but although that the family, I believe her father had stated, this does not bring his child back, and he was sitting up there with Ben Crump, but I guess, you know, he's doing the best that he can, you see, under the circumstances of, you know, this dude being sued. But like I said, the city needs to pay him, then the city needs to go see this race soldier and break his asses, because the taxpayers should not be liable for this willful and intentional murder of what it was. The bastard should be sentenced and convicted of murder in the first degree with special circumstances. As because all she said was that I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. She did not say, well, I'm going to throw this hot water on you. The cold part about it is that she was a potential crime victim herself, and she did not receive equal protection under the law. See, this is why I say this U.S. Constitution, tear it up and wipe your ass with it, because when it comes to us, they got a separate form of justice. And of course, you know, connect the dots on it.
We have to have amendments because it wasn't initially for us. But those amendments were specifically for us. The 13th, 14th, and the 15th Amendment, those are specifically for FBA, no other group.
But I asked a $1 zillion question, Brother Che. When did we, as a people, petition the U.S. government for citizenship?
We didn't. That's what the 14th Amendment was supposed to be about.
Whoa. Who introduced the 14th Amendment? And I do believe they did have some congressional members who were black. Now, was there a black congressional member at that time during the period of Reconstruction that introduced this amendment?
That part I don't know, Shabaki. I just know that it got passed. And that was legal citizenship in this country as no slaves.
And I still ask the question, just putting it out there. Please show me, just show me, where we petitioned the U.S. government to be citizens here.
We didn't have to petition the U.S. government to be citizens. We built the country. That's like asking somebody to build your house. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. It's like
no, hold on. That's a good analogy there, Brother Paris. Now, if we got just compensation for that, you know, that might could change things a little bit. But we did not get just compensation, is because, as you know, a lot of the patents were stolen from us. But then again, when a slave came up with an idea, the intellectual property of the slave, as well as his physical labor, belonged to the raping, slave trading pedophile.
Yeah, and then they paid the slave owners for the slaves they lost.
Now see, that's the hypocrisy right there. You're right. And then that bastard who should have been impeached, Andrew Johnson, I believe, which was 1 or 2 votes that saved his ass.
Johnson or Jackson?
No, Johnson, Andrew Johnson, the president after Lincoln was assassinated.
I thought that was Jackson. Jackson was before
No,
Lincoln?
sir. No, sir. Andrew Jackson was the president before Lincoln.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. All right. So Andrew Johnson,
Right.
he was impeached, or
Yeah, but he was not convicted. See, the only thing is, Brother Che, an impeachment means, man, you could equivocate it to that you get stopped by the police for a traffic violation and you got a court order, okay, to show up in court, okay. So the only thing with impeachment means is that you're taking a president to court, but no president was ever convicted of any crimes in an impeachment. You see, so pretty much, man, you just got the theory out there as opposed to the actual practice. Now, hopefully the dump as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, hopefully his ass will get impeached, okay, but I doubt it seriously is because all the people in this Congress are cronies. So therefore, this congressional Black caucus, they might as well go sit at a lunch counter and beg for a cup of coffee because they don't represent our interests. Never have, never will. So fuck Cory Booker, fuck Hakeem Jeffries, fuck Warlock, you know what I'm saying? Fuck Maxine, fuck them all. Because they do not have the interest of Black people at heart.
right. I agree, Shabaka. All right. So let me finish this clip about
Yes.
this settlement.
Mm-hmm.
That there was, quote, no independent, credible witness that could be put in front of a grand jury or regular jury who contradicts police statements. She said in 2016, adding, quote, none of the other witnesses had a clear view at the moment when Mansour was shot. Ma'am, you sound like a damn defense attorney talking about the credibility of one human being as opposed to the other. You really believe that cops have that much strength in their testimony in front of a jury today? Their testimony is so, let's just say, fluid at best, up and down, that a police report is not allowed to be entered as evidence in a criminal trial. Now, in 2020, it's called hearsay. The cop has to testify to it themselves. In 2020, the victim's father, Dennis Bell Bay, filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the officers. Once again, extrajudicial remedy by the family. Also, it was filed against the police chief and the city. On Friday, a jury awarded Mansour Bell Bay's family $6.25 million in their wrongful death suit, plus $12.5 million in a punitive damages suit, totaling $18.7 million, according to
and the family
attorney
loses a third of
Javad
that.
Kazili. Now, Kazili said the family was actually pleased with the verdict, noting that the jury reached its decision in just 90 minutes. That's it, 90 minutes. He added that the $18.75 million award was far greater than the city's initial $450,000 settlement offer. So what do you have? Do you really think a civil jury is somehow holistically different than a criminal jury? No, same people. They get them from the same voter files, a voter registration database. The person who prosecuted this in civil court is not an actual trained prosecutor. It's a civil litigator. But the civil litigator was able to present such damning evidence that the jury of peers, they came to a conclusion that this prosecutor claims never would have happened. Now, granted, in civil court, there's a different standard of reasonable doubt, or what we call a preponderance of evidence in the civil case. But the reality is people are people. So we can cite those rules and regulations all day. If somebody believes you did it, they're going to say you did it. If they believe you did not do it, they're going to say you did not do it. All right, young man, obviously should be alive today. He is not. No amount of money will bring him back. The family has been grieving for many years, and finally they got this symbol of justice. Once again, we are met with the reality of one leader who made one decision that obviously went against the very ethical and moral code of that office. And then a civil litigator is able to successfully prosecute the case based on the family creating an extrajudicial remedy. What say you?
I just look at the sort of systemic abuses happening here, where you go from the cops, where they get a freaking fake evidence talking about the kid was running away with a gun, clearly shown to be at best, just incompetence, at worst, a coordinated and planned cover-up, a way to manufacture evidence, which is just, these are the guys tasked with the authority of, gathering evidence and proof of crimes here. Like, they are the last sort of stand here. And if these guys have no integrity in that way, that kind of blows up the entire bargain in terms of the citizens and the people we grant this authority to. And then, of course, it goes up the chain to the DA's office, who can blithely say, oh, look, we don't think we can convict, as if the evidence is the only reason they ever go to trial for stuff. A lot of times they go to trial just to show you guys exactly, expose all of the things that did happen. Maybe they don't get a verdict, but at least the truth can be out there in terms of what the evidence is in the case. And for this district attorney to come out and say, oh, we have no interest in doing that. Again, this is just more systemic abuse. And, and again, you mentioned it, Dr. Ritchie, even if the burden of proof is much lower in a civil case, the fact that they so easily won so much damages for the family, which can't replace the loss of a loved one, but the fact that they were able to get this much in damages, it just shows you how, rock solid the case was.
Yeah, and the fact they did it in an hour and a half.
Come on.
Yeah.
Brother Che. Brother Che, you still with us?
Oh snap! I thought I was unmuted. Yeah. What are your thoughts on this story of the family settlement, $19 million?
Okay. Once again, I'm glad they got the verdict in their favor, but they should be seizing the cops' assets who committed this murder, as opposed to the taxpayer. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the taxpayer should not be held, for this rogue's officer's transgressions. He needs to lose everything he has, and he needs to be so broke that his ass has to stand out there, man, in front of a mission begging for sandwiches. You say, that'll hurt him worse. You see, because it's causing the taxpayers are paying, not the cop. You see what I mean? Who committed this? You say the taxpayers are paying. And I believe you had said it best, Brother Chad, about Indian qualified immunity.
Yeah, and then qualified immunity in all 50 states.
Yeah, exactly. And the territories as well, too.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, all 50 states.
Yeah.
Yeah, I second what you just said, Shabaka, about the family settlement.
And this will send a more direct message to them. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the sad part about it is, as we know, the police are policy enforcers, not law enforcement officials. The only duly law enforcement official is one that is elected, which would be the county sheriff.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Okay, because the county sheriff is elected. Policy enforcers, the police, okay, are hired. And then ask yourself this question, okay? It takes 8 years for a lawyer to become a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
How is the policy enforcer gonna know all the laws and his 12-week average time of 3 months in the police academy?
They're not gonna know, Shabaka. And
Yeah,
the dumbest ones, the dumber the better. You don't have to have a high IQ to be a police officer.
well, George Orwell said it best, like I told Sarge, in his book 1984 that he wrote in 1949. Police guard, you are chosen for superior brawn and lack of intelligence. You will be suspicious of everyone and be prepared to give your life for Big Brother, the leader you've never seen.
Yep. That sounds about right, Shabaka. Sounds about right.
And
Right.
and anybody who will go for that bullshit, man, has got to have a low ass IQ.
Like I said, the dumber the better. That's what they want. That's what I
Yeah,
learned.
exactly.
You know, I have a criminal justice degree, so I learned
Right.
all this stuff when I was in criminal justice. Like, these people aren't very bright at all. They're not bright at
Exactly. And then with your criminal justice degree, if you had signed up, not saying that you will or ever will be, okay, for a police officer, man, you know, with that 4-year degree, man, they would have to start you off at the minimum, man, of a sergeant or a lieutenant.
all.
You
Yep.
see what I mean?
Yep.
They
Yeah.
say,
No,
now,
Definitely.
let's look at a bastard like Eric Adams, who ain't shit, who is a police captain and the Big Apple, commonly referred to as
You
New
talking
York.
about Officer Eric? Yeah, you talking about Officer Eric Adams? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Play with that shit too.
Yeah. Now, if you had black police officers out there who are protecting the rights of black people first, you see what I'm saying? As opposed to Uncle Tom Bradley.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel.
Professor Black Truth. Okay. All right. As Uncle Tom Bradley, he was the first black lieutenant on the Los Angeles Police Department. He was also an athlete at UCLA in track, right? He was a very tall dude. And then after the rebellion in 1992, okay, he had cleared out and stated is that he doesn't have the power to fire Gates. Okay, now there was a young LA City councilman by the name of Michael Wu, who was 38 years old, who came out there publicly and said that it's time for Daryl Gates to go. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So definitely a shout out there to Mr. Wu on that.
Earl, the one that ran against Webb. What the hell's his goddamn name? Damn, Earl Little. Earl Little. He was a black DA in Denver, and he was horrible. It was horrible. All it did was lock up black people.
Wow.
So, he championed himself on locking up black people. And the only reason why Webb won, because Webb walked all 60 or all 70 of Denver's neighborhoods at the time.
Damn. Well, as Malcolm X has stated, that in the black community, you got the highest amount of crime, then you have the highest amount of police with the highest amount of crime. So surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
Let's unpack that real quick, Shabaka. Why is it that we have the highest amount of police activity in our communities? Because because the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the average white person couldn't control us anymore. So they let the policy enforcers do what it did.
Yeah. Who was the police? That's what the word police means. And as we have stated over the years, the police evolved from the slave patrollers. You see? And anybody out there, hey, give us some feedback. Hey, we'll agree with you, we'll disagree with you, we will debate with you, but we will hear you out. And then, as you know, Brother Paris, in the city of Atlanta in the 1950s, they had black police officers who were unarmed, but they were not allowed to arrest white people.
Same.
Is that right?
Remember the first police here, it was the same way. They couldn't, the first black police here, they couldn't arrest white offenders, and they couldn't carry a gun.
Wow. Okay, see, so therefore, you see already right there. See, this is systemic racism. This is systemic white supremacy. You see what I mean? And then when we as black people have to go through this, goes to prove as that we are not equal.
No, but that's all we wanted was Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal. They said, Dred Scott, no, you have no rights that a white man is bound to respect.
Exactly.
So with the 14th Amendment, like, you're gonna respect this, and this is coming from the federal level. You're gonna respect this, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then that's when the South rebelled and said, "Fuck this, we're not giving up our slaves. You want us to give up our slaves? You don't have to over our cold dead bodies." And then we had the Civil War, and the Union would have lost the Civil War if it wasn't for the freedmen.
Right, but at the same token, Brother Che, I'm not disagreeing with your wisdom at all. But as I stated, when I crossed the Little Bighorn, I was approached by the indigenous people that asked me directly. That was their first goddamn question. Why did your people go against the my people with the white man? You see, and I told you this here before.
And like I said, Shabak, I would have said, why did your people enslave my people? Because a lot of those so-called $5 Indians, Shabak, enslaved our ancestors.
Okay, yeah, the Cherokee, yeah. Now, I do know that the Cherokee did participate in that, yeah.
It wasn't just the Cherokee, Shabak. It was 4 other civilized tribes. Muskogee Creek, Chickasaw, Chickasaw,
in Oklahoma.
Well, they got moved during the Trail of Tears. They weren't originally from Oklahoma. They weren't originally from Oklahoma. They got moved there during the Trail of Tears. They were
under Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act.
Yeah, they were originally from the Southeast. That's why they only show you the Plains Indians, but there were Southeast Indians that looked like us.
And then you also had Indian tribes up there in the Atlantic Northeast as well too.
Well, you had
such as the Iroquois Nation.
Yeah, you had the Iroquois Nation. You had several nations up in the Northeast as well. Iroquois is one of the well-known ones. But so we were like, that's probably, we always say we were already here. They just reclassified us as Black, Negro, and colored.
Okay, well, Brother Paris, you know how you and I go back and forth on that issue. You know what I'm saying? Which is a great debate, and what have you?
Virginia Act. It was the 16-something Virginia Act where they automatically went out their way to reclassify the Black indigenous people that were already here as Black, Negro, and colored.
Okay, all right. Now, I also do know is that during the Civil War, or right after, during or around the Civil War, the Union Army had went into Florida to capture runaway slaves.
The Seminoles.
The
Seminoles. That's
Chief,
what that Seminole means, runaway. And then they were Maroons. They were the Maroons. But go ahead.
And Chief Osceola, because when I was down here in Florida, I think that they did have a city or a county or a territory named Osceola. He told the white man, he says, look, man, check this out. Okay, yes, we do have runaway slaves here. Okay, we offer them sanctuary here. And you motherfuckers got like about, say, about 15 minutes to get the fuck out of here. Or otherwise, we're going to start feeding you to the goddamn alligators out here in the Everglades. And they shook the spot quickly.
Yeah, well, they defeated Andrew Jackson's army.
Okay.
And the army got defeated by the Seminoles. They don't like
okay,
to talk
so
about
that,
okay,
Florida. Would that be the part of the War of 1812, Brother Chet?
That was the Silent War. That was the war with Canada. No, this war was around that time, but it lasted longer. And then you had the Great Dismal Swamp too, which is the white supremacists could not get.
Yeah, because our sister down there in Florida, you know, when she does her work, her road work, you know what I'm saying? She does.
Thank you, Jab. We sure did, because they wouldn't let us bury our dead. They wouldn't let us bury our dead soldiers. So we created a Memorial Day, so we had a way of honoring them in an honorable way. Yep. Memorial Day is an FBA holiday. There wouldn't be no need for a Memorial Day if it wasn't for FBA, because they wouldn't allow us to bury our dead. They didn't even give us burial insurance, let alone life insurance.
All right, here we go. Now, here's something, Brother Che. I traveled this part.
Yeah.
Seminole, Florida. Seminole is a city in Pinellas County, Florida, U.S. It is part of the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah.
The population was 19,000 at the 2020 census. The first white settlement at Seminole was made in the 1840s. This community was named after the Seminole tribe whose descendants still inhabited the area.
Yep. And
Seminole was incorporated in 1970.
Yes, and basically a Seminole is a runaway slave. So there were runaway slaves that got to Florida. If you could get to Florida, you were free. And they amalgamated with the Black indigenous people that were already in Florida. They had a whole ethnogenesis, and they became what we know now as the Seminoles. The Seminole means runaway. That's not their actual name.
Okay. All righty. And I see this place is full of alligators and sharks, too.
Yeah, they couldn't get to that Dismal Swamp. They couldn't get to the Dismal Swamp. The Dismal Swamp.
Shit.
It's over there by the North Carolina, Florida, Virginia border, which where the Dismal Swamp is, and they still to this day can't figure out how we were able to do the things that we were able to do in the Great Dismal Swamp. So, like I said earlier, Shabaka, they can't handle guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare has kicked the Caucasoids behind each and every time.
Okay. What's the professor talking about?
The professor's talking about your boy, the Musty Man.
All right, what's he saying?
He says Elon Musk, DOGE, pals, so his pals with DOGE, continued giving wake-up calls.
And I'll go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified.
Oh, so Professor Black Truth is on hiatus for a week. So he won't be doing no videos this week. Just in case we're wondering where he was, he's on hiatus for a week.
Whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address. Before diving into this evening's address, I wanted to make a note about next week's postings. I'll be going on hiatus for the week, so there's not going to be any moments of truth. We will, of course, resume with next Sunday's evening address. In the meanwhile, I leave it to the family to continue giving the enemy pure hell. Now, that said, I've said it before, and I think it bears repeating. It's so ironic that the man whose name has become synonymous with lies has a lot of people speaking the truth, or rather not speaking the truth. Recently, as part of his ongoing Operation Mega Chaos, the Orange Man decided to let loose the dogs of Boer, which in this case means the unreconstructed apartheid reject Elon Musk and his maniac minions have been set loose in DC, and the predictable chaos has ensued. Now keep in mind, these are the guys who love to brag that apparently they are the only people who earn their position in the world. These guys are the ones who do it based on merit. Meanwhile, we see the only thing that they've got is the old boy network that hands them jobs. The latest recipient of white privilege du jour is a guy named Marco Ilez, a DOGE employee, that's Elon Musk's fictional Department of Governmental Efficiency. He got fired because a number of his racist posts had come to light. Imagine that. Elon Musk, this apartheid reject, he surrounds himself with a whole bunch of bigots and racists. I mean, frankly, I'm shocked, because Elon Musk is the last person on earth that I would ever associate with anything racist. I mean, the guy has been just the most colorblind, egalitarian, racially neutral person you can imagine. Well, except for the Nazi salute. And except for the fact that he seems to agree with everybody who posts on Twitter something that's anti-Black or racist or even anti-Semitic. And the numerous lawsuits against his companies for racial discrimination. I mean, if you just leave those things out, isn't Elon Musk the poster boy for the most colorblind person in the world? But getting back to this Mark Ilez character in particular, this individual is one of Elon Musk's picks to be in his DOGE division, and these guys are supposed to be running around having direct access to the U.S. Treasury Department's payment system. And what do we know about this Ilez guy? Well, we know that he likes to post all kinds of hot takes on Twitter. The account in question previously had the username @Marco_Ilez, and the user described themselves as an employee of SpaceX and Starlink. Ilez allegedly changed the name of the Twitter account to @NULLPTR, a play off a keyword in C++ computer code language. Now, among his many hot takes, he wrote, "Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. Normalize Indian hate." He posted that one back in September. Apparently, he didn't like hearing about the predominance of people from India in California, Silicon Valley. Interesting. You got all these people here who try to claim that they don't have anything against Asians at all. They want a colorblind, merit-based society, and yet here these guys are saying, ooh, these people are out competing against us. Well, we're going to lie when we go to court and say, oh, we're going to file a lawsuit on their behalf, and as soon as the lawsuit is successful, okay, now all you Asians get the hell out of here. And you can't say it's because of race, because you were in there with us. You vouched for us. You were part of that lawsuit too, so now we went ahead and we got you shut out too. The black media's been talking about that for years. These little racists out there in Silicon Valley, they don't like these Asians. They never did. It was always an ethno-political bank shot, this whole nonsense about, oh, we're going to say that Asians are being discriminated against and blacks are being given preferential treatment. The people saying that knew it was a lie, and the individuals who went along with it knew that it was a lie too. But for the coup de grace, this Ilez character posted in June, I would not mind at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. Now, this is the guy who Elon Musk wanted to have direct access to the U.S. Treasury Department's payment system. On a side note, I think it's totally natural that the richest man on earth, who is also one of, if not the biggest recipient of U.S. government and state subsidies, is now wanting to get his hooks directly into the U.S. Treasury. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? But this is the reason why I actually like the fact that the Orange Man is in the White House now. All of these little white supremacists who have had to try to pretend that they were basically human beings all this time, now they can show their pure savage face. They feel like, hey, we got the Orange Man in here. We know he's only here for 4 years. And if we're going to have a transformative effect, transformative meaning destructive, then we got to go ahead and back him 110%. What do we have to lose, as the Orange Man would say? So it's good that he's president, because now Elon Musk is showing what the world he's always been. He's not pretending to be anything else, and he's brought all of his little racist buddies with him. And the people who thought they were on the team, well, they're finding out that basically they were never on the team to begin with. Here's a fun fact for you. J.D. Vance's wife is Indian. So when this Ilez guy was saying he wanted to normalize Indian hate, hell, he might as well have said that straight to the vice president's wife's face. And yet, J.D. Vance, who claims that there's not a racist bone in his body, why, look at my Indian sock puppet, I mean, my Indian crash dummy, I mean, my Indian wife here. When he was asked about this, he said, well, maybe Ilez should just be brought back. See, this is why I'm glad the orange man won the election. These white supremacists are being forced to go on the record. He wasn't about to sit there and say, well, I think that we should go ahead and have this guy thrown out. No, they're trying to normalize all of this hate speech. And if J.D. Vance's wife gets caught in the crossfire, so be it. He's thrown her under the bus. He ain't sticking up for his wife. Far as he's concerned, her dignity means nothing. It's his white privilege that matters. But this Elez guy, he hates Israel. And this story broke about the same time Benjamin Netanyahu came to town with Trump saying we're going to take over Gaza and turn it into the Riviera. Of course, neither Netanyahu nor anybody else in his entire government, quote unquote, has said a word about this incident. Gee, I wonder why. They've been losing their minds for the last year if a college kid so much as has on a Palestinian flag lapel pin. But here you got a guy sitting right next to the richest man on earth being vouched for by that guy, and he's sitting here saying, I don't care if Israel gets wiped out, and Netanyahu doesn't say boo about it. But this guy who said all this stuff about Israel, he'd like to see Israel wiped off the face of the earth. Now, this Elez guy, he was forced to hand in his resignation, and you would have thought that was the end of it. But Elon Musk, he was not going to let this one go away. After all, this is one of his guys, and he's trying to show that apartheid South Africa is coming to the United States. This is the hard line he wants to take because that's what Elon Musk is after. He wants to go ahead and see if he can bring back the good old days. And that being the case, he went on his little platform of Twitter. He asked the people in a poll whether or not they would want him to rehire this Elez character, as if the fix wasn't in from the very beginning. How the hell is this guy supposed to have a poll on Twitter when he's the one who controls the website? So the result is probably going to be whatever he wants it to be. And what a surprise. The results of his so-called poll, all of Elon Musk's little neo-Nazis said, sure, go ahead and bring back this Elez character. You should go ahead and rehire him. Ain't that something? The guy hands in his resignation, and then you got the guy who's really running the country now, and he's saying, you know what? I don't care what he said, what he's done. You guys tell me whether or not you think he should be brought back. Yeah, as if Twitter is going to be the kind of place that says, let's go ahead and punish white supremacist talking points. So it's been a very busy week around the Orange Man's insane asylum. This guy who caused all of this problem, he resigns only for phony Stark to say, I'm going to go ahead and bring the guy back. And what about all of those people who had previously been pretending as if they were just so concerned about anti-Semitism before now? You know, the people who basically wanted to get college kids thrown out of college simply because they said you shouldn't exterminate the Palestinians. Or the people who wanted to try to turn black people into the face of anti-Semitism for the umpteenth time in a row. What about these people this week? Where the hell have they been at? Where the hell were all of these people who were doing this phony outrage about Kyrie Irving and Kanye West at from last year? I'd like to know, where's Ari Emanuel at? He can go ahead and treat us to another one of his BS-laden op-eds. Right. And meanwhile, Jonathan Greenblatt and his pals over at the ADL have been MIA. In fact, if you want to see just how desperate the ADL is to stay away from this, this is the front page of their website. Doesn't mention anything about the fact that the man who is literally sitting next to the president has one of his flunkies and lackeys talking about how he doesn't care if Israel gets wiped off the face of the earth. However, if you scroll down on this website, you do see that the ADL is once again, just in the last couple of days, rehashing the Kanye West as an anti-Semite trope. This is what's on the front page of their website right now, today, as we speak. This is what's the most important thing that the ADL is focusing on right now. Not the guy who's the richest man on the planet sitting next to the president in the nuclear button as they fight to re-employ individuals who are saying wipe Israel off the map. They don't even mention it. On the ADL's website, they don't even mention it, as if it didn't even happen. They're not concerned about the guy who's the richest man on the planet giving Nazi salutes, who is going to the mat for individuals who say wipe Israel off the face of the earth. Instead, it's let's go ahead and rehash Kanye West. Yeah, because they're scared. Black people are soft targets because we have no power. Meanwhile, you got these white supremacists who are in there, rich white supremacists, powerful white supremacists, and you got the ADL quaking in their boots. It just goes to show what the ADL has devolved into. You know, decades ago, it was quite a while back, the ADL was actually a respectable organization, more or less. But now, since Abe Foxman and worst of all, Jonathan Greenblatt have been in charge, this is what the organization has become. They long ago stopped caring about anything having to do with advocacy or public safety for people of the Jewish faith. Instead, for about the last 30 years or so, the ADL has had Abe Foxman and Jonathan Greenblatt clout chasing for their own personal benefit. They try to get as many people behind their parade as possible so that they can walk in the room and say, see, I got people behind me. I got people behind me. But it's been all about them. They don't care about anyone else. Because when you sit on your hands as the richest man on the planet, fights to reemploy a guy who said things far more inflammatory than any of the kind and charitable things that college kids were saying last year. When you decide that you're going to prioritize terrorizing college kids for exercising their First Amendment rights, meanwhile, you got a blatant anti-Semite telling you he wants to wipe your little home country off the face of the earth, and you don't say boo. Instead, you're like, let's deflect on a Kanye West. Let's find a safe target to go after. When that's what you're doing, you are a liar when you claim that you are concerned about the safety and well-being of Jews. You cannot tell me that anything that Kanye West says is more threatening or frightening to you than what the richest man on the planet's buddies are saying. This is what's going on right now. You got the man who is right next to the president, basically the co-president of the United States, which is what Elon Musk is. And these are the people that he's bringing into the administration to make policy. But then again, when Elon Musk was giving Nazi salutes at Trump's inauguration festivities, these exact same groups were mum. They didn't have nothing to say about it. Well, he made a gesture. Yeah, you real scared now. What they're showing you is basically they know that they got a guy in the White House now who's not afraid to pull their card. And Trump, he already said some stuff in the past that made them raise an eyebrow. But now you got Elon Musk in there giving his history. He's the richest man on the planet. What are you going to do? You're going to put the arm on him? He's already gotten his hook so deep inside of the military-industrial complex with Starlink. And he's also got his hooks in deep with all of that Green New Deal stuff. He's shored up his position very firmly. So the usual tricks that they might try to use to put the pressure on, put the arm on him, that ain't going to work, especially considering how much money he gave to Trump's campaign. Clearly, somebody must have taken away Jonathan Greenblatt's phone because he hasn't been bringing that same energy to Twitter like he did before. He's been in hiding. Nobody's saying anything about the fact that the man standing next to the most powerful guy on the planet is surrounded by card-carrying bigots who are saying all this stuff about Israel could be wiped off the face of the earth for all they care. And when this guy is forced to resign, Elon Musk himself says, nah, we're bringing him back. I guess Greenblatt's being quiet for the same reason that he and other professional outrage actors said nothing when Musk agreed with a tweet that accused Jews of hating white people. They didn't have anything to say about that either. Yeah, as far as they're concerned, we're going to go ahead and take shots at black people because they're safe targets. They don't have the ability to push back. But as for these white supremacists, you know, the ones who actually did carry out the Holocaust and every single episode of anti-Semitic persecution that there's ever been has been carried out by black people. And yet black people are the main ones that the Jonathan Greenblatts and others decide that they're going to try and make into the whipping boy for the umpteenth time. After all that, after all the actual racism and hatred, not phony pretend bigotry like the nothing burger Kyrie Irving was accused of, or the garbage tier propaganda that Juju Chang ran against black people, we have actual anti-Asian hate and actual anti-Semitic remarks coming from the highest office in the land. And all those same people who are full of so much outrage, who couldn't wait to wag their finger in black people's faces, are in hiding today. That's what this evening's address is about. And this is the kind of thing that you and I should make sure to bear in mind, because this is the kind of thing that we can throw in their faces repeatedly next time they call themselves trying to point the dirty end of the stick at us. We're going to point out, well, gee, when Elon Musk had a bunch of folk in the White House saying Israel should be wiped off the face of the map, you guys were completely and thoroughly quiet. Where's Goldie Taylor at to tell people that white anti-Semitism isn't rare, it's ingrained? Where's she at? Where's she at to tell people that Elon Musk is malignant and dangerous? Why? Because there's millions of white males who idolize Elon Musk, see his success, richest man on the planet, and believes what he says. Why don't they push reporting that claims that white males are basically zombies under Elon's control? Because if a bipolar rapper and an NBA athlete are so influential with black males, then surely the richest man on the planet, who is now co-president of the United States, is infinitely more deserving of condemnation. And we have to be aware of the impact he's going to have on white males, especially young white males, because just look what he's done to poor Mark Elez. First, Elon is giving Nazi salutes at Trump's inauguration, and now this. But the blame black people first crowd are making excuses for Elon's Nazi salute. Why? They won't even call it a Nazi salute. They call it a gesture instead. Yeah, they got on code for that one, didn't they? They're so on code right now because it's so blatant now. All the lies about this isn't who we are as America. No, this is exactly what America is. See, you wouldn't be able to get this under a Kamala Harris presidency. She would be seeing all this garbage and giving us excuses, and she ain't going to do nothing. And Merrick Garland would not be doing anything either, and people wouldn't be seeing it and able to make excuses for it. And under a case like this, you can't make any excuses for this. They're a hell of a lot more reluctant, so this is a good thing happening. If you're going to have a freaking face peel, you can't exactly do that gently. The entire reason this scandal's broken wide open is not because Elon Musk himself is posting all this bigotry, even though he's done plenty of co-signing of racist remarks in the past, but because this young white male who worked for him did it, and that calls into question how much of an influence Elon Musk has had on him. See, nobody could accuse Kanye or Kyrie Irving of corrupting the morals of the youth, black, white, or otherwise. There was zero evidence that Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic. And as for Kanye West, this guy is bipolar, and half the stuff that comes out of his mouth is unintelligible and the rest is unintelligent. Enough said. Where is the evidence at that either of these two black men had caused so much as one young black male to be anti-Semitic or anything else for that matter? There was none. And yet the white media and its bootlick proxies were just pushing that boulder up the hill, trying to prove that they could conjure magic and make people believe things simply because they said it. So they just kept repeating that lie relentlessly until it eventually died a natural death. This is the purest evidence that all the phony outrage about Kanye and Kyrie was a pack of lies, crisis acting, and the people who did it know it. Because here you have an actual example of the very things that they falsely claimed about Kanye and Kyrie, only it's coming not from the NBA or from some rapper on a podcast, but it's coming from the White House, from people who make global policy. And yet all of those people who are clutching their pearls, what about the black community? We need to have the black community admit to its bigotry. These people are quiet now. Yeah, and we're going to remember this and throw it in their faces from now to the end of time. They'll never be allowed to say anything about black people again without us throwing this cowardice on their part and their faces. Here you have actual hate speech, actual anti-Semitic speech. You have actual bigotry coming from the very top, from the White House, no less. And one of the guys who's responsible for this stuff is the most powerful man on the planet, and the other one is Donald Trump. I wonder where Juju Chang is at now to talk about Stop Asian Hate. Because you got this stuff coming from the White House now. They're protecting individuals who are doing this mess. No pretend phony Asian hate. You got the real thing now, and Juju Chang's in hiding. And it's also important to note this because people like Ed Blum and Stephen Miller have been working nonstop to put these guys in positions of power. Keep in mind, Blum and Miller are both Jewish. And yet they've been ready to jump out a window to put anti-Semites in control of the government and to lie about black people full time in order to do it. But they're not alone. As this DOGE tool said, Indians can be replaced by LLMs. That means large language models. In other words, AI. And that they're all going back. So when it comes to all of these mass deportations, it looks like some of the Trump insiders, if they had their way, there would be a hell of a lot more than just people being flown back to Colombia on the U.S. taxpayers' dime. As far as they're concerned, it's just the beginning. This should actually be a whole purge. And the individuals who thought to themselves, oh, we're going to go ahead and hang out with Ed Blum. We're going to co-sign all this anti-black stuff. These individuals are finding their own names on that list of undesirables. This matters because Ed Blum, after his attempts to lie and claim that white students were being discriminated against, he then switched to saying Asian students would be his stalking horse, even though there was not then, nor is there now, any evidence of discrimination against Asians or whites or anyone else not in academics, and certainly not in Silicon Valley. And yet we see white males who are saying they want all of these Asians who are outperforming them gone. Well, I wonder what Ed Blum would be saying about that. Surely Ed Blum will be bringing lawsuits and saying, we can't be discriminating against people. You should just be the best and the brightest. Yet not a word about merit or test scores or application standards or anything. Notice that? Whatever happened to, we freely admit that Asians score higher than white people on standardized testing. They were using Asians as a stalking horse to justify their white supremacist agenda. And now they don't need them anymore. And why did so many Asians go along with it? Not all, but enough. Well, we have to ask what happened with Peter Liang when we had literal Hands Across America support for him. They're not being denied admissions when it comes to schools, colleges, or universities. That's a lie. In fact, we proved right here on this channel, there's been a ton of stories about all kinds of admissions scandals where you had individuals buying their way into these schools. Black students don't do that. However, you have a lot of Asians who are overrepresented when it comes to tech sector jobs. So why are so many Asians willing to play along with Ed Blum's lies? Well, as a case study, if you look what happened in Africa, especially in places like Uganda and South Africa, there were those who wanted to solidify their place as honorary members of the oppressor class. In fact, in South Africa, Asians have been called honorary Aryans. White supremacy is a system of goodies, giveaways, but most importantly, guarantees. And there were a lot of people who wanted assurances, guarantees that they would finally be full-fledged members of the oppressor class, no honorary to it. To the people who played the part of extras in Ed Blum's racist judicial theater, they saw what they were doing as a political and to an extent even ethnic merger. That they would have a political merger with the white right around the shared value of hating black people, not because black people did anything to them, but simply because black people exist. This agenda of ethnic cleansing being called non-discriminatory is the height of Orwellian doublespeak. But then again, as Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. You have the racists who have lied through their teeth, and they're claiming, well, we're doing it because we're not racist. Last year, when Harvard and other Ivy League schools were making their admissions, Ed Blum was fuming and whining. When is he not whining? He was whining that the numbers of black students hadn't gone down. See, that's what his brain, such as it is, made a beeline to. He wasn't concerned about the number of Asians who had gotten admitted. He was concerned about how many black students had been denied admission. He wanted to see that black people were being ethnically cleansed because that's what this entire racist operation was about. He was furious. He saw all the admissions data, and like the racist gerbil he is, he zeroed in on black students because that's why the wealthy white supremacists who have funded him all these decades put him out there, to attack black people with frivolous lawsuits. Keep in mind, this racist punk's anti-black jihad began in the 90s during the Clinton administration, and Democrats did absolutely nothing about it. When Obama was elected, Mitch McConnell and the Federalist Society declared that they had to capture the federal judiciary because it was now obvious their days of controlling who writes the laws were numbered. Now they had to try to buy themselves some more time by controlling who interprets the laws, which means they would legislate from the bench, all the while accusing their opponents of doing that. No matter how constitutional or legally valid something may be, they would simply declare that any law, any policy they didn't like was unconstitutional because they didn't like it. Obama and the Democrats controlled the Senate during his second term, but because Obama squandered the support he had, Democrats lost control of the Senate after the 2010 midterms, and Democrats were too busy worrying about not being antagonistic toward white conservatives. They didn't care that Mitch McConnell and the Federalist Society had begun a hyper-aggressive campaign to ramrod as many Federalist Society stooges into the federal courts as possible. And this agenda of front-loading the courts with right-wing zealots would pay off a couple of years later when Ed Blum and his pals filed the Shelby v. Holder lawsuit, which struck down the pre-clearance provision of the Voting Rights Act. Now, the right-wing members of the Supreme Court knew that the law was legal and constitutional. The Voting Rights Act was absolute rock solid. They couldn't claim it was unconstitutional to be passed. They also knew they didn't actually have the legal right to strike it down either. As Antonin Scalia himself admitted, the politicians wouldn't do it because the public would punish them at the polls. So the right-wingers on the court, they had to strike down the pre-clearance provision of the Voting Rights Act because they said they felt that it was obsolete. Now, never before in human history have you had a law struck down because it was called too effective. Nobody would ever get rid of drunk driving laws because the number of DUIs hit zero. Nobody would ever get rid of the murder laws because the number of homicides hit zero. The only people who want to get rid of laws prohibiting murder are the people who intend to commit murders. The only people who want to get rid of laws regarding drunk driving are the people who want to go ahead and drive drunk as a skunk. And the only people who want to get rid of anti-discrimination laws are the people who think they're still in a position to discriminate, and they don't want anything to infringe on that. Remember, white power is all about being able to pick and choose who the winners are going to be. And if you allow for too much progress to go on too long, well, you lose that ability, which means you're not in charge. Nowhere did Scalia or any of his pals mention where the court had the authority or the justification for its ruling. This was what the Federalist Society had been aiming to do since they were started in the 1980s, legislate from the bench. Ed Blum's nuisance suits had been laughed out of the courts ever since the 90s, up until Obama and his cronies sat on their hands and allowed the GOP to take over the federal courts. And then Obama refused to demand that the ego-driven fool Ruth Bader Ginsburg resign from the Supreme Court, even after she'd been diagnosed with cancer. Ginsburg didn't want to resign because she was determined to be on the bench when a woman, Hillary Clinton, presumably would become president in 2016. Maybe she imagined that she would be the one to administer the oath of office to President-elect Clinton. She was good buddies with Scalia, by the way. You see, this is what putting feminists in positions of authority gets you. The only reason that these right-wing schemes from Rick Snyder and his emergency manager takeover in Michigan to Chris Rufo and his CRT hysteria in Florida to Ed Blum and his nuisance suits even gets through is because the Democrats have literally put forward absolutely no opposition to it. They won't even talk about opposing it. They don't want to make it an issue, and one has to wonder why. Prior to Obama, Ed Blum had made mostly no headway in the courts. His lawsuits were a joke and would still be a joke today, but for McConnell and company making it a point to target the courts for takeover. Now, all of a sudden, we saw judges who were pretending to dignify these illegal courtroom maneuvers. They did that in direct response to Obama having been elected. As soon as he got in there, they're like, okay, we got this biracial buffoon in here. We do not want this to become habit forming for the nation. We got to do something. We're losing everything. We're losing everything. Now, did Obama ever get angry at the Republicans for this? Of course not. That moron saved his vitriol for black protesters fighting police brutality, calling them thugs, and being the first public figure of any note to directly attack wokeness by name. That was Obama's response. That's who he attacked. And he's still attacking black people to the present. He has shown far more hostility toward black people than he ever has for the Republicans who have been on an anti-black jihad. Now, what does that tell you? And this also continued with Biden and Harris. At no point did any Democrat, especially not at the national level, be it Obama, Biden, Kamala Harris, Hakeem Jeffries, Pelosi, Schumer, any of them, ever say, all of this stuff the Republicans have been doing to attack voting rights, we're going to prop that stuff right back up. We got to get ourselves back in power so that we can undo the damage they've done and we can reestablish and reinforce all of these just laws that the Republicans have been attacking. Instead, the Democrats have done nothing about it. What does that tell you? What that lets you know is you're up against a controlled opposition who, as far as they're concerned, well, we need to go ahead and let this stuff go away because black people have been making too many demands. At no point did Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Schumer, or any of those other wrinkled up racists or their suck-ups and professional butt kissers like Kamala Harris, Jamie Harrison, or Jasmine Crockett, or Hakeem Jeffries, or anyone else point out that Democrats have to make retaking the federal courts their top priority, and that they must make sure Ed Blum and these other right-wing political operatives like Chris Rufo get shut down. There should have been a political declaration of war on the white right, but instead we were subjected to senile degenerates like nigga Jim Clyburn excoriating the Democratic base with his incoherent rantings. Democrats see themselves as nothing more than a DC-based social club. All they care about are their own personal perks and privileges. And we see this at the state level, too. What do you think was happening when clowns like the California Legislative Black Caucus were literally smiling and laughing in the faces of black people, mocking them when they blocked that reparations bill? That's why this is happening. Democrats are not unable to fight the white right. They're refusing to do so because, as someone once said, they're too busy trying to keep their jobs to do their jobs. They're not in the business of representing their constituents. They're in the business of representing themselves. As they see it, their job is to make sure that they stay in office so they can get access to all of that sweet donor cash and all of those patronage and crony jobs that they can get from this or that white corporation. Just go ahead and ask Jim Clyburn and his daughter, Mignon Clyburn. First, he got her on the FCC, and then as soon as she left, she already had a number of quote-unquote consulting jobs lined up with the very communications companies that she was supposed to have been regulating. Gee, isn't it interesting how it always works out that way? They're supposed to be regulating these guys, legislating these guys, and then when they leave office, they work for those same guys. Seems there were a lot of people who were just taking it for granted that the game that's been going on for the last 50 years would simply be allowed to continue to go on. After all, black people haven't put their foot down. It's been a long time since we've done that. And they've had enough of these bootlicks and enough of these frauds and phonies out here to keep black folks in line. But now there's been a critical mass of us who have finally gotten on code. And now what we see is those people who thought to themselves that all of these little white supremacists they were making deals with their buddies, here they are getting shown the door. Here they are being slapped in the face. And they're finding out that their old friends, they got worse in mind for them. This is just the beginning. Now, this is not to say that Trump and Musk are trying to do black people any favors. They're not. They got their guns trained at us. And we'll go into detail about that at a later date. But right now, it's very, very gratifying to watch as the people who made common cause with all of these anti-black racists, now they're finding themselves being slapped in the face, having these guys say, we'd like to wipe you off the face of the map. We'd like to get rid of all of you guys. Doesn't matter if you're here legally or not. We don't even like you. All of these guys are finding out that their buddies weren't their friends. See, all of these little wannabe Musk fanboys all these years, they've known exactly what Elon Musk is. They've known that he is nothing but a hardcore anti-black racist. They know that this guy is just a bigoted piece of garbage. They know that. That's why they love him. They can pretend as if, oh, well, we just like the guy because we think that he's so technologically minded. He's such an innovator. They can't even tell you what the hell he innovates. He didn't know a doggone thing about electric cars. He hired people who did. He didn't know anything about rockets either. That's why he had to ask to partner with NASA and not the other way around. NASA didn't go to him and say, oh, can we get your help on this stuff? He had to go to them. And as we see, he spends more time with his little bottle rockets exploding than actually making it into orbit. But those people who have been online making such a big deal about Elon Musk, about how brilliant they claim to believe that he was, now they're showing everybody exactly the real reason they were such Elon Musk fanboys. They knew about his white supremacist credentials, and that's what they liked about him. He just provided them with a slightly sanitized front that they could hide behind to camouflage their garden variety anti-black racism. But now that he's in the White House, they feel that they can finally put aside any pretense. They ain't got to act anymore. They don't have to pretend. Like, the reason we love him is because we think he's so brilliant. They can finally stop play acting like they thought that he was a genius. I mean, most of these people on the white right, they hate the Green New Deal. They don't even drive electric cars. How can they be fans of Tesla? They don't own one. And they have nothing but scorn for electric vehicles. And yet they were the main ones you see drooling at the mouth to kiss the rump of this guy who made his billions off of green energy. And how can they do that? How can they be so two-faced? Because these white supremacists don't have any principles. They never have. All they have is moral relativism and situational ethics. Whatever they think is to their advantage at that particular moment, that's what they'll say they believe. And if it's exactly the opposite the very next day, then they'll claim to believe that. It's the reason why you got all of these people on the white right. They used to be Cold Warriors during the 1980s. That's why they love Ronald Reagan so much. He stood up to the Soviet Union. And today, they absolutely love Vladimir Putin. Why? Because they look at Russia as being a bastion of unabashed whiteness. And that's the reason why we see even in places across Europe that you got these folks who are claiming to love Vladimir Putin so much, love his stinking drawers, even in Germany. Never mind the fact that the Germans and the Russians committed countless atrocities against each other during the Second World War. And yet it is that central tenet of whiteness that they're trying to use as the tie that binds them. And that's what they're trying to lean on. And that's what Vladimir Putin represents in the collective imagination of not just the white right in America, but in much of the world. But it's all going to come down. It's all a house of cards. And that's part of the reason why it's a good thing that the orange man got back in there. All of this stuff is finally coming to light. They are forcing the very all or nothing confrontation that they really need to be avoiding. But then again, why not? White supremacy is suicidal. I've been saying that for 15 years, and I'll continue to say it till the day it falls. It will sacrifice its own children for its power and privileges. That's the reason they don't do anything about these mass shootings. And those who may not be classified as white, but have worked to help these white supremacists, they too have signed on to that same devil's bargain. So, as usual, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. But understand, as we've seen in Latin America, the desire to be classified as white, or at the very least white adjacent, is so strong, so desperately desired, that even with these white supremacists kicking them in the teeth, they'll still be clinging to them until the bitter end. But make sure that if you see any black folks who are running around trying to say that, oh, we have got to stand in solidarity with, no. We're not standing in solidarity with anyone because we do not get involved in third-party disputes. Besides, the very people who you see who are getting slapped around right now, these are the ones who have been making sport of black people for decades. So that being the case, this was the team that they chose. Let them handle it. Illegal immigration has absolutely nothing to do with the civil rights movement. And all of this racism that they're going to be pointing at Asians, be it in Silicon Valley or the universities, has nothing to do with school desegregation back in the day. It's not at all analogous to Little Rock or any of those other schools that got desegregated in the 50s. And when it comes to anti-Semitism, well, if Elon Musk giving a Nazi salute gets downgraded and diminished and is downplayed as nothing more than a gesture by Jewish publications, by the way, if that's how they treat a man who is clearly giving a Nazi salute, and they see that he is fighting to rehire individuals who say that they want to wipe Israel off the face of the map, if their response to that is silence, well, there's an old joke about people who are mute. The punchline is basically, they didn't say anything about this joke, so I don't think you should either. And I pretty much say the same thing here. If people are going to be silent in the face of all of this aggression against them, that's fine, because what they think is this stuff is going to wash out in the end, and they'll be able to go back to business as usual, and business as usual is everybody dumps on black people. That's the normal that they're waiting to get back to. And all of the hysteria and all of the world is falling down around our ears that you see from the white media. What they're doing is they're rerunning the playbook from the first Trump administration. They're banging that drum about the Trump-pocalypse as hard as they can. The reason why is it worked 5 years ago. It worked. They were able to successfully get people terrified. Well, you gotta vote against this guy. It's gonna be the end of the world. They scared the hell out of a lot of black folks. And that made them completely and thoroughly overlook the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris weren't offering black people anything, telling themselves all kinds of lies to rationalize the fact that they knew they had to lie to themselves to vote for this guy. So they're going to be banging that drum hard as they can. Let me tell you something. You don't let any of these people, be it on white cable or these white publications or websites, or even the people you have in your community who are telling you you need to be scared of the orange man. Well, compared to what? If I'm supposed to be opposing Donald Trump, then I want to know what the hell am I going to be getting? Do you see the Democrats saying anything about what they're going to be doing even now? Do you see them saying anything about we have got to finally start standing up for all of these laws, all of these policies, and most importantly, this constituency that we haven't stood up for and haven't done a doggone thing for the benefit of in decades? We got to stick up for these guys. We have got to do things for them. Do you see them saying that? Or do you even now see them doing nothing but recycling the same old talking points from 5 years ago? He's too dangerous. He's too dangerous. He's attacking the pillars of our democratic institutions. I ain't seen a damn one of those institutions who's done anything for black people. American democracy is a contradiction in terms. It's an oxymoron that only a moron would believe in. No, these guys are getting out here and they're doing the same old song and dance, running the same old play from 5 years ago. We're just going to put it on repeat. Trump is too dangerous. He's doing this, that, and the third. Okay, fine. Let's say that I believe you. I want to know, what are you going to do for me to benefit me? Because you have watched as my rights, all of the pillars of my power and all the pillars of my empowerment have been destroyed, have been knocked down. You didn't do a damn thing about it. Oh, but all of a sudden you're finding that you're feeling some heat and now there's a crisis. Yeah, it wasn't a crisis when black people were the ones being attacked morning, noon, and night. In fact, Democrats, when they weren't just sitting back and letting these attacks happen, in many cases, they were actually complicit in and involved in these attacks. Just on a side note, Marco Illes said a number of racist things. Some of it's made it into the white media news cycle, but you know, there was one thing he said that nobody wanted to pay attention to. He said that he had advocated for the repeal of the Civil Rights Act. Everybody's heard about the Indian stuff that he said, and everybody's heard about the stuff that he said about Israel. But the one thing that he said that could tangentially be pointed at the black community about the repeal of the Civil Rights Act, didn't hear anything about that at all. So even now what they're doing is they're saying, well, let's keep in mind, we need to be outraged for the people who we actually want to take care of. But anything regarding black people, well, black people need to once again throw themselves on the pyre, and we need to immolate ourselves for everybody else. We need to sacrifice ourselves for everyone else. Well, I'd like to know, why is it then that the very people who were being told we should sacrifice ourselves for, why were they helping all of these racists and bigots get into power? Helping them to push their lying, fraudulent lawsuits? Helping them to push laws that specifically were meant to attack us, helping make sure that these guys got into the highest offices in the land. And sure, Elon Musk gave a lot of money to Donald Trump's campaign, but you want to know who else gave a lot of money to the orange man? Miriam Adelson. And who's she? She's the widow of the late Sheldon Adelson, the casino magnate. Miriam Adelson is an Israeli. And when Donald Trump moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, this is right in line with what it is that she and her pals in the Likud party want, what Benjamin Netanyahu and the rest of those guys are trying to get done. So as far as she was concerned, that was money well spent. And if Elon Musk is giving the occasional Nazi salute and his pals are saying that they wouldn't mind seeing Israel wiped off the face of the map, a lot of these guys are telling themselves that basically, well, it doesn't really matter. These are just some loudmouth blowhards. Sure. The same way that 100 years ago, there was another loudmouth, a failed artist from Austria, who decided that he was going to dip his toes into politics, and his very first political move was to attempt a push or coup against the German government. I don't think I have to spell out for you who that guy was and how it turned out, or the fact that there were a lot of people who would become his victims, many of whom actually thought they could cut a deal with the Nazis. The Ed Blums and Stephen Millers and Miriam Adelsons of their day. The individuals who thought to themselves that they just heaped enough scorn on someone else that maybe these little anti-Semites who had gotten into power would not be so angry at them. Maybe they would moderate. There were a lot of people who were completely silent as the Nazis became more and more belligerent, including a number of Jewish people in the United States who should have stood up and stood against them, but didn't. They were either trying to figure that they would just lay low and not say anything, or worse, there were some of them who thought that they could make friends with these Nazis. Hey, if I go ahead and help these guys out, then they'll leave me alone. Didn't work then, won't work now. This is what the Ed Blums and others are doing. As far as they're concerned, they think to themselves, if they just dump enough hate on black people, that somehow is going to make them honorary members of the Aryan Club, and it won't. All that happened for them was the Judenrat had the distinction of being the last ones put on the cattle cars. When you see Elon Musk giving Nazi salutes, when you see him going to the mat to protect guys who have said they want to see Israel wiped off the face of the map and other things, he's made it clear what he stands for. And as far as he's concerned, white means more than a distinct lack of melanin. You got to have more than that in his eyes. And this is the richest man on the planet, who now is sitting in the White House. So the wake-up calls are continuing, and a lot of people who had spent decades hitting the snooze button, well, now these guys are getting a wake-up call from hell. But truth be told, this was what a lot of them caused to happen. And that being the case, since they were the ones who brought it about, it falls to them to do anything about it. Or not. But either way, they've got no one to blame but themselves. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Will Miles, Amir Miller, James Porter, Alfredo Roberts, and Anthony Pollard. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, on that there, once again, the professor's logic is inescapable. You see what I'm saying? All of this crap with Stinky Bird Dumpster is all shielded in racist white supremacy. Once again, you know, you're going to have the nigga Jim Clyburns, Yassa bosses, you know, going around looking stupid, you the boss, and all that. And also, too, I mainly wanted to get it out there that Elon Musk is a Boer. He is Dutch. I don't recognize him being from the continent of Kibalan, okay? They might have hatched that son of a bitch somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Elon Musk is a white racist supremacist, just like George Wallace, just like Donald Trump, just like your raping, slave trading pedophiles on the plantation system here. You see what I mean?
Just like Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, oh most definitely, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Just like old George Wallace, segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation tomorrow. And what it is one thing about these crackers, regardless of where they are from, they stand on their square of racist white supremacy. And we will be nothing other than damn fools to sit up there to say that they love us. I mean, we got to come up out of that bullshit for real. I mean, these motherfuckers have killed us. They raped our women, sodomized our men folk, okay? Committed genocide against us. Got policy enforcers in the black community that murder us at will. And then you still got the Jesse Jacksons and old bobblehead ass Al Sharptons. Oh, well, you know, we still gotta believe in it. How many times, Brother Chet, do you have to bang your head up beside the wall, realizing that you are not gonna get any different result?
I would say once at the most.
Yeah, you would think, yes. Yeah, but keep in mind that these are not normal individuals that we are talking about. You see what I'm saying? These is Negroes on puppet strings that yield their master's wishes. You see what I'm saying? And well, I would say something else, but I'm not. Okay, the same thing, you know, with these bed-winching ass movie stars. You see what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah.
And the sad part about it is that they figured that just because they got a little bit of money, that they're untouchable. Look what happened to Bill Cosby.
Yeah, they had it in for Bill Cosby for a long time. You know, Bill Cosby started his own educational black show.
Yeah, because Bill Cosby, as you know, is an educator. You see what I mean? And Dr. Cosby, over the years, you know, I appreciated it. I liked a lot of his material, from A Different World, man, to the Fat Albert cartoons. Other work that he did in the early 70s, you know what I mean? And plus that Bill Cosby was an Ali fan.
Yeah.
If memory serves me correct, you know, boy, and I tell you, man, when you get old, folks, you got a whole lot of memories. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much that you got to set up your own file cabinet just to remember what you forgot, so you won't forget again.
Yeah.
Say, like what I'm going through right now. Yeah, say, and then, like I said, these social media companies need to be hauled into California kangaroo courts, you know? So if you're any attorneys out there, you know, we need you to take our case pro bono. We'll be more than happy to mention your law firm. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah.
Say,
All right.
it's because we've put a lot of work and a lot of hours in with Frontline Black News, with the Revolutionary Agenda, with Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and we do appreciate the very, very few content creators that mentioned us. So I'm putting that out there, you know, for you content creators. When you come up on our platform and you don't mention us and recognize us, we can no longer have you up on ours, because you're getting paid, we're not. We'll say we're going all out of pocket right here. You know, say, and our coffers are empty. You see? Say,
Sure.
yeah.
All right, Sparky, I'm going to move us to the next topic.
All right.
That is Letitia James. If you can donate, please do. All right, the next topic is Letitia James. What are they hiding? Letitia James sues Trump administration over DOGE, audit of wasteful government spending.
Mm-hmm.
The USAID was a slush fund, first of all, for left-wing projects around the globe, like gender surgeries around the world, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, crazy Green New Deal climate scams, and every other lunatic left-wing project that is bankrupting this country. But even beyond that, it was funding an army of left-wing activists, these NGOs, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, get millions of dollars corporate America, public sector, to then resettle, for example, at taxpayer expense, millions of illegal aliens into this country, to drive racist equity policies, to drive radical left gender policies. And so what we've learned is that the left's, this mammoth left-wing power structure, plus left-wing media, wasn't organic. It wasn't created naturally. It was funded by taxpayer dollars. And that is why they are screaming and screeching so loud now, is because President Trump is cutting off the slush fund to the organizations that hate and hurt America. Yeah, this is part and parcel of the same issue. People leave government. They are now private citizens, but they continue to have access to sensitive secrets, and then they use that access in conjunction and partnership with the bureaucracy to weaponize intelligence against American people and against political enemies. And President Trump is saying, no, that stops. Drain the swamp isn't just a talking point, it is a mandate. For 4 years, this issue between 2020 and 2024 was endlessly litigated before the American people about weaponized justice, about weaponized intelligence, about weaponized bureaucracy. And the American people elected Donald Trump, and they said, shut it all down. Shut down the weaponization, shut down the abuse of our intelligence system, shut down this entire system that crushes our rights and freedoms at the expense of a privileged few. And that is what he is doing. He is following through on the mandate that the American people gave him to say that our intelligence system and our law enforcement system are not going to be partisan weapons and partisan tools anymore. They're going to be used to keep America safe, to keep terrorists and illegal aliens from hurting our citizens, and they're going to be used to protect the American Republic, and that's what's happening, Maria.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here. We are live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like, get the show started. Let's get things rolling and moving, right? I want to start here. Right? I want to start right here. Look at this tweet. Look at what I want to show you right now. This reads, since 2003, the federal government has wasted $2.7 trillion in taxpayer funds by sending out millions of improper and fraudulent payments. Mind you, what I just read to you right now, that $2.7 trillion of waste, that didn't come from the findings of DOGE. That's just what has been put together from just loosely stringing together a bunch of news clips that just so happen to come across wasteful spending throughout the course of the years, or I should say decades now at this point. We know this number just based off of us loosely paying attention and just putting some clips together. Think of how much wasteful spending will come to light now that there's a thorough audit happening. And now that there's a thorough audit happening, you didn't have to ask yourself, what is it that the Democrats are so afraid of? Because a lot of people talk that two sides of the same coin argument. And I understand that argument. I understand that standpoint. No, left and right, they're two sides of the same coin. Got you. But as it pertains to this audit of wasteful spending within the government, it's only one side of the coin that seems to be extremely upset about this, going crazy and losing their mind about this. And it's the Democrats. And you have to ask yourself once again, what are they hiding? What are they so afraid of? What are they so concerned with? Let me play this video for you real quick concerning this $2.7 trillion in wasteful spending, right? That they've discovered since 2003. Let's get into this real quick.
It's wasted. Nearly $3 trillion in taxpayer money
Nearly
since
$170 billion in improper payments last year.
$247 billion.
Billions blown on improper payments.
Made to people that should not have received them.
Overpayment, payments to the wrong recipient.
Dead people received more than $530 million last year in pension payments. Medicare paying $47 billion.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
Medicaid improperly issuing $81 billion.
$644 million was fraud.
And $764 billion under 3 years of the Biden administration. These improper payments have piled up to a total of $2.8 trillion.
$20 billion per month, or enough to pay for 5 years of U.S. foreign aid to all countries.
For every man, woman, and child across the country, it was $850.
Who is receiving these payments? Well, in some instances, dead people.
Now look who's mad. Okay, look who's mad and who's leading the charge to put a stop to all of this, right? To stop the audit from happening. Letitia James. New York leads multi-state lawsuit to block DOGE from accessing America's personal data. Now, mind you, they don't have access to America's personal data. Elon Musk doesn't have access to Americans' personal data. He doesn't have access to social security numbers, any of this type of stuff. This is literally lies that they're pushing in order to stop the audit from happening, right? But what I want to do right now is I want to play a video of Letitia James. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through the whole 2 minutes because it's going to be really difficult to listen to, especially given the fact that we know that she's lying and making stuff up. But, you know, it is relevant to the conversation to hear what she has to say, to her reasoning, meaning her lies, behind leading the charge to this lawsuit, right? So let's jump into this right now.
In the past week, Elon Musk and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency have accessed the personal private information of tens of millions of Americans and sensitive data about public and private entities, social security numbers, addresses, tax returns, and more. This unelected group, led by the world's richest man, is not authorized to have this information, and they explicitly sought this unauthorized access to illegally block payments that millions of Americans rely on. Payments for health care, child care, and other essential programs. Today,
I didn't want to interrupt. She's just lying. Like literally everything that she's saying is not true. She's literally lying. Everything that she's saying is false, but I'll let her carry on.
Democratic attorneys general are taking action to keep Americans' personal data secure, to keep sensitive information about Americans private, and to uphold our Constitution. We have filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration for giving unauthorized individuals access to these immensely sensitive records in violation of the law. President Trump does not have the power to give our private information away to whomever he wants.
He's not. You're lying.
And he does not have the power to cut federal spending that Congress approved, much less to do so by giving the richest man in the world the keys to all Americans' most sensitive information. As Democratic attorneys general, we are suing to stop this unprecedented and unauthorized attack and to protect your personal information. As I've said before, no one is above the law, and I will not hesitate to uphold the rule of law.
Yeah, well, go tell that there to them goddamn courts in Los Angeles County, bitch.
God, that was hard to listen to.
Tell me about it.
That was very hard to listen to. But we did it. We got through it. We did it, Joe. We did it. We got through it, right? So now let's transition over here. Because once she led the charge in putting that lawsuit into play, this is what happened. Federal judge, an Obama-appointed judge, by the way, blocks Elon Musk DOGE from accessing sensitive Treasury Department records. But once again, he never had access to any of these, sensitive Treasury Department records. And we're going to prove that in a moment. But first, let's go through this article right now. I want to go through this first very quickly before we get into the proof that these people are lying. Early Saturday, on a weekend, right? On the weekend. Early Saturday, a federal judge blocked Elon Musk's department timeout. I didn't even know that courts were open on the weekend. Federal courts are open on the weekend? I mean, let me know in the comments section. That just really throws me off. I didn't think about it prior to reading this, but now I'm reading it now. On an early Saturday, you came in on a Saturday to do this? Since when are courts open on Saturday? That just seems a little bit odd to me. But then again, we are talking about the DNC. Anyways, I digress. Early Saturday, a federal judge blocked Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from accessing Treasury Department records that contain sensitive personal data, such as Social Security and bank account numbers of millions of Americans. And I have to keep reiterating once again, he never had access to this stuff, right?
Check your bank accounts every day.
Judge Paul Engelmayer issued the order after 19 Democratic attorney generals sued President Donald Trump. The case filed in federal court in New York City alleges the Trump administration allowed Musk's team to access the Treasury Department's central payment system in violation of federal law. Once again, I'm not going to say it because I'm going to play the video shortly. Let's just keep going, right? The article continues to read, New York Attorney General Letitia James, whose office filed the lawsuit, said DOGE's access to the Treasury Department's data raises security problems and the possibility for an illegal freeze in federal funds. And I quote, this unelected group led by the world's richest man is not authorized to have this information. And they explicitly sought this unauthorized access to illegally block payments that millions of Americans rely on, payments for healthcare, childcare, and other essential programs, James said in a video message released by her office, the video message that we just watched, right? And as we bring this close to a close, also the lawsuits, also on the lawsuit are Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, North Carolina, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Wisconsin. The suit alleges that DOGE access to Treasury records could interfere with funding already appointed by Congress, which would exceed the Treasury Department's statutory authority. It also accuses Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent of changing the department's longstanding policy for protecting sensitive, personally identified information and federal information to allow Musk's DOGE team to access its payment systems. Now, speaking of Scott Bessent, that's who I want to speak on next. For many of you, this is a review because I played this video already. But what the Treasury Secretary is going to explain right now is that literally everything that's being stated here is a lie. Elon Musk doesn't have access to anything. The people that are on the DOGE team, as people like to say, are already working for the US Treasury. And it's only two people that are only reading, is called a read only. They don't have access to anybody's security number. They don't have access to anybody's bank account. They can't change anything within the Treasury Department and how it's ran. It's literally two men that already work for the Treasury Department just going over the books as it pertains to what the Treasury Department is spending its money on. Literally, that's it. Just a basic audit. You have to ask yourself, and the question still stands, what are these Democrats afraid of? Let's get into what Scott Bessent has to say.
And it would go to the Federal Reserve, and just like any...
Let me start from the beginning. My apologies.
I'm here with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Washington. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining me.
So good to see you.
Mr. Secretary, we are inside the cash room at the Treasury Department. It is almost impossible to overstate how important the work that is done in this building is to the U.S. financial system. Yet right now, there is widespread concern about the DOGE team's access to sensitive payment systems. Are you worried at all that that access and that tinkering of the payment systems could affect the Treasuries market or cause any disruption?
Good. Well, Soleil, thank you for asking me about that, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. First of all, when you say the DOGE team, these are Treasury employees. It is two Treasury employees, one of whom I personally interviewed in his final round. There is no tinkering with the system. They are on read only. They are looking, they can make no changes. It is an operational program to suggest improvement. So we make 1.3 billion payments a year. And this is two employees who are working with a group of longstanding employees.
The letter that the Treasury Department sent earlier this week talked about how the team currently does not have access to change the system. Have they at any point this year had the ability to make changes?
Absolutely not. This is no different than you would have at a private company. And by the way, the ability to change the system sits over at the Federal Reserve. So it doesn't even lie in this building. So they could make suggestions on how to change the system, but we don't even run the system.
And if they ask for, if they request the ability to change the system, would you grant that?
No, again, they have no ability to change the system. I have no ability to grant that change. That they can make suggestions, then it would go to the Federal Reserve, and just like any large ERP system, there would be tests, there would be this, there would be that, and then the Fed will determine whether these changes are robust or not.
So literally only the Federal Reserve can make changes to the Treasury. Nothing can be stopped. Nothing can be blocked. Trump can't do anything with an executive order. Elon Musk himself doesn't have access to any personal data at all. As the Treasury Secretary said, it's literally two employees who already work for the department that are on read only, just making suggestions based off of what they read concerning what the Treasury Department is spending its money on, not what you're spending your money on. So as you can see, the lawsuit, and on top of that, Obama's crooked federal judge blocking the DOGE team from being able to access this information, it's all based on a lie. It's all fraudulent. Once again, what is people hiding? What are they so afraid of? Ever since the exposing of the payments through USAID, these Democrats have been losing their mind, going crazy, doing everything in their power to put a stop to the wasteful government spending and the fraud being exposed. You even have this guy right here. His name is Senator Andy Kim, right? Senator Andy Kim, a DNC lunatic, is ready to shut the government down, right? He's ready to completely shut the government down if DOGE isn't completely dismantled. Let's get into this right now. And as I'm pulling this up, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's extremely important. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel watching me right now, and make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. You will never miss a notification if you're following me on Telegram. Let's get into what this DNC lunatic has to say.
Question, because your colleague Jeff Merkley basically said he's prepared to try to shut down the government over some of these sledgehammer actions that he's seeing by Elon Musk. Are you prepared to shut down the government, to join Democratic colleagues who want to stand in the way of keeping the government open?
Well, you have to look at what the Trump administration is doing right now. They are simply trying to, they are simply trying to dismantle the government. So yes, look, if we have to take steps to be able to hold them accountable, use the leverage that we have to force it, I cannot support efforts that will continue this lawlessness that we're seeing when it comes to this administration's actions. And for us to be able to support government funding in that way, only for them to turn it around to dismantle the government, that is not something that should be allowed.
So just to be clear, Senator, you are open to voting yes to shut down the government, to make this point.
This is on them. This is about whether or not they can get the votes. They are the majority. And if they cannot govern, then you know, that's for the American people to see. But I've worked in government. I've worked through multiple government shutdowns. I would be the last person to want to get to that stage. But we are at a point where we are basically on the cusp of a constitutional crisis, seeing this administration taking steps that are so clearly illegal. And until we see a change in that behavior, we should not allow and condone that, nor should we assist in that.
Senator,
that's something else that you have to look out for too. The new buzzword that they're using is constitutional crisis. They're saying that over and over. I saw an interview with Ilhan Omar on, I think it was on Meet the Press also, where she's saying that this is a constitutional crisis. I've been hearing all these DNC lunatics, they keep saying constitutional crisis, constitutional crisis. That's the new term that they're trying to put in the, for lack of better words, I guess, with the lexicon. I don't know if that's what I want to say, right? But they're trying to put that into the lexicon of the American dialogue, right? This constitutional crisis talking point, which isn't actually happening. These people are going so crazy that they're even setting down the groundwork to put in place a slew of articles and videos on the basis of surviving Elon Musk, kind of like surviving R. Kelly. They're literally, and I'm going to play this right now. It's from MSNBC with Jen Psaki. There's a former Twitter employee, right? And they're literally going to discuss how these former employees and whatnot are getting ready to put in place a surviving Elon Musk media blitz. So let's get into that right now.
Mention some of the pieces of advice you've been putting out there on Blue Sky and other places, but one piece of what are the other actions for federal workers who are watching right now? They're trying to survive a Musk takeover. Maybe they haven't tuned in yet to all of your amazing advice. What should they be doing to survive or make this less painful?
Yeah, that's a great question. So following up on the Blue Sky post, I'm actually working with some former and current federal employees, all of whom unfortunately need to remain anonymous, to work on a series of articles on what people should be doing. And some of these articles are also written by critical tech thinkers, organizations like Stop Spying, and they're specifically on what to do if you get doxxed, how to prevent workplace surveillance, how to prevent device.
Literally nobody's getting doxxed. This is a surviving Elon Musk docu-series, I guess, that they want to put together that's based on something that's not happening. But let her finish.
Surveillance. And in short, it's things like, don't have conversations in the workplace, don't have conversations on your work devices, try to log into encrypted end-to-end networks, just remove yourself from any place or situation in which you can be surveilled. And also just be careful what you say, no matter what platform you're on. And the unfortunate truth is there are a lot of federal employees sharing documents, working together, but we do have to be careful when we're working with each other, to push back.
So like they're running interference like crazy. I'm not going to play the video from this, but I'll just have it just so you can see. You have Margaret Brennan, from CBS. She was doing an interview here with one of these anonymous people, right? Anonymous bureaucrats that are trying to survive Elon Musk, who didn't want to show themselves in fear that they're going to be doxxed. That's something else that they're running with. That's another narrative as well of being doxxed, right? Personal information being put out there of themselves. Something, once again, that isn't happening. It's not happening at all whatsoever. And these people are going so crazy that you even have Representative Raskin, right? Representative Raskin, who wants to do a class action lawsuit against the Trump administration. So they're just trying to go, they're going lawsuit crazy right now. Take a listen to this.
Defend what I'm thinking about and talking to.
And of course, this is all on MSNBC, but I don't think any of us are shocked about that, right?
What I'm thinking about and talking to my friends at Democracy Defenders and other lawyers about is
Brother Che, you still with us, sir?
Nationwide class action lawsuit to follow up on last week's victories against Musk, against the Trump administration for this breach in computer security and the data of all American taxpayers. It could be a class action suit on behalf of all Americans. If the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers want to opt out, and they don't want their part of the money for the contamination of their data, fine, they can opt out. But really, it's a suit on behalf of everybody because that.
I just can't help but to interrupt. Literally, nobody's data has been exposed. Nobody's personal data has been exposed.
That's our information. Right. It doesn't belong to Elon Musk or his little midnight crew. It belongs to the people, and the government has to hold it in trust. Now, there's specific statutes which say that information can only be accessed for tax purposes, for the purposes of the internal revenue system, and for no other purposes. What are they using that information for?
What are you scared of? That's the question you have to ask. This is just a basic general audit of all government spending, not of your spending, not of U.S. citizen spending, like Joe Biden was trying to do. Wasn't it Biden, if I'm not mistaken, during his 4 years in office, that he hired literally like hundreds of IRS agents to audit American citizens? Wasn't that what happened? Correct me if I'm wrong. But Biden literally hired, I don't know how, it was some like absurd number, like, I don't know, like 800 new IRS agents in order to audit and come after the people, you and me, to see what we're doing with our money, if we're hiding our money, if we're not, contributing our fair share. Was it 87,000? No, he didn't. It can't. There's no way he hired 87,000 people. But that's crazy. But it was like an absurd amount. And he hired all these people to audit us. Now, when the shoe's on the other foot, and Trump is doing exactly what he ran on by saying, hey, you guys get me in the office. We're going to do a government audit to find out where all this wasteful spending and fraud is coming from. Now, all of a sudden, that's a bad thing. It was okay to audit the citizens like you and me, common folk like you and me, who can't even afford eggs. Time out. It was 80,000. There's no way. The plan was to hire 87. See, I have to look it up now. See, Here's what I want to do. I didn't really want to play this video, but I'm going to play it right now just for while I look that up. I have to know for a fact now what that number was. So let me play this Margaret Brennan video really quickly while I look this up.
Conversation, do you think you need to remain anonymous?
It has been a very hard week. Personally, professionally, as I said, I live in Washington, D.C. Many of my colleagues work in this field. Starting from January 21st, so the first day of the new administration, things started to go sideways very quickly. The atmosphere of fear that was in the USAID building, which we're no longer in, the atmosphere of fear in terms of not knowing who was in the building, not knowing what their motivations were, not knowing if our emails or channels were safe, not knowing how to interpret these executive orders, right, around DEIA or administration priorities. All of that created an atmosphere of massive insecurity. And so people have, I think, lost the ability to know what's true from what's not at this point. Everyone is really scared. And so, you know, I have a daughter, I have a family.
I can't listen to this victim talk anymore. Okay, so you guys weren't lying. You weren't lying. 87,000 weren't hired, but it was in that range to have that many people hired in between now and I guess it was 2031 that I was seeing passively as I was going through rather quickly. So yeah, you guys weren't lying. You know, he was literally looking at hiring thousands upon thousands, up to 87,000 IRS agents to audit you and me, but now when it's time to audit the US government, no, we're not supposed to do that. We can't do that at all. And what's so interesting about this as we round everything out is that, as I always say, and as I've been saying, I guess you can say for years now, right? The people that Democrats love to warn us about, they love to be claiming that they're fighting for democracy and Trump is a dictator and they're fighting tyranny, but they're literally the ones, as always, standing in the way of democracy. Everything that we see happening now is literally what Trump ran on. He won overwhelmingly, and now that he's doing what he said he was going to do, who's standing in the way of the will of the people? This isn't the will of Trump. Trump said this, he said that this is what he was going to do, but the fact that the people overwhelmingly voted for him shows that this was the will of the people. This is what we wanted. And now Democrats are standing in the way of democracy. Let's play this in closing of Trump addressing all of this going on right now with Elon Musk.
I just noticed, I looked on the stage for the recent inauguration, and I'm looking, it's like a who's who of Washington. Well, if you look on the stage for the first one, it was just the opposite.
So some of your plays have raised some questions and had some pushbacks. 19 states attorneys general filed a lawsuit, and early Saturday, a judge agreed with them to restrict Elon Musk and his government efficiency team, DOGE, from accessing Treasury Department payment and data systems. They said there was a risk of irreparable harm. What do you make of that? And does that slow you down on what you want to do?
No, I disagree with it 100%. I think it's crazy. And we have to solve the efficiency problem. We have to solve the fraud, waste, abuse, all the things that have gone into the government. You take a look at the USAID, the kind of fraud in there.
And you found significant things.
Well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of money that's going to places where it shouldn't be going, where if I read a list, you'd say, this is ridiculous. And you've read the same lists, and there are many that you haven't even seen. It's crazy. It's a big scam. Now, there's some good money, and we can do that through any one of a number. I think I'd rather give it to Marco Rubio over at the State Department. Let him take care of the few good ones. So I don't know if it's kickbacks or what's going on, but the people, look, I ran on this, and the people want me to find it. And I've had a great help with Elon Musk, who's been terrific.
Bottom line, you say you trust him.
trust Elon? Oh, he's not gaining anything. In fact, I wonder how he can devote the time to it. He's so into it. But I told him do that. Then I'm going to tell him very soon, like maybe in 24 hours, to go check the Department of Education. He's going to find the same thing. Then I'm going to go to the military. Let's check the military. We're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse. But I can't campaign on this, Brett.
You announced tariffs on Canada.
Like he said, I campaigned on this, and look who's getting in the way of it. The people that claim to be fighting for democracy. And also, too, you know, as the video is playing, I saw, you know, Linda Valentine's comment here. I said, wait a minute. Biden did try to get our Cash App money, didn't he? And I just, you know, looked it up very quickly. And sure enough, like that was the goal. Like that's what they wanted to do. I mean, as it pertains to, you know, further auditing U.S. citizens, you know, Biden wanted our Cash App money. He wanted the Venmo money. He wanted everything. Taxing us on Cash App and taxing us on Venmo, wanting to do an audit to see how much that we're getting on our from our cash tags. That's crazy. So once again, it was okay when it was time to audit us, but it's not okay when it's time to audit them. This is what Trump ran on, and the people voted for it, meaning this was the people's will. And who's standing in the way of the will of the people? The Democrats. The very people that told you they were trying to fight and preserve democracy are standing in the way of democracy. And I'll just leave that there. So with all that being said, that does it for today's show. So I want to thank you all for joining me today, man. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram. Telegram. You will never miss a notification when you're following me on Telegram. You don't have to worry about the social media foolishness, YouTube foolishness. Oh, they unsubscribe me. If you're following me on Telegram, the link is in the description box below, and it'll be pinned in the comment section once the stream is over. You'll never miss another notification. Okay. So now let's get into the support that you all have shown me today, because I don't exist without you guys' support. So thank you very much. Shout out to my man Saul, who keeps the lights on, keeps my family fed, keeps gas in my tank. My man Saul said props to the U.S. Border Patrol and their ads last night. I know, right? That was dope. That was dope stuff, man. Shout out to my man John Gullery. He said, what's good, TD? This is from my crypto gains. Crypto gains going crazy, man. You know, ever since Trump got in, you know, everybody's crypto wallet, if you are in crypto wallet, poop, at least double. Shout out to you, John Gullery, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. And shout out to Untried Genius for 36 months of service. He said, I see them production values going up, putting Saul's donations to good use. I mean, Saul's funding the whole organization. He keeps my family fed and everything, you know. Got the new graphics on here, you know, all because it's Saul, all because it's Saul. And DSB. I didn't forget about you, DSB. Thank you, DSB. I appreciate you. Anyways, man, that does it. I got to head on out of here. But you guys take care. Have a great afternoon. Like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to me right now. And once again, follow me on Telegram, please. That is extremely important. Telegram. Peace and have a great afternoon.
All right, family. Black Power is the true power. With General Sarasun said he kick back, get your mind ready for some information that's guaranteed to be heavy. I'm excited and delighted to be accepting members to not only the Sarasun said YouTube page, but General said YouTube page, two dynamic powerhouse institutions. Y'all already know what it is. Black Power, Black Divinity. That's right. You should subscribe immediately. Don't hesitate, because you already know what it is. We got memberships for the family. Yeah, on both for both YouTube pages. The link is right down in the chat, is in the video description. All you have to do is click it. You get a video introduction rundown on the memberships, what they entail. you see one you like, you should most definitely join. You could just go to the home page and you'll see the playlist for the membership videos, and you'll see it's already some classic material up there. Go ahead, become a member today, subscribe, family, because you know you about to get that work. Ring the alarm, CINCINNATI.com, online marketplace, official general Sarasu SETI, DVD lectures, t-shirts, tank tops, hoodies, African and Kemetic jewelry, holistic tonics and remedies, home decor, accessories for every room in the house. I got something for your family. I know you're going to like it and love it. Check out that catalog, get a discount, shop and save and shop. Pull the fire alarm, generalseti.com, SETI University. We talking about over 2,500 videos. We talking about over 40 different subjects, all the subjects that you know and love from the general. We talking about Too Raw for YouTube, The Making of the White Man, The Black Woman is God, Christianity Exposed, Islam, Muhammad Matrix Exposed, Black Illuminati, Freemasonry, Hip Hop Occult. We got just so many subjects. It's mind blowing. Get over. There's no other website nowhere on the planet that could compare or compete. You should become a member today. Don't you dare hesitate. And everybody knows SETI popping on Patreon. We got that work right after this particular live stream. We're going on Patreon where we're going to be dealing with the 30,000 year worship of the Black goddess in Europe. We're going to be dealing with the Grimaldi. We're going to be dealing with the little Twa peoples of Europe that later became the leprechaun. We're going to look at the burials, ancient burials, and divine statues of the Black African goddess in Europe that precede the European ever walking on the continent. I want you in the house, family, because it's going to be dynamic. We got over 500 exclusive live streams on Patreon, only to be seen on Patreon platform. We got 5 levels for you. You can start at the very bottom and you still gonna get a treasure chest. So I want you in the house, family. And everybody, here we go right here. To all the family that donated to the family, to the general, I thank you. I appreciate you for appreciating me. Any of the family out there would like to donate. The link is right there on the screen. It's in the chat. It's in the video description. Click it, donate. I appreciate you. Make sure you subscribe right now. All the YouTube pages, man. Y'all slipping on CINCINNATI. We got that file over there. You feel me? Go on over there and get that work. You talking about Black History 365. Go on over there. You feel me? It's something waiting on you. Make sure you subscribe to all my YouTube channels, King SETI, General SETI, Sarasu SETI. Rock that notification bell. Get a video a thumbs up. Like it because you love it. Share it with your family and friends. And comment. Just don't say nothing stupid because I will ban your ass. You be done for. Okay, well, we it's all over the internet. Some nothing ass neo-Nazis showed up in the Natty. They went down there to the Natty and got that work. You see, they're gonna show up, and I don't know what of all the places you could think of, you know, you gonna show up in the Natty and shit. And I don't know. Maybe they thinking somehow that maybe niggas done lost their heart. But you can't roll the dice with some cities. It just ain't gonna work. It just ain't gonna happen. And so these neo-Nazis showed they nothing asses up in the Natty. And, you know, I put a lot of work in down there, and I can vouch them, they ain't buying it. You see what I'm saying? They ain't buying it in the Natty. There's a lot of places up through that Midwest, motherfucker. You might as well just, you know, turn around, motherfucker, go somewhere else. Because you're going to fuck around, you're going to go in, and you ain't going to get out of there. If it wasn't for the goddamn police, ain't no telling what would have happened. Their asses might would have came up missing. You feel what I'm saying? But they went down there, want to, you know, fly their flag. And you know what? They emboldened now because Trump is in power. And so, you know, we just have to continue to do what we know must be done. You know, we ain't going backwards now. We're not going backwards. We're not, our ancestors and our foremothers and forefathers, they've been through the struggles and shit, and we're not going back there now, and if y'all want to act like you want to take it there, then we're gonna meet you more than halfway. That's all it is to it, and so, where, any type of disrespect, any type of thinking that, we gonna let them especially show up in our neighborhoods and come in, you understand what I'm saying? They got to be met with a sledgehammer, straight up. You can't play with them no more. It can't be no soft talking with them. Can't be no soft talking, no compromise, because we already know what it is, We already know what it is. And so, hold on, family. Hold just a second. Let me get some water. But anyway, we got video for the family. To all the family down there in the Natty, salute Black Power, because I already know what it is down there. You see, let's put this one up first.
Today, apparent Nazis demonstrated in a greater Cincinnati neighborhood, and the people living there immediately sent the message they're not welcome. WCPO 9 News reporter Sean Delancey shows us how they drove hate out of Lincoln Heights.
Birthday flag.
Lincoln Heights community were quick to tell a group of people waving swastika flags on that overpass over I-75.
Stuck knives in their ties.
In fact, that black blob on the concrete right over there is the charred remnants of one of those flags burned to a crisp. Waving swastika flags, some armed with rifles. Eric Ruffin took this video of a group of apparent Nazis in Lincoln Heights where he says they called him the N-word.
Officially letting you know there is racism in America. This is absolutely ridiculous that I got to deal with this.
Other videos show counter.
Wait a minute, nigga. I know you didn't have no sniffle, nigga. Wait a minute. Did that nigga sniffle? Motherfucker, if you don't get a mug on your face, I'm gonna have to come down and get some goddamn classes, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Don't sniff or don't do nothing, nigga. Mug, nigga, mean mug. Straight up, you know what I'm saying? You talking about this official racism, is it? Man, nigga, listen here. You couldn't have been with the goon squad. The motherfuckers went over there and put that work in. Yeah, nigga, don't be sniffling, nigga. Get shit. When they say, no, yeah, you come on that motherfucker like a soldier. You feel me? Yeah, they brought their ass down here and goddamn it, and got to clean the tip of my goddamn boot off right now, goddamn it, because I put that motherfucker up somebody's ass. Yeah, you got to go. I'm going down here to the shoe shine. You get my boot shined up, goddamn it, because I done stuck this motherfucker up the neo-Nazi. Straight up. That's what's good. Don't be up there sniffling like you about to shed a tear, nigga. Wait a minute, hold on.
Protesters breaking through a police line to confront them. The group that eventually grew to more than 100 took a swastika emblazoned flag and set it aflame, leaving just this blob. Charlene Evans helped set it on fire.
In this neighborhood, we do stand for something. This here turf is golden soil, and it won't be tarnished with things like that.
One man arranged bullets to spell out LH on the flag, a message not to return to Lincoln Heights. to lower the temperature.
We need you, Lord. Now
Lincoln Heights Baptist Church began a spontaneous prayer.
it's all about faith. We are doing the work of God.
Still, anger went beyond the white supremacist display to the police who kept the group separate.
Nobody's coming to save us. They allowing the Nazis in.
In a statement, the Evendale Police Department says that while the protest was very offensive, it was not illegal. Look, the Sheriff's Department responding in a statement of their own that they responded to de-escalate the situation and make sure that no one was hurt. Looking forward.
Yeah, but that's that bullshit because they know what's gonna happen. You know, you know what's gonna happen when they show up talking about it's not illegal. Yeah, but goddamn it, I tell you what, go over and let them go down there into one of them Jewish communities and see how that shit go. Yeah, let them go and set up in one of them goddamn Jewish communities and see how that shit goes. See how illegal it be. See if they can go set up in any Jewish community anywhere in the United States and do that. You know, and so yeah, them goddamn police down there they are part of the group. You know, they are part of the group. They ain't gonna let you set up no red, black, and green. And it's not racist, but you know, in that sense, you know. But here it is, the neo-Nazi, and we know what what their resume is. We know what they bring. They're gonna bring a foul-mouthed, piece of shit ass, nothing ass neo-Nazi. You know, they're going to come down there spewing all that racist ass rhetoric. They know what the hell they going to bring. I mean, they got goddamn video of these motherfuckers all over the internet and shit. They know what they going to bring. So you mean it's not illegal for you to set up, and that's a goddamn lie. Because there ain't no way they're going to let them set up in no Jewish community and do no shit like that. Okay, ain't no goddamn Islamic group gonna go and set up in front of the White House or any of that shit. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, so you sit up here and talking about what's illegal and what's not illegal. You know, you can't do that shit to any and everybody because they gonna put it. Even when they putting that paperwork in, shit. They're going to let them know from the beginning, you can't even get this shit approved to be able, and then they can set up and over a damn interstate passway and stand in front of everybody riding down the damn street that they can fly a neo-Nazi. Them goddamn police is down there is neo-goddamn Nazis. You see? Yeah, they neo-Nazis. And that's why I tell, and that's why we got to be on our shit. That's why you niggas out there talking that crazy shit. That's why we have to support one another right here, the home team. Ain't nobody coming over here to help our ass because motherfuckers is wherever they at, they catching hell where they better worry about where the fuck they at and hold down their own goddamn community. Yeah, hold down their own goddamn community. These motherfuckers is rearing their head all over the world. They in South Africa. They cutting off, and we don't know what it is. It is what it is. But at the same time, this was coming anyway. It ain't like it was always. It ain't until the final. It's like the final fight. You know what I'm saying? When you got to see the final boss and shit, that final fight, it ain't over. It ain't gonna never be over. And people keep running from it, and that's what I keep telling motherfuckers. But see, motherfuckers used to always say, Sandy, what you talking about? Well, I say, and I always told them, motherfucker, you ain't got the revolution. They gonna knock on your door, bitch, nigga. Cause you keep running. You running too goddamn much. You ain't got to worry about it. I know you's a soft nigga. I know you ain't gonna bring it to him. He gonna bring it to you. I've been told y'all that. He gonna knock on your door, bitch ass nigga. So you just, how you gonna open the door, nigga? That's just how it is. And so, they thinking black people gonna fumble the ball. They think we not gonna fold like that. And we should have an understanding that it is, But we got a much more powerful presence than anybody on the goddamn planet. You see, because the reality is people could say what the fuck they want to say about us. You know, we could cause a world uprise. You know, and people looking at us, they talk that shit. But, you know, the things that we do resonate all over the goddamn world. We could cause a world uprise, especially if we stand on our damn square and represent like we supposed to represent. Ain't no going backwards. Do not go backwards. The only place for us to go is forward. It ain't we can't even step to the side. That shit done been done before. The only direction that we can move is forward. And we cannot be we cannot be detoured. We're not gonna be, we're not gonna be intimidated by shit. Because we already know what going backwards, nigga, it's a wrap. You can hang it up if that's the direction you going. It ain't gonna be no cooning and bowing down and none of that. That shit is over with. It been over with. So yeah, the fact that they want to pick and choose and shit, and and thinking that people's is soft, that they could just show up to somebody community and spew racist rhetoric like that. Let them keep marching, and y'all niggas march right along with their ass. Every time they march, you march. Y'all got to have somebody down there pulling them records and shit. And when they march, you get a goddamn march right along with their ass. Yeah, get a march on, and every time they get ready to show up in Auburn, man, have a goddamn rally. Bring everybody in the goddamn city down there on their ass and shit. If they want to bring them in, goddamn it, be prepared to goddamn bring in the goddamn, however the state police and whoever else you got to bring in that motherfucker. You see, because we gonna be there every fucking time. You can see these motherfuckers out here, and so I'm like, motherfucker, I'm like, go, I'm out that bitch. My face always been that way. I'm like the Ghost Rider, nigga. You know what I'm saying? A motherfucker look like a motherfucking skull. You know what I'm saying? With eyes and shit on fire. That's how I'm out in this bitch. Look, I don't play no game. You know what I'm saying? The first motherfucking time and shit. I'm going all the way where I need to go to get an understanding. And you got to do the same thing. You think they've been doing, they didn't master this shit. They ain't, it ain't like they didn't master the art of intimidation and bullying and terrorizing. They the terrorists. Yeah, they the terrorists and shit. Come in somebody goddamn neighborhood and let these motherfuckers stand over the overpass and shit. I see the family down there bossing up on their ass. And the police is out there with some neo-Nazis and shit. And some of them with some niggas. Some of them with some niggas out there protecting the goddamn, protecting these neo-Nazis. Yeah. Yeah, they out there with, and yeah, they march. Yeah. I'm proud of Cincinnati, man. I'm glad they stepped the fuck up, because people keep thinking our peoples is no sir, no sir, no sir. Our peoples is they know what time it is. Yeah, and they pull up with and so you know what I'm telling y'all, you listen to me, and as we see, and I see that they pull down there with that damn U-Haul. Y'all got to be careful of motherfuckers riding around in your goddamn community with U-Haul trucks. I ain't saying rush up, but when you seeing motherfuckers, especially if they white boys and shit, and they riding around in your goddamn neighborhood with U-Haul trucks and shit, man, I used to tell this story, man. When I was in high school. Yeah, I was in high school, right? I was in the 12th grade. Now my uncle had I already knew Dr. Ben and shit and this, that, and the third. And I'm in the heart of Detroit. and I see a raid van. You know how the police be in them raid vans. And I'll look, right, and I'll say, damn, you know, but it wasn't, I could see it was a skinhead type motherfucker. He was bald headed and shit. And I looked and shit like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is he, you know, what the fuck is you doing in Detroit, right? And I'm staring at this motherfucker, and he stared, you know, and man, listen, the motherfucker pulled around. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this was a grown ass man. I had to take evasive action. Yeah, I had to, yeah, my peoples was right across the street and shit. I had to try to get to something, you know what I'm saying? Because he came back. Yeah, the motherfucker tried to turn around like he was, you know, he was about that life. Yeah, yeah. And so I say, well, let me go on over here and let me get near something. You know what I'm saying? But they be rolling through your neighborhood. They think that's, you know, they think that's a high for them. You know, they get high off of that type of shit. You know, thinking you ain't aware and shit and this, that, and the third. Yeah, I ain't bullshit. I say, let me get near something. This motherfucker, he bowed it. He must got something in his lap right there. I say, yeah, okay. You see, so yeah, motherfuckers be out here thinking, and I tell a nigga like that. You know, motherfuckers thinking some of these motherfuckers got that $30, and so, cause they know they need it. But you know, you just have to, you got to be prepared. You know, if you want to come to the party, you got to be prepared for that. But yeah, I'm proud to see Cincinnati step out there and stand on business for real, send a message, and it's gonna ripple too. It's gonna ripple effect. You're gonna see motherfuckers, they're gonna see that we just ain't the one to come, you know. We ain't the one to that you could just show up, nigga, and think we gonna cower. See, y'all, they didn't fucked up the intel. They didn't misread the intel. You know, we move on a frequency y'all motherfuckers y'all can't relate to. Yeah, y'all can't relate to this frequency and shit. So yeah, it was a matter of fact, I got one more. I think the young G's out there after they ran up on their ass.
Burn that shit, man. Burn that bitch, man. You feel me? Burn that bitch up.
Burn it up.
Burn that bitch up.
Burn it up.
Yeah. I'm out. Off in 10 shit.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, burn that bitch up. Blaze one for the team. Blaze one for the team. Yeah, Black Power. Yeah, Blaze one for the team. Yeah, I salute all you G's out there that stood on business. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, you know, I always know it's that kernel of energy that's right there, that spark up and shit, you know, and we're in the house. Yeah, he said some more funny shit. I seen it on another video. I didn't get it, but I seen it on another video. I was just trying to get as much you know, information on what went down and shit. And so y'all just get ready, because they fly a whole lot of more flags. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come out here, and matter of fact, I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm gonna bring out a lot of the little flags that they like to wear, fly and shit, and y'all just be aware. You know, this is what we're gonna put out there. You know, so you be aware when you and listen to me. When you're out there driving, check them cars, check them bumpers, them bumper stickers and shit, and little flags. Know who the fuck around you. You see, you know, you got the signs and symbols and shit. You got to know the signs and symbols. You got to be able to read this shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, pens too. That's right. All that. You got to know it. So you can identify motherfucker, because they don't think you know it. You know, they don't think you know it, but I'm getting busy. I'm gonna get busy. You know I am. You know I'm gonna get busy. It'd be a season. It be seasons and shit. But we getting, I'm getting strong and shit, and we'll see real soon. You feel me? But in the meantime, y'all, I'm gonna still give you the information. I'm not gonna be out in the open. I'm almost definitely. You just stay with me, and I'm gonna get you that knowledge from where I'm at, and you maintain and you grow. And like I said, we're gonna talk about this tomorrow. If you're on here right now, I want you to hit that goddamn subscribe button. Hit it right now. Don't you get up off of here and don't hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. This the type of information our people need to see and hear. Some people got the little video. We need more. We need the commentary that's necessary to motivate our people, to continue to move forward. So hit the like button, subscribe, go over to the other page and do the same thing. I'll be right back. We just getting started. Arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast daily. Liberation through African education and confrontation. Black power.
In Aurora, students in a social justice class at Smoky Hill High School are learning that caring for people often means meeting their basic needs. And now they're putting that into practice. As part of their curriculum, they're running a food bank for their peers in need. Your reporter in Aurora, Michael Abeda, joining us live from the school now. And Michael, you've learned many students and their families there are getting this support.
Yeah, that's right. The students here at Smoky Hill High School that are running that food pantry are serving a large need. They say they've served 70 families so far this year.
I can get the food and you can get the snack.
Smoky Hill High School seniors Jasani Boleros and Desire G are busy gathering food for one of their peers. They just don't know who it is.
When we set up the orders, we don't say the name. We don't go up to the people. We send it to the office and then the office gives it to them.
This is the Buffs Pantry, a program run by students to help out Smoky Hill families when they're having a tough time. They say it really helps their peers.
They get a little bit more relief throughout their high school year because they know this is here for them and they don't have to feel like they're the loner in class.
The Buffs Pantry is a part of their social justice class. Initially, the class was created to give students a space to discuss social issues and tough topics. But 2 years ago, they got the opportunity to take over the food pantry. Sarah Ogady, the teacher of the class, says the kids have revolutionized the way it's run.
This space really highlights just how ingenious they can be, especially when they're given creative freedom to do things.
The students are the ones who came up with the idea of anonymous requests, and they came up with a QR code their peers can scan that takes them to a web page where they can sign up for food assistance anonymously. Ogady says their action fits in perfect with the theme of the class.
Being a good citizen and part of a community is like figuring out who needs the most help and who maybe isn't asking for it and finding a way to outreach to those people.
The students say running this food bank has shown them that if they want to change the world, they need to start by caring for people's basic needs.
Since we are a social justice activism class, that's a way for us to advocate for other students.
Now, students get the hygiene supplies and food that they need to give out through food drives and donations. In Aurora, Michael Abeta, covering Colorado First.
Michael, thank you.
Greetings. Let me see if I can get this microphone working right. Greetings, fam. How's everyone doing? All right, y'all got to give me a heads up and let me know y'all out there. All right. Let me see. Peace. This is Professor Griffin. Of course, this is Arm the Masses right here on Black Power Media Reloaded. All right. Shout out to Kalanji Chaba Shanga. All right, doing a wonderful job over there with the brothers and sisters as far as the team is concerned, making it happen, trying to build a network. All right, but the network cannot be built without you. Shout out to the Ernster. What's good with you, man? Gary's Garage, man. The double G in the building. All right. Mrs. Moore, what's happening with you? All right. Byron Wall, what's good? All right. No, we will not be discussing the Super Bowl. No. I'd like to discuss that Palestinian flag that was flown at halftime, but the networks didn't want to show, but we're not even discussing that. All right. It's kind of fly if you saw it, but y'all didn't see it. So, yeah. I'm going to let y'all go with that one. All right. Anyway, in any event, all right, this is Professor Griff, and this is Arm the Masses right here on Black Power Media Reloaded. Of course, you might be watching this. You might be seeing this on Serious Minds on YouTube, Facebook, or wherever you're watching this at. But wherever you're watching this at, it's a beautiful thing. Wherever you're hearing the sound of my voice, it's a beautiful thing. But this cannot be what it is without you. So we need y'all involved. All right. Today's subject, we are simply going to send our positive energy out to the family of Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. All right. And we're going to discuss some of his work. All right. So if you can, in the meantime, in between time, if you're unfamiliar with Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. and his work, we affectionately call it the code. Could you please do me a favor? Google the man right now. Go search the man, whatever search engine you use. You might not use Google. You might use some other stuff. Find out who the man, look up the compensatory code. All right. We need to know who the man is. Can we at least do that, fam? All right. We owe the man that much. But anyway, I want to figure out, navigate through the madness. Where are you tuning in from, fam? Where are you tuning in from? All right. We're going to give a shout out to wherever you're tuning in from. Let me know if that's possible. I already know the ATL is in the house because a couple of y'all already let me know y'all in the building. All right. Okay. All right. Austin, Texas. All right. Austin, Texas. I got you. Got you. Durham, North Carolina. Fort Lauderdale. California. What part of California? Why you keep doing that, man? California's big as hell. What part of California? Detroit's in the building. Houston, Texas. Philly. Dallas is in the building. Memphis showing up like a fat rat in a cheese factory. All right, Philly. Orangeburg. Okay, I'm learning. Arkansas girl, what's happening with you? Vanessa. Boulder, Colorado. Illinois is in the house. San Diego. All right. After y'all let me know that y'all in the building, go look up Neely Fuller Jr. so we can start this conversation. 585 Rochester, New York. Why does that sound familiar? I used to live in Rochester. I don't think my address was 585, though. I used to live on Garson Avenue in Rochester because I went to East High in Rochester, New York. Alabama's in the building. South Central Cali, Spartanburg, South Carolina's in the building. Aurora, Colorado. All right. Africa City. All right. Got you. All right. Anyway, in any event, family, we're going to be talking about and sending our good brother home, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. Rest in power, good brother. All right. We're going to talk about some of his work today, and we definitely need y'all to chime in. Even if you just hitting up to tell us what you've learned from Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., that would be a beautiful thing for young people to hear. All right. So I'm going to play a couple of clips, and hopefully we can kind of make this thing happen. Let's do this. All right, the DMV checking in. Southpaw Panther. All right. Okay. Let's see.
Quietly looked upon as a bunch of jokes. But people talk nice to us because they don't want to be bothered with us. They'll talk nice, but at the same time in their thoughts, they couldn't think anything else except these people are just about completely worthless as any creatures can possibly be.
All right, so we talk about Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. You have to understand the context in which this good brother over here laid out a body of work with Neely Fuller in cartoon form. So understand the dynamic. I'm going to adjust my camera for everyone on Instagram so y'all can see what we're dealing with over here, because we might be diving in kind of deep. So I'm going to give y'all the benefit of kind of viewing it from this perspective. All right. All right. So in any event, this is Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. It's in cartoon form. And I believe this brother either might come out of Canada. I'm not sure. And we'll find out where he's from. All right. We'll just kind of go from there. All right. Anyway, let's listen.
Listen. If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Now, sometimes people say, well, you mean everything that I understand will confuse me if I don't understand racism? Yes, because racism is the dominant political and religious motivating force among the people of the planet in all 9 areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That covers just about everything that any person, minute by minute, might be doing or engaged in any time of day or night, anywhere on the planet. And now, Mr. Neely Fuller. If you do not understand white supremacy, which is racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you.
All right. If nothing else about Dr. Neely Fuller, if you do not understand anything else, it is that one point right there. If you do not understand racism, white supremacy, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. All right. If you've seen the flyer or the thumbnail to this particular talk, today I had Dr. Neely Fuller Jr.'s picture up with Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. And Dr. Frances Cress Welsing thanks and mentions Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. in this book right here, the ISIS Papers. All right. They were comrades in the struggle. And it's a beautiful thing. So if you do not understand racism, white supremacy, most of us are walking around in this world without a fundamental working definition of racism, white supremacy, in which I think we need to get under our belts and under our caps so we can understand and have some kind of perspective from and of which we're coming from which we're coming from. All right, don't worry about my English. English is a foreign language to Black people in America. All right, so don't look at it like you're speaking bad English. You're speaking broken English. We can have a whole damn show on Black people being the ones on the planet, as far as the vast majority of us learning a foreign language. Most of the times this was beat into us, but nonetheless, we have managed to articulate aspects of who we are. We've managed to articulate our struggle. We've managed to articulate a few things about our open enemy and about how we view and see the world, whether it's through the lens of ancestors or just through our own lens. So don't worry about my English. You take what you think I'm trying to say and put it in that fine language that you speak. You can correct anything. All right? With the filters that you have. Because your ass will filter a goddamn pimple on my face. All right? And be real, real critical. Yes, you will. Stop playing. Because I've seen some of the nasty ass comments that you leave on my show. So stop playing with me. Anyway. All right. So that one point you have to understand. So if you don't have a working fundamental definition of racism right now, all right, I think that's where some of us, matter of fact, all of us need to start. All right. Do I have this light? I do have this light. All right. So let me read a definition to you. All right. Now this is from the ISIS papers. If you don't have this book on your shelf, if you don't have the ebook, all right. If you don't have the audio book, all of which you can find online, all right? Or if you don't have it, just hit your brother, Professor Griff, up. I got you. But you have to have one of the three. I'd say get all three. Get the audio book, get the ebook, and get the physical book. All right? So the working fundamental definition of racism, white supremacy is as follows. All right? As a Black behavioral scientist, this is Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talking, and practicing general and child psychiatrist, my current functional definition of racism, white supremacy is as follows. The local and global power system structured and maintained by persons who classify themselves as white, whether consciously or subconsciously determined. This system consists of patterns of perception, logic, symbol formation, thought, speech, action, and emotional response as conducted simultaneously in all areas of people activity. Hold on. These areas of people activity are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war for the ultimate purpose to preserve the system. And this system is to prevent white genetic survival or annihilation, on the planet Earth, a planet of which the overwhelming majority of people are classified as non-white, Black, brown, red, and yellow by white-skinned people. All right. All of the non-white people are genetically dominant in terms of skin coloration compared to the genetically recessive white-skinned people. All right, we are dominant. Black people are dominant. Under the term Black, before the Black Laws Dictionary, we were. All the other definitions you want to refer to yourself as, fine with me. Long as you get the definition of racism, white supremacy correct in your psyche. All right? Okay. That is the definition of racism, white supremacy. Let's understand that from its core, from Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. All right, let's finish with the clip.
Only confuse you. Only confuse you. I know you. I know your father, your grandfather. I had them in chains. You can get in each other's face. You can run around with your little 9mm killing each other. Don't you get in my face at all.
This is coming from white man's perspective.
I'll let you talk and act.
White woman's perspective.
Sometimes let you talk and act tough to me. But remember, I'm letting you do this. So I don't have to let you do anything, including breathing. And nothing can stop me. And you don't know anybody who's big enough to do it. So quit acting. And that's what I say in the books that I've written. We need to stop being actors. We're always talking about keeping it real. That's Black people in the Northwestern Hemisphere. We're the most unrealistic people on the planet.
Now, I don't know what segment of people that he's talking about. All right. But there are some people that keep it a buck, keep it 100, keep it real. Some people are truly about that life. All right. You understand what I'm saying? So maybe he's talking about a segment of Black people. I'm not sure, but you're listening to it as I'm listening to it. So you kind of filter it like I'm filtering it. Let's move on. All right. We're only going to do a few more minutes of this, a couple of clips. All right.
Quietly looked upon as a bunch of jokes. But people talk nice to us because they don't want to be bothered with us. They'll talk nice, but at the same time in their thoughts, they couldn't think anything else except these people are just about completely worthless as any creatures can possibly be.
Now, I read some comments as I was doing the research for this show today, and it talked about, they were saying about Neely Fuller Jr. He's basically saying, yes, they were saying that I understand what he was saying. There's a lot of things that they said that they disagree with. All right. So I say, probably so it is with the majority of us, because it's a new concept that we're trying to understand. But if that is the case, then there's nothing wrong with you feeling and thinking that. If that is the case, work it out in your own mind. And then let's come together to have the discussion about it. Nonetheless, Neely Fuller Jr. is a master teacher among us. All right. And a master teacher teaches and he affects generations. All right. So now my children's children know about Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. and have to be able to apply what he taught us. You're not going to understand everything he taught us. You're not going to agree with everything that he taught us, but you know, that's just human nature. All right. So let's understand how this particular thing works. All right. Charles Wilson, thank you very much. Charles Wilson says, I love Neely Fuller Jr.'s knowledge. He spoke all facts and truth. Give thanks. Rochelle Love says, R.I.P. Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. Autumn says he's a master teacher, and he is, Autumn. Thank you very much, Autumn. John Trey says the psyche. You're right. We got to unlearn some things to learn some things. All right. We have to unlearn some things to learn some things. And there's nothing wrong with that. All right. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm trying to find this other clip of Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., which he kind of goes in and breaks down the idea of this, the code, where he talks about his book. All right. Hold on. I wanted to find where he talks about the compensatory code. All right. Well, before I do that, I want to play one where he talks about the psychopaths. All right. No.
Do you know how to spell? Or are you just a bucula of truculent? Because I'm not the one. I know a lot more than probably what you do. I'm probably older than you. I'm very sophisticated and I'm highly talented.
Spell it one more time for me.
Absolutely, and they do it even at the what we call the lowest level. They'll tell you that you are now a high school graduate. You say, well, how am I a high school graduate? Because I said so, and here's a piece of paper that I made out 15 minutes ago, and I put your name on it, and I'm giving it to you. Because I'm the one who determines what people know and what they don't know. I'm the God here. So I'm saying that you know these things. And so you take the piece of paper and you look at it and you say, now, okay, that's nice. It sure is pretty. You know, it looks good. Got my name on it too. Say, okay, I gave you the piece of paper saying that you now have a degree of knowledge that I have given you. And I put your name on it that I have given you.
Wow.
And you say, okay, now what can I do with this? I'll talk to you about that later. Well, what do I do in the meantime? Just try to stay out of trouble. That I'm going to see to it that you get in.
Wow.
But you go over there to this building or that building and get in line, and we might have something for you. Depends on how I feel by the time you get there. By the time you get over there in my brother's place. Because you can't do nothing with that piece of paper except what we say that you will do with it.
And that's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a concept. They give you some kind of degree in which you'll already know by studying some of the work that I've done where we talked about the educational system and the degrees. It works like sometimes like the Masonic Order and other sororities and fraternities, you have to move in degrees. It works like some religious books where you have to move in ayats or surahs or chapters or this kind of thing. So we have to understand this particular dynamic and how all of this kind of works. All right. Okay. So yeah, fam. Nearly Fuller kind of laid it out for us, and I put the link in the chat for anyone to come on. Even if you want to come on, I'd rather you come on rather than being combative. Just come on and let us know what you pulled. In short, let us know what you gained from sitting at the digital feet of our elder, because most of us were not privy to go to some of those lectures and those talks where you actually physically saw Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. All right. I put the link in the chat. Anyone would like to come on. I want to find this thing on code, compensatory code. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Nearly Fuller Jr. with code. All right. Well, I think I might have something here, fam. Let's see what happens. Let me share the screen.
See, it always comes down to procedure. See, black people love slogans. You know, black power, fist in the air. We love a lot of drama. Dark glasses and looking ominous and all this kind of stuff, and dreadlocks and all the rest of it. I mean, to assert our manhood, that's a whole bunch of nothing. I mean, let's face it. We got to deal with truth. I mean, black people more than any people on the earth talk about keeping something real. And we're the most unrealistic people that ever existed in the history of the universe. Because we won't, first of all, tell the truth about our prison-like state and the system of white supremacy. We have to understand the system that we're in and stop pretending. Stop being actors. Stop pretending to be fathers. Stop pretending to be mothers. Stop pretending to be something other than what we are, victims of white supremacy. Because now some people will say, well, if we look at ourselves as victims, that kills the spirit. No, it doesn't. See, black people want all these wonderful reports. We are great when it comes to drama and pageantry. We want somebody to tell us how great we are because we're just so black and proud. Well, it doesn't make sense in the system of white supremacy. We don't have anything to be proud about. But that doesn't mean that we just go around and forever be heads down, hand dog.
Right.
It means you do like any people do who have odds against them. Know what the odds are and start codifying how you are going to overcome these odds, and don't spend 5 minutes bragging about yourself.
Listen.
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Now, sometimes people say, well, you mean everything that I understand will confuse me if I don't understand racism? Yes, because racism is the dominant political and religious motivating force among the people of the planet.
All right. Hold on. Sean, what's good with you, man? All right, Sean, I brought you up, but I don't see you. Hold on. Let me turn my music down just a little. Sean, you on, but I don't see you. You got your camera on? All right, you got to come back on, Sean. I tried to bring Sean on, but
politics, religion, sex, and war. That covers just about everything that any person, minute by minute, might be doing or engaged in any time of day or night, anywhere on the planet. That's why I tell black people, just to make yourself feel good, don't pump yourself up on a lie. Don't go around talking about, that you don't believe, because you say you don't believe in white supremacy, that, the white supremacists don't tell you what to do, and you're walking around on this planet as black as can be and saying that the white supremacists don't tell you what to do. I run my own business. They don't run my business. I run my own business. Well, stop and think. Stop and think and ask yourself, are you really telling the truth? No, these people don't tell me what to do. That's why I'm where I am today. Well, where are you today? If you're black and anywhere on this planet, exactly where are you today? Anywhere on this planet, if you're not under the system of white supremacy. That's the question. I started off this program like I start off and continue in all programs because it's a scientific fact. All problems are solved through the process of what? Questions and answers. So when a black person says, no white supremacists tell me what to do, oh, then the question is, does anybody tell you what to do, ever? And if so, who, when, where? And then go through the 9 areas of activity. Does anybody tell you what to do in economics? Does anybody tell you what to do and what you better not do in education? Does anybody tell you what to do and what not to do in entertainment, in labor, in law, in politics, in religion, in sex, in war? And if the answer you give me, and you're black, is that nobody tells me what to do. I'm my own boss. I got my own business and everything. You need to stop and think about what you're actually saying.
All right. Let's dive into that for a second. Shout out to Noni. Noni, what's good with you? All right. All the way from the port land in Oregon. Shout out to Noni. All right. Shout out to Noni family and company. I see you over there, little sis. About to take the reins, doing your thing. All right. Anyway, so Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. just kind of lays it out really, really raw. It's going to take some degree of processing, all right, if you're going to kind of understand the mind of a white supremacist. If you're tuning into what's going on around the world today, you saw in, I believe it was Ohio, where the white supremacists were marching. And yeah, black people kind of came together and just was not going for it. All right. They was even joined by a couple of other white people. All right. So it's going to go down. It's going to happen. There's just a degree of them that's not going to lay down and see how this thing is playing out, even though they have white supremacists in the White House, even though they got white supremacists in the cabinet. All right. They have the Senate. They have Congress. There's white supremacists that's just, yeah, that's there running things. And if you don't know what a white supremacist is, or if you don't know what white supremacy is, go look it up. All right. Not your sophisticated definition of what you think it might be. All right. Understand it from the perspective of people that not only coined the phrase, understand it from the perspective of people that have lived it, lived under its thumb. All right. Then we can go so far as to look at the people that are the perpetrators and to put the system in place. And then we can compare our notes. All right. All right. I'm going to take the hold on for a second. I'm going to take the invite yet again, and I'm going to put it inside of the chat. All right. I'm going to put it inside the chat. And if you don't want to come on, just send a positive message. I'll put it up on the screen. We're sending our good brother home, and we're remembering our good brother, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., who gave us the compensatory code, a book we affectionately call the Code. All right. Wow. Okay. All right, in the meantime, between time, let me look at this. Let me share my screen with you, and let's dialogue. All right. Let me see if I can blow this up a little over here on IG. If I could, just let y'all see the cover. This is the United Independent Compensatory Code System and Concept, A Compensatory Counter-Racist Codified Word Guide by Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. This is only just a few excerpts, and they tore a few pages out of his book. And I found the flip book of it. Let me just do this here. I found a flip book of it. There's only a couple of pages of it. If you do not understand racism, white supremacy, racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., 1971. I'm flipping the page now, and the introduction is here and the preface. So you can actually find the book online. Like I said, the audio book, some cats have brothers that actually came and broke the book down. They have discussions about this, study groups centered around the particular book. All right. So when it talks about the whole idea of the importance of correct context, understand this particular work in its correct context. All right. Thank you very much, Vanessa L. King. All right. So we talked about the importance of correct context. A lot of times we have these discussions and we start out on the branch level instead of going down to the root level. All right. We must understand from the root level, in which I try to get people that come on the show, I try to get them to understand. One gentleman wanted to come on and he wanted to talk about there's no such thing as black towns and cities and that kind of thing. And I just try to get him to understand it from a root level instead of being out there on the branches. And we have to cross collateralize things and we have to cross reference. All right. Okay. So it's only a few pages that they give you in this flip book because it's part of the Internet Archives. All right. So please, let me go back to the original page. United Independent Compensatory Code System and Concept. Neely Fuller Jr. Look his book up, study it. All right. So we can have a fundamental working definition of racism, white supremacy. All right. All right. My favorite Neely Fuller lectures about bragging and black people coming together for constructive plans. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Neely Fuller Jr. let us know it was up to ourselves in first person, not in third person. Okay, give thanks. Today I came across a video, a couple of going through the King Alfred plan. I was taken aback because most people not having this much needed discussion anymore. Okay. All right. Here is the link to the stream if you want to come on. All right. StreamYard.com/SPB4. V as in Victor, Black Panther, BB. P as in Paul, 5, number 5, and letter D as in dog. All right. Okay. I'm going to play a couple of more clips, well, at least one more clip, and then we're going to end this broadcast. All right, fam? All right. Let me share my screen. All right, let's talk.
Rather than use the term white supremacy, use the term white aggression. Okay, put that on the board. Erase the term white supremacy, put white aggression on the board. Does that change the circumstances? I have found that it doesn't. You can switch words around and play with words all you want to. I say that to people based on logic. But if the situation is the same, what does supreme means? Why are you afraid of it? Anything can be supreme, you know. I mean, if you let it, and we let the system of white supremacy exists, simply because we think we can wish it away. We don't make any effort to replace it with a better system. And that better system would be the system of justice, logically speaking. They say, yeah, but, you're giving, those white aggressors, they ain't nothing. I mean, you're giving them too much credit. I'm not giving them anything other than what the rest of us are giving. I mean, I'm giving them what I'm giving them, and that is what they demand that they want. Now, if that ain't supreme, I don't know what is. I do what they tell me to do. That's supreme, folks. I don't tell them what to do. They tell me what to do. I'm a prisoner of war. I was born in a prison. Every non-white person who is existing now, truth be told, is a prisoner of the system of white supremacy. That's why we are protesting how we are being treated. They are not protesting how they are being treated by us. That's supreme. That's what supreme means. It doesn't mean you're good. See, people get the two words mixed up. Words are very important. If you say white aggression, yes, it's white aggression. That's how they got to be supreme. They were very aggressive in becoming supreme. They say we're going to take over the non-white people of this world, black, brown, red, and yellow, and having them begging us about whether or not they'll be able to eat tomorrow or today or sleep tonight, because we can kill them anytime we want to, all of them. And they can't kill us anytime they want to kill us, because a lot of them might want to kill us right now, but they don't have the know-how, and they ain't got the muscle. All right, just like, in the Corleones, if you want to use the Godfather movie as an example. Hey, who has the muscle? Who has the muscle? Well, if we had it, then they wouldn't be treating us like this. This is the kind of thinking that gets black people in trouble when they jump out of a car when they're being pulled over and an armed person walks up to them, and that person has a white face who may or may not be a racist, and all of a sudden, woof, 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 woof. Black people have, a lot of us have these big, heavy voices. A lot of us been lifting weights and all like that, and we got a lot of muscle in our bodies, but not a whole lot of muscle, the record has shown, in our brains. All right? We are not known to be the most brainiest people in the world. Truth be told. And the white supremacists know that because they have seen to it that we haven't learned very much in the little time that we have been under their tutelage, because they block us from learning. But we walk around trying to make ourselves believe that we know everything, and that does not pay off very well, particularly when we start trying to express it in the form of counter-aggression against the aggressor. Like I said, many of us, and I've seen it, and some of us have experienced it, jumping out of the car, woof, 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 woof. You ain't gonna put them cuffs on me. I mean, I got my rights. I know what my rights are. I'm tired of this. Woof, 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 woof. Okay, all right, woof, woof, woof. And what is the record shown? That most of us who do that wind up out of this world.
You gotta be mindful of what you say nowadays. You can't say, yeah. Anyway. Peace, 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 man.
You know, we got the books, boy. You know the compendium is here. you know the book is here, man. And then you gotta get his student. You know the book is here. We know the book is here.
Right. Peace. How you feel, Mr. King Simon, sir?
Man, rest in power with our brother Neely. I used to talk to him regularly on his phone, man. And he was born October 6, 1926.
Oh, okay.
So already born under that educational number and that deep thought pattern frequency, man. I'm so man. And I was trying to call him all from his birthday. I've been trying to call, but he wouldn't answer. So obviously he was going through some stuff. You know, his health is. I mean, he would only show up on certain shows. You know, I used to hear him on the Cows show and all
Carl
those.
Nelson show.
Yeah, and the Carl Nelson show. Yep. So
yeah.
I tried to get him on, but he said he wasn't doing lectures anymore. Cause I wanted to bring him out, but I understood. You know, he was getting older. He didn't want to do that. So, but man, it's I'm glad that you're doing this show, Griff, because you know that brother was. He's the building of the melanated Rushmore, the building of the building of the melanated Rushmore mountains. You know what I'm saying? So and there's B more, not even Rushmore, it's B more. Right. You know, and I'm proud of the journey, man, that he's had and educate. And you know, I remember when I called him and got the book and he sent it to me. I believe no, he didn't get to sign it. But he definitely sent it to me because you had to order it directly for him at that time, man. Boy, he's gonna be deeply missed. And he always had that strong voices. I used to talk to him. I used to talk to Dr. Sabi. All these guys had some very strong, powerful, penetrating voices, man. Right. It's gonna be a deep thing, man. I don't know when the funeral is. I don't know if they put it out, but or they're gonna stream it or something. But I hope whatever it does, man, I hope they do him justice whenever it happens.
We got to begin to know the process. And there's several different processes on how we send our elders home. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some of us are quiet, like myself.
Yeah.
It's hard for me, after my dad and my mom and a couple of members of my family, it's really hard for me to do funerals.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It takes me a lot longer to get back to myself. You know what I'm saying? Jesse Paris said he was 95 years old.
Yeah.
Woo! Wow. Man.
Yeah.
Wow. That's critical, man. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't realize that at all, man.
That he what?
That he was 95 years old.
No, well, I got his number and his birthday because I asked him his birthday immediately. He born 1926. He would be 98.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He told me his birthday personally. So I got it right here. I got his phone number. Look at that right here.
He would be 98.
He would have been 98.
Yo, he's lived.
1926. He told me I could, I'm not gonna show his number because maybe somebody else have it, but but he told me, I asked him his birthday immediately when he was born. He said, King Simon, I'm born 1926.
Right.
Right. That voice is something. Yeah, he's 98. He passed on. So, whoo. Yeah, we could only pray to live that long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you kind of think I got another 30 then.
Yeah, that's right.
To live if that's the case.
Yeah, my grandfather, he lived to 103, so I know it's possible.
Somebody did the math, man. Mrs. Moore said no, he would have been 95 in October.
Really?
Yeah. 96 in October or 95?
But if he told me he was born 1926, he told me he was born 19. That's what I'm saying. 1926 from 2024 or 2024 take away 1926 is 98. That's what he told me. That's what the year he told me he was born.
Right.
Unless he's mistaken on his birthday.
But a lot of times a lot of people didn't reveal their actual born day because a lot of them didn't have birth certificates and this kind of thing.
Right.
That birth certificate thing didn't happen to when with not John D. Rockefeller. I forgot the gentleman's name that instituted that birth certificate thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because like I said, he told me it was 1996. He told me he was born 1926. That's what he told me. He was born 1926.
Right.
So I'm like, hey, I can show it to you better than I can tell you. Right. But again,
I said they went on Wikipedia. You can't go by Wikipedia. That shit is wicked as hell.
Yeah. Like I said, I called him. I got his 202 number right here. I got his number. So I know. I talked to him. I asked him directly. Right. I don't know about everything else. Everybody else got, even Shahrazad Ali's birthday is not right up there. But she wasn't born around April, or she wasn't born in August. I think they put
They,
either
they
April.
don't have my race, nationality, or whatever, or my name right on Wikipedia. They
Yeah, I'm very
my
sure.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. People don't know Shahrazad Ali. They got a whole nother birthday, and she born February. She born in February. It's crazy.
Right.
I talk to these elders directly. I don't get it off of Wikipedia.
So listen, so I had a brief conversation with a gentleman who said they didn't necessarily agree with what Neely Fuller was saying, but they respect the fact that he's an elder and he's a master teacher. And I basically told this gentleman, I said, everyone's not going to get it. You probably get it in your own time.
Exactly.
Maybe this is not your time to get it. Maybe you just need to pass it on, and maybe your children's children might understand it. Thank you, Ricky. That's what I was trying to say, Ricky Manor. Birth certificates wasn't a thing until Social Security Act in 1930s. That's what I was trying to say.
That's what, yeah, we heard that, yeah.
So we didn't keep track of time like that.
Yeah.
We lived.
Just lived.
We lived. We didn't say, I'm getting older, and these kind of phrases, which puts gray hair on your head. You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, so you went to the event last night. I wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, we was looking for you, man. Somebody asked for you. A few people asked for you. So yeah.
Man, you talk about being exhausted.
You mean on Saturday night, last night, Saturday?
Saturday. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
I did the gun show.
Oh.
I taught a couple of classes, man. I was exhausted, man.
How did that go out? How did that go?
Oh man, it's always beautiful, man. There's a quiet group of our people,
right?
That's making it happen, man. They're real quiet about it, like you. They're quiet about it.
You can't talk too much, bro. You can't talk. You can't talk too much. But
exactly. And I didn't, I wanted my band to get down, as I told you before.
Yeah, he didn't want that.
For real, we can't. I'm like.
Yeah, he didn't want too much of that. It wasn't too much of that. He definitely didn't have that. Definitely spoken word. A lot of that energy was there.
I'm sure some people told some folk tales, some stories, which I'm sure was a beautiful event.
It was good. It was good. It was good. I have to commend Brother Rich. It was good. I was the MC. Me and him was MCing. It started on time, because if we didn't start right on time, we went overtime. So I'm glad. I come from that school of starting things on time, man, and I'd like to keep things going.
Yeah.
And
then the mere fact that it was at night, my energy. I said a few years ago, I said I'm not doing this night stuff, man. Y'all catch me doing a day party, I'm there. But yeah, when nightfall, yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
Yo, I had the rest the next day. I said I'm not watching no Super Bowl, that's for sure. Did you get the halftime? You ain't watched the halftime, did you?
I did. I watched the halftime.
Yeah, what do you think? I watched the halftime too.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of. I don't know. It's the message was there. He definitely did it in such a way it was strategic.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I don't know. We bring Ricky on and Autumn. Hold on.
Right.
Add to the stage, and we're gonna add to the stage. Autumn, are you there? Hold on.
You know what I love about Kendrick though, right?
No, wait, hold on. Let me just say this before you say that. Now, Autumn, if you're not gonna come on, there you go. I was about to say, I changed the rules of my program. Nobody's coming on with these blank screens no more, because some of these dudes be coming on talking real fucking slick.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
What they do? They talk real fucking slick, but I want to see your face now. From now on, that's gonna be the truth. So greetings, Autumn. Greetings, Ricky. How y'all doing?
Greetings.
Good. Thank you.
This is King Simon. Of course, y'all already know. Professor Grip. It's a pleasure meeting y'all. It's a pleasure to see y'all beautiful faces, for real.
Pleasure.
And I mean that.
I want to get all the geeking out of the way. Professor Griff, I've been a fan of yours since I was like preteens, adolescent, man. Like enemy posters all in my room, like for real. I don't geek for too many people, man. I've been to like several of your shows, man. When y'all came through South Carolina back in the day, I was always there, so like a lot of the stuff that you guys talked about, I was listening to the conscious rap and I still listen to it. I still get down with Public Enemy, man. So I just want to say that before we get down to business. You guys are awesome.
Okay.
What's up, King? And what's up, Autumn?
He's up, Rick. He's up. Yeah. Public Enemy was the thing. Yeah.
Autumn, talk to me. What's going on? How you feel? Why'd you want to come on today? You had something to tell us and talk to us about Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. and his work?
Well, I'm glad that you did this. I put a notification on YouTube because I watch your program a lot. And I just recently got into him like last year.
Okay.
And I would just play him talking for hours about white supremacy and racism. Yeah. And I loved it. People make me laugh too. It was kind of funny. But he was just so honest. He was just so honest and fed up. And I'm just so thankful for him and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing as well. And I actually grew up Muslim. My parents were in the nation.
Okay, wow.
So my dad told me that Chuck D is the reason I exist. Because if it wasn't for Chuck D, he wouldn't have joined the nation and met my mother at a mosque.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful. Wow. That's wow. That's beautiful.
And I met Chuck D and I met Rakim as well.
Oh, okay.
With my dad in New Mexico, of all places.
Your dad was putting it in. Khalif Muhammad, sit tight, good bro. I got you, all right?
Yeah.
All right, Khalif.
He used to sell bean pie and everything, but
oh man, you got the bean pie popping off.
We all did that. We all did that in Nation. We did that in Nation.
Right. So he put me on the Public Enemy. I grew up with y'all. Of course, I'm a product of the culture, a kid of hip hop and all of that. Okay. And I really appreciate Neely Fuller. He was very special. And I'm surprised that people didn't come after him.
Well, we don't know if they did.
Because they come after our leaders. They come after our people.
Yeah. The last few people I had to check. You won't broadcast everything, sis. So keep that in mind.
Right.
Yeah. Like that last fool that I brought on here. Yeah. Running his mouth.
I didn't see him. I didn't get to see him.
He'll be all right. We don't need to discuss him. He'll be all right.
That's why he didn't. That's why when I used to talk to him, that's why he wouldn't come out to certain places anymore. Because people was too. He predicted it. People would get too sensitive. They got too sensitive. Let's be real. They got sensitive.
He was so real, so honest, and I love that about him.
Right. So Ricky, talk to me, man. We're gonna bring Khalif on in a minute, but talk to me, Ricky. What's happening?
What I liked about Dr. Neely Fuller is that he was very brutally honest. Okay. He says a lot of the things that I get down with, and these are things that if I talk about, well, I'm just gonna say I align myself with the FBA movement. I was born, in a conservative family, so I still got my conservative ways about me. And Dr. Neely Fuller, when he made that one video, it's a guy on YouTube who makes videos in cartoon form. Yeah. And he was making a lot of sense about a lot of things that Dr. Neely Fuller was saying about us as Black people staying away from each other until we got something constructive to say. That video is something that I've been preaching for years. And then when I heard Dr. Neely Fuller said, I'm like, darn it, I'm not alone in this thought process. Us going to clubs, us drinking alcohol, being around each other and being destructive, that is the worst thing that we could do with each other. I mean, think about it like this. We just got our holiday for Juneteenth, right? And every time we have that holiday since we've been gathering for it, it's been always something that we conducted ourselves in a negative way around each other, that they talk about this on the right wing circles. You see what I'm saying? So
you tune into the right wing people and you listen to their conversation? Because I wouldn't know.
I listen to everybody. And the reason I listen to everybody, because I want to know what everybody's thinking and how to engage with them when conversing with them.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we were doing Juneteenth prior to it becoming a holiday. We've already been doing the Juneteenth thing. So that's really so they recognize it as a national holiday. That's good. That's to soothe and to pacify their guilt. But that's a piece of paper shuffled across someone's desk, a few people voting. But in all actuality, we've already been celebrating ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? But
it's like I don't mean to cut you off. In South Carolina, I never heard anything about it until 2020. My ignorance.
Right. Ricky, hold on 1 second, good bro. Khalif, assalamu alaikum, good bro. What's good?
Alaikum salam, sir. Hey, first, before I say what I wanted to say about Mr. Fuller, I had the privilege of meeting you, brother, in Emeryville, California, I think it was 1991 or 92. I brought you a bean pie. You was at the Days Inn, and you called the mosque. They called me. They say, brother, go to the Days Inn. We got somebody out there that needs somebody special that needs a bean pie. And I brought you the bean pie, and I saw you. I was like, this is Griff, Professor Griff. And I was just wondering. I know it's a long time ago, so you probably don't remember that.
Well, brother, he presented that like I was in the corner feeding, hitting my baby because I needed a
bean pie, my brother. Bean pie.
I mean, you came out to Oakland. You told me you were there for, I think it was a hip hop summit or something like that.
I remember. Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Yeah, you told me you were there for that, and it was a special moment for me, because you Professor Griff. So I've always remembered that. Other thing I want to tell you is a couple of years before that, when you guys had a public enemy, you had a concert, the Public Enemy show, and Huey Newton was in the audience. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that at all. No.
So at the end of the concert, when we were leaving, we were in the parking lot, and I recognized it. My dad was in the Panther Party, so he introduced me to Huey Newton a couple of times. So we were in the parking lot, and I recognized him, and thanked him for everything he did. And I always wanted to just let you know that he was there and saw you guys perform.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But now to Mr. Fuller. So if you see, I represent the Institute for Counter-Racism Science. So on page B of the United Independent Compensatory Code, Mr. Fuller put his phone number there.
Oh wow! Okay.
For everybody to call him. Anybody could reach out to him, and I called it. And you, like the other brother there, I used to talk to him all the time.
Yep.
And I just wanted to clear up some things. Number one, he never wanted to be referred to as a master teacher.
Okay.
Because he said if he had that type of knowledge, he would have used it to eliminate the system of racism and white supremacy. He also said never refer to him as a doctor.
Okay.
If he was a doctor, he would do the same thing.
Yeah.
So those are the other two things I wanted to say about it.
I'm glad you said that because I did both. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got to own mine, so I know from now on I got you.
And the only reason being is one of the problems that he recognized that we have collectively as a people is that we tend to put our elders, raise them up so high that they're on a pedestal and call them leaders as if they had a solution to a problem, right? And he talked about how there's like a cult of personality kind of thing where people center around these personalities and then they clash against one another because of the different personalities. And he never wanted to be a part of that kind of thing, is what he explained to me when I used to have the conversations. And it's all in the code. If you read the United Independent Compensatory Code, the whole process breaks that down because the racist white supremacists have been using words to confuse us into thinking we're doing what needs to be done to eliminate the system, and we're not. And this book breaks it down for you. And there's other ones, right? He's got the word guide, and he also has a new excuse me, this is the revised edition of the code, which is another. This is like 200 pages. This is 400 pages. And then he's got the word guide. Okay, because he said again, the way the white supremacists control us is through the words we use.
Language.
It's the language, and coming up with the word guide was designed to help us follow what he calls follow the logic, get down to the truth.
Right. Can I ask you something? And this is no shot at you, Ricky, all right? Because you said something I'm trying to process, but I wanted you to finish. When Ricky said he was a conservative, what does Nearly Fuller have to say about the conservatives and the liberals? And that, I ask the question on my show all the time. What does the conservatives conserve?
I get that question asked all the time. Basically,
wait. Let Khalif answer, and then you can come back, Ricky. I got you, bro.
That's in the code book also, okay? Because so you got two sides of the political spectrum. You got the conservative side and the liberal side, right? The left wing and the right, the right wing, right? Both of those are two racist white supremacist methods for practicing racism, white supremacy. They're just different. The liberal white supremacist wants Black people to practice things on the liberal way, and the conservative white supremacist wants Black people to practice the conservative way.
Right.
And so basically, the code says you don't take either side.
Right.
You just investigate, you question, and see how does this lead to revealing truth in a manner that promotes justice, that would help the person who needs the most help get the most constructive help they need.
Right. All right. So Ricky, talk to me. With what Khalif just gave us, talk to me, good bro.
All right. So basically, what I mean by being, I identify with more conservatism. I'm all about my First Amendment right, which is our freedom of speech, our Second Amendment right, which is one thing that I see that the liberals shoot down a lot. As a people, and it disgusts me, especially after we're going to use the Buffalo shooting, for instance. We had Ben Crump to come up there and tell the Black people there that the problem is the gun manufacturers and, selling these weapons to white supremacists. Well, the last time I checked, I can't show them live, but I got a whole wall full of weapons. Nobody looked at my race when I was buying these weapons. Nobody looked at my race when I was buying this ammo. And those people in Buffalo, New York should have been practicing their Second Amendment right instead of going along with that Democratic Party, voting for them, thinking that they're going to be protected. You're asking for protection from the same people that hold you down. And then on top of that, these are conversations I love to have, especially with, the people that are in the movement, because I don't try to convert you to thinking the way that Candace Owens does. She's a part of Conservative Inc. Okay, a lot of these people that are on the right that look like us, they're part of Conservative Inc.
You got to slow down a little. When you say the right, we got to make sure we understand, because a lot of people, when you start talking about the right and the left of what?
Of the political spectrum.
Okay, I got you. So the right, got you. You can continue.
Yeah.
Go on.
But so when I start talking about, practicing our Second Amendment right, we should have been on that a long time ago. And it's not militant. The white people on the right, that's what they're all about. They're so about to them. We need to be that way. We got too comfortable in our state of integration. And that's why I say every day when I wake up that integration was a failed social experiment.
So let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of this book?
Which one is that?
It's called The Second.
Go it up.
Race and Guns in a Fatally Unequal America. Carol Anderson. The Second. You talking about deep? When we start talking about the Second Amendment and the two-way movement and the gun world and the firearms world, which I'm in, you understand what I'm saying? We have to kind of look at this thing a lot deeper than what we're really looking at. And so let me ask you something. So do you think we do our, and this is for Autumn, Simon, this is for everyone. Do you think we do ourselves a disservice when we dive so much into the etymology and the words that we use without using our native tongue? Because a lot of times when I say Black, I get at least 18 people, 18, 19, 20 comments. We're not Black. We're this, we're that. And it's almost like it's a trigger for some people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if we're going to come together, what do we come together under if the terminology is so confusing and combative and it's triggering? You understand? Like, for example, I could run down the list of my family tree, and you'll see Blackfoot Native American, you'll see aspects of Africa and whatever. And then one dude came around and told me I wasn't even FBA because I got Native blood. Someone said I shouldn't use the term Native. I should use indigenous. So I said, okay, well, I got indigenous blood. And then someone said I shouldn't use indigenous because, and I'm like, come on, man. So where do we go? Where do we come together? Getting around this terminology.
We're all victims of white
just keep in mind, we have to be real brief because I'm running out of time. So talk to me.
Okay, so the LGBTQ community, they rewrote the English language so that people can be on code when they're talking to each other or when people are talking about them. Why can't we be that way towards talking to each other?
Okay.
That's what the word God. That's what the word God is for.
So then what should we be calling ourselves then?
Victims of racism, white supremacy, or prisoners of war. Because that's what we are.
Okay, I got you. So are we perpetual victims? Because I hear the Christian people talk about, I'm not a victim. I'm not going to claim that.
Well, we won't be perpetual until the system of racism, white supremacy is brought to an end. Once it's brought to an end, we will no longer be victims. We'll be survivors.
And Dr. Ratchet Cress-Wilson says, when we bring racism, white supremacy, the system to an end, we have to replace it with justice. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What was you about to say, Autumn?
I was just agreeing with him. Like, we're victims of white supremacy racism. I think people getting caught up in shade of skin tone and, oh, don't say Native, say indigenous. That is a bunch of fluff that doesn't matter. Like, we all understand the issue at hand. You know, we're with this force of diabolical, like it's diabolical, it's devilish, it's evil. And I think sometimes about God just sitting up there in the universe and just watching all this mayhem go on for so long. And it's so amazing that Black people used to run the world, like ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, they've been around for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, how can we get back to that? Do we need to be race mixing with white people? You know, so everybody has a little brown in them? Because that's what I'm afraid of.
But that's what's already happening, because there were 600,000 mixed race babies during the turn of the century. So this whole idea of rape took on that whole Me Too stuff. If we roll that back, it'll be a problem. But hold on one second. All right, so you're on, Jesse. You on? What's happening, man? Che Nkrumah, aka Jesse.
How y'all doing? I'm still learning.
All right. But listen. We got a new rule. We can't bring nobody on unless they show their face, man. So I love you to life, bro. I'm sure you got some. Thank you very much. Good. Now, in case we got to track down your mama's dog, you understand? I want to know who we're talking to. What's happening?
What's happening? RIP to the master teacher, Nelly Jr.
Now, hold on. Now, Jesse, Khalif just told us we shouldn't be calling him the master because he didn't want to be called the master. We're going to respect that. But, I'm sorry, Dad.
Our brother's nearly full of Jr.
Yeah. Nelly Fuller Jr., not doctors, but Nelly Fuller Jr.
Wow.
Right. I went to do just to get mine. But
y'all to educate me today. Because Khalif, I didn't know that 400-page book was out, Jesse.
Yeah, this is the 2016 edition. I got the Word Guide and I got the Word Guide right here.
All right.
The revised edition.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got the 84 edition as well. I went to Produce Justice to get them. So my whole thing, Griff, you were talking about, somebody said that you weren't FBA. That's a damn lie. FBA is a combination of the slaves that were brought here from Africa, that Black indigenous people that were already here.
Well, watch the language, man, because Khalif might jump. But the slaves weren't brought from Africa. Africans were brought from Africa and made slaves. But go ahead.
say, well, the Africans that were brought from Africa and made slaves, amalgamated the Africans, the Black indigenous people that were already here. Like you said, you're Blackfoot, I'm Blackfoot as well. My grandmother was Blackfoot. My family's from South Carolina. I'm the only one that's from, I'm calling from Denver, Colorado. I forgot to make that clear. I'm in Denver. I have my own podcast, Frontline Black News. I'm simulcasting right now on Frontline Black News and my personal YouTube page. Now, whoever told you that you wasn't FBA grip, they're lying. You are the textbook definition of what FBA is, Foundational Black American, the descendant of American child slavery freedmen. So all we're saying, hey, look, if you are a descendant of freedmen, you have access to this reparations claim with the United States government. We don't get in everybody else's reparations claims. We're not included in character. We're not included in these other reparations movements. So we started our own here in the United States. Now, I understand the reparations movement goes all the way back to the 70s. But now in the 2020s, we have a resurgence of this movement, and we are going by lineage, not by race. You're not eligible just because you're Black. You're eligible if you are a descendant of freedmen. That is our legal status in this country. So the freedmen, who the 14th, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were specifically for, that's who we're speaking of. So if you are of the diaspora, we say sue your colonizer. If the French were your colonizer, then sue them. If the British were your colonizer, then sue them. If the Spanish were your colonizer, then sue them. The problem is everybody wants to get up in our reparations claim, and we can't have that. Now, the great Letitia Jr. said that there's no such thing as an American, there's no such thing as an African, there's no such thing as an Asian, there's no such thing as an Australian, etc., because none of these places produce justice. So we are actively working to do justice in all 9 areas of human activity, which are entertainment, labor, politics. Let me start over. Economics, entertainment, religious, politics, religion, correct, in all 9 areas. So if we're not actively working to change this global system of racism and white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice, we ain't really talking about much of anything. And that's what Letitia Jr. wanted us to do. He said all people that classify themselves as non-white, so-called people of color, we are at war in all 9 areas, specifically Black people. We have been at war with this country and this government for 400 years, 400 plus years now. So we understand that it's a global system. So it's not just here in America, it's globally. So
all right, cool. All right, we got to wrap it up. So I'm way over time, man. I got Kalonji hitting me up saying, bro, wrap that up. Well, one last quote or one last statement from everyone, then I got to get off of here, all right? We'll say King Simon for last. Neely Fuller Jr., give me one word.
Produce justice.
Brutally honest.
Justice.
Brutally honest. Thank you very much, Ricky. Autumn.
Legendary.
Legendary. And Khalif.
Victim of racism, white supremacy.
We're going to get it from all perspectives. I got you.
It's on the back of this book.
Right? And Shay, a.k.a. Jesse, give me one word.
Legendary.
Legendary. Okay, King Simon, talk to me.
Critical thinker.
Critical thinker.
Critical thinker.
All right. And I'm going to say God having a human experience called Neely Fuller. All right?
Yes.
See, here's a Kalonji calling me. See, I got to get off of here. I love y'all to life, family. All right.
Thank you. You too, brother.
Peace.
Yeah, take care.
Peace.
All right, y'all. So that was me on Griff's show the other day doing some FBA straightening because I was still confused about FBA and I just couldn't tolerate it. I had to get up there and do some serious straightening, as I could tell. So now hopefully they have a better perspective on what FBA is. And once again, RIP to the, I'm going to continue to say it, Master Teacher, Warrior, Scholar, Nellie Fuller Jr. Now, the last topics are the Unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant news. So We've had several developments that have occurred in the past few weeks. I haven't been able to get to this topic for a minute, so let me see. I have a whole queue set up for y'all. Let's go right into it. So, the city is trying to purchase another one of these hotels, motels, and convert them into affordable housing. They plan to convert this former motel back when Cancun was still the mayor. They tried to convert Stay In. Stay In was a hotel, motel that was very active back in the day. And I actually stayed there for a brief time when I was unhoused. And they basically had this place called the Aurora Warmston Night. And it would give you basically a voucher to stay there for like a week or two, especially when the temperature dropped below 32 degrees. So like it is right now, damn near 0 degrees outside. As long as it stayed below 32 degrees, you can stay there. So I stayed there back in 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. And it was all right. And then shortly after that, they closed it down. And it had been vacant for a number of years. And then the city purchased it under Cancun. And they never did nothing with it. It just still remained abandoned. But right next door to it, in literally the same parking lot where it's located, they set up a micro community, tiny home village. So that's what they're talking about on this news clip.
Well, for just $10, you could own this building for the next 99 years, although it needs about $5 million of improvements, and it has to be used for supportive housing. Now, the city of Denver bought the former motel for $9 million in 2023 with plans to convert it into housing for the homeless. Since then, it just sat there untouched, and it appears now the city is just giving up. Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio looks into why it is being sold for such a big loss.
On the corner of 38th and Peoria sits a boarded-up motel.
That building has been there for so long.
What you're looking at is 4 years and $9 million worth of taxpayer money that was supposed to transform this former stay-in motel into a shelter for those experiencing homelessness. But now the city wants out and says the right buyer could take over for just $10. Let's take a look at how we got here. In 2021, here's Denver's former mayor, Michael Hancock, standing in front of the hotel announcing plans for the city to buy the property and convert it into a shelter.
This building here behind us represents hope, the transformation that can take place on this property, and the transformation that is possible for the people who will call it home.
Fast forward to 2023, when current Mayor Mike Johnston announced Denver finally purchased the 96-room hotel for $9 million.
We're excited about the acquisition formally of another hotel property. This is the Stay In, which will represent about 100 units of housing.
But since that time, no one has moved in. City blaming in part a necessary environmental review process, which took longer than anticipated. Advocate for the Unhoused, Amy Beck, says she was shocked by the $10 list price. But if it gets people indoors, she's all for it.
At this point, I'm willing to take anything.
The city of Denver says there's a reason for this price tag. The selected partner will need to fund all renovations as well as maintenance, which the city estimates will cost a minimum of $5 million. A spokesperson saying a sales price of $10 makes this project much more financially viable, whoever the buyer ends up being. Beck hopes they know what they're taking on.
And whoever is managing the property, they need to be trauma informed. They need to be willing to deal with people that have been through an immense amount of trauma.
The city hopes to bring a buyer to council later this year. Beck says there's no time to waste.
Please just get it up and running, because we have so many families that could fill that building right now.
In Denver, Claire Lavazorio, Denver 7.
Okay, so moving along, we got the
Micro communities for the homeless were the focus of Denver Mayor Mike Johnson's campaign to get elected, but they really have taken a back seat lately to hotels converted to house thousands of people moved off the streets. Several micro communities are still around. The city councilwoman is holding up funding due to concerns on how they're being used. Here's Mark Salinger with that.
I'm calling this out.
this resolution to postpone consideration to the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
At Denver City Council meeting Monday night, the plan was to fund 3 micro-community sites for another year. Only 2 got the money.
I do feel like we need to do some follow-up.
Councilmember Flor Alvidrez represents the Overland area off Santa Fe, where the La Paz community is located. Its 60 tiny homes house people who were formerly homeless through Mayor Mike Johnston's All-In Mile High program. She says her community needs answers to their concerns.
Is it going up to 120 people? Does city facilities also do any work at the sites? Can you tell me what caused that underspend? Can you provide an answer to that?
Questions that for now are blocking $1.8 million in funding for this site for the next year.
So we see it as a key piece within the broader ecosystem and the broader All-In Mile High system that's focused on getting people from the streets to stable housing.
Cole Chandler is the senior advisor to the mayor on homelessness. While more than 2,200 people have been moved off the streets and into micro-communities or hotel shelters, 857 have also received permanent housing. Chandler says the goal this year is to increase that.
Yeah, I think we really have a strong emphasis on how do we get people from these shelter sites into permanent housing.
While there are currently no plans to expand the use of micro-communities, the city is leaning on them as a cheaper alternative to buying or leasing hotel properties.
This is a way of achieving a goal without as much upfront capital investment.
Goals that will need some answers to concerns in city council before more money is invested.
So Denver City Council did choose to extend the contracts for 2 other micro-communities last night, totaling more than $3 million. This is, of course, far cheaper of an alternative than the city's hotel properties, which, as we've reported, they've bought or leased for tens of millions of dollars apiece, Kyle. Expensive effort. What do we know about the success rate?
Yeah, so that's one of Flor Alvidrez's problems or concerns right now is how many people that move in then move to permanent housing. As we just said, 857 have moved to permanent housing. It's worth noting, though, that 258 others went back to being homeless after they came inside through this All-In Mile High program. All right, Mark.
So it's not a success story like they try to make it seem. Like, it's not a success story. And I don't believe those numbers, like, at all. Me and Lady Trey been questioning those numbers since day one. Like, it's the math ain't mathing. That's that part. So then the homeowners are having a fight with their HOAs out here in Colorado. So I guess there's a bill. It's just the State House and State Center are in a session right now. There's an HOA foreclosure bill that they're discussing passing. So I'm gonna play the clips of that. First, they got the HOA stealing money from people.
At CBS News Colorado, we are committed to covering Colorado first. According to 2023 data from Colorado's HOA Center, there are close to 9,000 homeowners associations across our state. The center also estimates that nearly half of all Coloradans now live in neighborhoods managed by an HOA or an HOA management company. Tonight, we're taking a closer look at how they operate and who is regulating those companies. We found that in Colorado, there continues to be little oversight. Your investigator, Karen Morford, was contacted by residents in Parker. And Karen, they've been raising concerns for months about who's running their community.
Yeah, and Michael, all of this centers around their HOA board. These homeowners claim the board refuses to answer questions, have now issued cease and desist letters trying to keep the homeowners from sharing information. And that HOA board continues to work with a management company they say has a number of red flags.
$2.7 million. That's how much a judge ordered Mastino Management and owner Kim Bacon to pay to an HOA she was responsible for operating.
So we started digging around as soon as this all came to light.
Court records show last spring a judge determined that from 2018 to 2020, Bacon intentionally diverted roughly $700,000, mostly homeowner fees from Tradition's HOA, paid through an online pay portal into her own bank account. Money, the complaint says, she used to buy personal items like a Louis Vuitton designer bag, a luxury Lincoln SUV, and even pay her own mortgage.
It just kept getting worse and worse.
During that same time, Mastino was also managing the HOA for the Shadow Creek community. That's where Craig Haynes and Dave Wells met. Haynes has since moved away.
Why did you sell your home?
We sold our home just from honestly for the homeowner association mess.
Both claim over the years they reported numerous issues, many related to their online pay portal. Payments being lost, not applied correctly or quickly, with other residents claiming money was sometimes taken from their accounts without authorization, though refunded if it was caught.
I no longer deal with their portal.
They say they asked the HOA board and Mastino management for financial records, but got little to no response. After neighbors looked deeper, they found that court case.
When I found that out, I had told everybody. I told them the details.
By summer, homeowners say they were calling for a new management company. And in November of last year, their HOA board president sent an email saying they were moving to a new company, CCMA.
I did speak to someone in the community on the board, and I asked them specifically out in my driveway if the Bacons were involved with CCMA, and they told me it's a clean, fresh start. We're moving on, and we're going forward.
But business records filed with the Secretary of State's office show Kim Bacon and her husband started CCMA in 2023. No records have been filed removing their names. The registered agent, United States Corporation Agents, Inc., which is part of a company that sells privacy to business owners. Haynes asked the HOA board who was behind CCMA.
She would not respond. And so finally I sent an email to the effect that, hey, your silence makes me think that you're trying to hide something.
We went to every address listed for that registered agent here in Colorado and found no one who represented CCMA.
My name's Karen Morford. I work with CBS Colorado.
In January, a new office location was sent to residents of Shadow Creek. After calls and emails for comment from CCMA went unanswered, we stopped by that new location.
It's just wanting to ask some questions about some concerns that residents have asked and wanted to see if we can get in touch with those owners.
No, unfortunately not this time.
Why is that?
Because it's an investment group.
HOA boards, management companies, they have no accountability. They can go out and flagrantly violate state law and their governing documents, and there's no accountability.
Stan Harinovich is the president of the Colorado HOA Forum, the state's largest and longest running HOA homeowner advocacy group. He says the state does have an HOA center where complaints can be made, but there's no enforcement. In fact, it says it right on their website. Succinctly speaking, there's no regulatory oversight of HOAs or community association managers in the state of Colorado. He continues to push legislation to change that.
All we want to do is expand the authority of the HOA office to include investigation and rendering decisions.
For Shadow Creek neighbors, the need for better information is more pressing than ever. Homeowners say in December they were asked to pay a nearly $35,000 special assessment for roof replacement. The total claim amount, roughly $2.5 million.
We weren't planning on taking $35,000 out of a retirement account to do this.
We are completely held in the dark. We have no idea where the money is, how much money's there.
Now, that assessment, residents say, has been lowered to around $31,000. And residents say they now have access to some financial records, and they are getting an audit of last year's finances, but only last year. The community also has a new manager, who we learned is the daughter of the Mastino owners. Bankruptcy records now show CCMA is under a court order to reveal its ownership. And Michael, they have a deadline of responding by next week.
And you can certainly see from your story why those residents are concerned about all this.
They are. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, thank you. Now to homeowners associations. Either you love them or you hate them.
The U.S. Census Bureau finds 41% of Colorado homeowners have an HOA. The second most in the nation. We're behind Florida. For years, your investigators have been following issues between HOAs and homeowners. So let me show you some of those issues that we're talking about tonight for you. Your investigator, Karen Morford, started digging into one issue concerning a Parker neighborhood. They were looking into their HOA management company called CCMA. Neighbors questioned if CCMA was connected to a different company that was recently in court. That company was Mastino Management. it was ordered to pay back millions of dollars to another HOA for diverting funds into yet another company. Now let's look at foreclosures. In 2020, we introduced you to a gypsum man who refused to pay an HOA fine over a trash can. The HOA foreclosed on his home. Then in Green Valley Ranch in 2021, the HOA tried to foreclose on 119 of its homes in the neighborhood. Becoming such a problem that Governor Polis signed a bill into law making it tougher for Colorado HOAs to foreclose on people's homes. Karen Morfitt with us tonight to talk more on this, of course, tracking another push for more protections for homeowners. And Karen, this bill that you're going to be talking about would add another layer to this foreclosure process.
Exactly, Karen. It would keep someone many times who's been in their home for years from losing everything if they end up in this process. A similar bill did fail last year, but lawmakers who are behind this effort say with the number of HOAs that are popping up in Colorado, now is the time for change. For nearly 10 years, Holly Crystal has been in and out of court.
I will say this has absolutely changed my life.
It was the only way to fight a property dispute with her HOA.
If you don't have the money to fund a civil lawsuit, which most people, I believe, wouldn't. I mean, I'm over 400,000. It's ridiculous with no end in sight. Then you could potentially lose your property rights.
She's now using that experience to fight for reform across the state, testifying in support of a bill that would protect homeowners from losing everything should they end up in foreclosure with their HOA.
A investor can come in, swoop in and buy their home and take all the equity.
Representative Nikita Ricks is sponsoring the bill.
What we want to do is to allow a homeowner to be able to sell their home at fair market value, pay off all their debts, and walk away with some money in their pockets.
Opponents believe it will end up costing everyone. John Kruger, Vice President of Government Affairs for Associa, an HOA management company, testified against.
But at some point, the protections for delinquent owners are going to interfere in HOA's ability to collect their dues, which will negatively impact those communities and all the other members.
Crystal sees it as one step closer to more oversight.
It's the bad characters that are infiltrating those positions and can do whatever they want. There's no consequences.
Now, that bill did pass out of committee today, but there are several more hurdles to go. We'll continue to follow it as it moves through the legislature. We're live in Denver tonight. Karen Morfitt covering Colorado First.
We know you will, Karen. Thank you. And you too can follow this bill and watch all of our investigations on homeowner associations. We've got it on our website for you at cbscolorado.com.
So that's real serious. So now we got the ICE raids.
Well, tonight, Fox 31 continues to hear stories of undocumented immigrants raids, even though they have no criminal history.
They have been contacting attorneys and aid groups asking for help, but it's not clear if they will be released from a holding facility or be deported. Our Vicente Reyes is live from one of those complexes, which was raided yesterday with the very latest. Vicente.
Christine, there was a lot of action here outside the Cedar Run apartments yesterday. As you said, it was one of the places that federal agents descended upon. And when we talked to those agents, they told us they were going after undocumented immigrants that had criminal histories.
The ICE-led raids caught many people by surprise, even though there had been talk of possible operations happening here for some time. This one taking place at the Cedar Run apartments.
As my fellow,
this man saying it was ugly and that there were a lot of innocent people taken. The raids happened across Denver and Aurora yesterday. ICE Denver said federal agents were targeting Venezuelan gang members and criminals. Immigration defense attorney Matthew Barringer says 3 people have called his office asking for help, saying they were arrested even though they had no criminal history.
These individuals, yes, they know when they came in without documents. They know that. And they also would say, yes, I did, but I had to. I didn't have a choice. I had to leave. That's why we have the asylum law.
The Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network said agents were taking people indiscriminately. Colorado's Rapid Response Network too said they're hearing from families whose members were taken. In a news conference yesterday, Denver's acting head HSI agent explained why officers were at times going from door to door.
In these apartment complexes, based on information that we have, we do know that people move different apartments. So they may be registered in one and they'll move to a different apartment. We were contacting everybody in that area.
Attorney Berenger says the 3 people he's heard from could be released very soon. He says it's up to ICE to decide whether they should be let go or continue with deportation hearings.
And we reached out to ICE again today. A spokesman answered our question. We were asking what they could tell us possibly about these 3 people. They said they're not able to comment on that because they're going through an asylum process. Reporting live near Leedsdale, I'm Vicente.
I was watching this live happen because I'm tapped in with the auditors, with the cop auditors out here. One in particular, Brian Loma, cut the plastic. He was live streaming these ice raids at this apartment complex called Cedar Run. I used to stay like right next door to the Cedar Runs. So yes, a hell of a lot of immigrants over there. Now, I don't know if they're all illegal or what, but it's a large immigration population over there. So the next video is about rental assistance.
The cost of housing, we know, remains a big hurdle for many looking to make ends meet. Last year, there were a record number of record-breaking evictions in the city of Denver.
This year is not off to a great start either. Data from the Denver County Court shows there were more than 1,000 evictions in the month of January. Your reporter in Denver, Jasmine Arena, shows us the options as the state is now accepting applications for its Colorado Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Every week inside the city and county and building, an eviction clinic is held for those who are facing an eviction and need help.
Janet is one of over 1,000 people that are facing eviction in Denver so far this year.
And bills just started to collect and started to add up.
Patrick Noonan with Colorado Housing Connect says he's concerned. Demand for assistance is going to increase this year while funding is dwindling.
Our fear is that eviction rates are going to far surpass in 2025.
Last year, over 15,000 people were evicted from their homes. This year, the state and city programs are getting less money.
In 2024, for the first half of the year, there was about $30 million available in rental assistance. The amount for 2025 is 15 to 30 million. So we're looking at a year's worth of funding for what happened for about 6 months of the same time last year.
For people like Janet, it's help they're depending on as health issues have left her unemployed.
I'm at a point where I'm needing to pay my rent and I'm out of funds.
One of the biggest changes this year is applicants do not qualify if they've received emergency rental assistance in the past 2 years.
That's why I really feel for a lot of the clients that are suffering this hardship.
It is worth reaching out to learn more and see what help there is available.
It's also a lottery. Once the pre-application window closes, all applicants will be entered into a random selection.
Nothing's guaranteed. When they start crying or they have a mini meltdown, they have the tissue here for them.
As for Janet, she's holding on to hope it'll work out.
And the Colorado Emergency Rental Assistance Program is now accepting applications through Thursday, February 13th, due to technical difficulties on their website. In Denver, Jasmine Arenas covering Colorado First.
Jasmine wants to hear from you about what's impacting Denver neighborhoods. You can always reach out to her through CBSColorado.com. She is your reporter in Denver.
Mostly cloudy skies draped across the Denver metro area for us. This morning, you probably woke up to a few light flurries out there, a little layer on the grassy surfaces. Otherwise, this evening, we're bracing for more snow to move in. Plus, some bitterly cold temperatures, too. We dropped below freezing at 4 o'clock yesterday, and I'm anticipating about 68 hours with below freezing temperatures will finally break out of the deep freeze by about lunchtime on Thursday. Today, only 15 out at DIA, single digits for highs in Sterling and Akron, Burlington too, teens and 20s down in southeastern Colorado, and then 20s and 30s up in the mountains. Our storm system starting to push in that snow, especially through the high country, looking at a few light showers on the east side of the Denver area and also south central Colorado through the mountains down there, looking at some nice snow building in. Tonight, overnight lows will drop to about 2 here in the city, a whole lot of single digits across the entire state. So everyone kind of getting in on the Arctic chill, going into sub-zero territory. Out at the Red Feather Lakes, Walden, Netherland, Blackhawk 2, and more single digits up and down the I-25 corridor. So we have scattered snow showers on deck for us tonight. This is about 11 p.m. when the heaviest snowfall will be coming down. Now by tomorrow morning, I anticipate the drive to be a little slick and certainly slow. Now by about 1-2 o'clock, most of the snow moves out of the metro, but the temperatures will just be biting. If you're driving up in the mountains, you might find a bit more snow out there. And then looking ahead toward tomorrow evening, 6-7 o'clock, most of that snow moves out. I'll show you the statewide view. This takes us to about 11 p.m. when the eastern plains will start to see some of that heavy snow. Everything tracks off to the east overnight into early tomorrow morning. We'll get a break from the snow out east. Still a few lingering showers early tomorrow up in the mountains, and even here in the metro area, but things will be generally light. And then by 5-6 o'clock, the storm system packs its bags and rolls out. By 11 p.m. We'll be looking at mostly clear skies and a bitterly cold night to come. You can see winter storm warnings across Kansas City, up through parts of Iowa. For us, it's just an advisory for about 2 to 6 inches. Here in Denver, 4 to 8, 4 to 10 up in the mountains, and about 2 to 5 with some gusty winds off to the eastern plains. Your hour-by-hour forecast for tomorrow, I mean, just barely getting into the teens. It's going to be a cold and cloudy day for us. More teens down around La Junta, Lamar, and Springfield. Teens and low 20s up through the mountains and into the foothills. Only about 14 in Estes Park tomorrow, 15 in Highlands Ranch, and we'll sit at 11 in Elizabeth. Temperatures do jump back to the 30s, mid to upper 30s on Thursday. A little bit of sunshine and some melting, but then here we go again. Friday night into Saturday, our next storm system rolls in, bringing us another round of snow.
Denver 7's Danielle Kreuter continuing our team coverage tonight. Danielle, the city of Denver is keeping multiple shelters open for this big cold snap.
Yeah, Danielle, just want to know, how are conditions outside right now? Well, it is cold. We've been seeing these flurries start, though. The snow finally moving into the Denver metro areas for this evening. Earlier today, though, I checked in with the city of Denver to see what their plan is to make sure everyone stays safe during this winter blast. The work to make sure the most vulnerable have a safe place to stay in these cold temperatures begins well before the snow starts to fall.
There's street outreach workers that are engaging with people experiencing homelessness every day.
This has been the first winter that the city of Denver changed their standards to activate their emergency cold weather shelters. It's now 25 degrees and under. It's led to those shelters being activated for a total of 55 days so far this winter.
It's a historic record for Denver as well for the longest duration for cold weather shelter. And it's due to our change in protocol.
And so far, it's led to more facilities being open and more staffing. But Denver says they're committed to this new solution. Part of the city's outreach plan also includes offering transportation for those who may not have a car, may not be near the shelters, or have easy access to public transportation.
Every day we're monitoring shelter count very closely to ensure we have enough available space and no one is turned away, and we're stand ready to open up extra facilities if needed.
In addition to the dozens of shelters open year-round in the city, these 3 emergency shelters are open. Men can go to the Denver Rescue Mission Lawrence Street Community Center. Women are welcome at the Samaritan House, also on Lawrence. And teens and young adults can go to Urban Peak on Acoma. The city says these will stay open until those overnight lows are above 25 degrees. And temperatures outside right now are already prime for frostbite on exposed skin. Coming up on Denver 7 News at 6, we'll be hearing from an ER doctor about the warning signs of that cold exposure before that injury gets too severe if you're spending any time outside this weekend. Reporting live, I'm Danielle Kreuter, Denver 7.
A few more shelters to know about, or more so warming centers, that is. Denver Parks and Rec is opening all active rec centers as daytime warming spots tomorrow. They'll be open during normal hours with water, restrooms, and seating available for anyone needing a warm place. Just scan the QR code on your screen for a list of shelters on our website.
Right now, we are following breaking news out of both Denver and Aurora. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jordan Chavez.
And I'm Corey Rose. Enforcement actions were reported at apartments in both cities. This morning, we have team coverage. 9's reporter Brianna Fernandez is in Aurora, but we begin with an active scene in Denver with our Jennifer Meckles. Jennifer, a lot of activity happening out there right now.
Yeah, guys, just to set the scene for a second, we're at Leetsdale and Oneida. Cedar Run Apartments is where the center of this action is right now. There is so little information that's formal that's coming out to tell us exactly what's going on, but we know this is a Homeland Security investigation. You're going to see ICE on some of the law enforcement officers' uniforms. You're also going to see a lot of FBI on uniforms. The FBI, I'm told, is here in a support capacity, that this is not their primary investigation. This entire apartment perimeter is blocked off right now. Let me get out of the way so you can kind of see. And what we're noticing is some tactical vehicles in and out of the apartment complex. Just down the street, behind all these cars that are parked, there was a whole lot of law enforcement agents just kind of centered around one of these buildings just a few minutes ago before the top of the hour. It's hard to tell what exactly they're doing, if they're going in, if they're just speaking to somebody through the door, but very large presence of law enforcement. I've counted already at least 2 to 3 tactical vehicles driving into this apartment complex. I know from Sky 9 that we had a visual on a bus that had been parked in the complex as well. From that visual of that bus, we couldn't see anything happening with the bus. Nobody driving it, nobody loading people in. I have not seen any visual confirmation of arrest. So I want to be real clear what we don't know as well this morning as we stand here in Southeast Denver and tell you what we're seeing. But what we do know is that this is a Homeland Security investigation. We know that there have been various ICE actions all around the country. So that's something we've been watching for here in Denver. There's also this morning, if you look down this street, a lot of people, community advocates that have come out this morning in protest. They're using bullhorns to shout instructions to people not to open their doors. They're yelling at the agents that they see out here on the ground. There's also a lot of uncertainty for the people who live in this area. I spoke to one man who just got off of a shift working overnight. He can't get into his apartment complex right now, so he's just kind of sitting here waiting for that to clear up. I heard someone mention that they were concerned about potentially a school bus drop-off. I don't know the school bus route, so I'm not sure if there's a bus route that's supposed to come through here, but you know, it's a weekday morning at 8 a.m. There's things happening in and around this area, but now we have an entire apartment complex blocked off as we watch this federal action happen. So guys, that's kind of what we're seeing and the little bit of information we know at this hour, but we're certainly watching a lot of activity in this apartment complex. And now Brianna Fernandez, who's following another law enforcement action at the federal level. She's at 12th and Dallas in Aurora. Brianna, what are you seeing where you're at this morning?
Yeah, Jenny, a very different story than what folks here who live in this area along 12th and Dallas were experiencing. They tell me that ICE was here. Federal officials were also here, just like what you're seeing on your end. So I do want to show you some video that actually folks sent me. They said around 6:15 this morning, that's when they saw a whole bunch of officials, ICE, DEA, FBI, with marked and unmarked vehicles. So 12th and Dallas, this is a location that we've been talking about for quite some time, is the Edge at Lowry Apartments. So in this video, you can see that they have officers blocking 12th and Dallas. They were walking up and down the apartment complex. This is, again, outside of 12th and Dallas at the Edge at Lowry, where we know a number of suspected TDA members have been arrested. So the operation is a third by federal agents since President Donald Trump's inauguration. So ICE has conducted operations in cities, including Chicago and New York, targeting the arrest of immigrants without proper documentation. And we are seeing it now. I mean, President Donald Trump, he mentioned Aurora, and we are seeing those ICE raids, like you guys mentioned, like Jenny has been seeing on her end. So I do want to come back out here live. I actually just spoke to someone. His name is Michael. He actually lives here at the Edge of Lowry. He's going to come out here in just a couple of minutes, and we're going to talk to him off camera, but he was telling me that around 6:15 this morning, there was just banging door to door to door. He, of course, he says he has proper documentation. He did not want to come out because he did not feel safe, but a very different story than what Jenny is seeing right here along 12th and Dallas at the Edge at Lowry Apartments. I'm going to have my photographer, Joe Swanson, just give you a look of what we're seeing. You saw in those videos, there was law enforcement officers. Now it is very quiet out here. You can see that most of these apartments right now, they are boarded up, and that's because they're going to close down the Edge at Lowry Apartments. That's supposed to be coming here in just a couple of days. But again, we're seeing a couple of folks come in and out, but not the same response that Jenny Meckles is experiencing on her end with all the ICE raids that are happening. Again, this is happening at Aurora at the Edge at Lowry. This was earlier this morning, and I was told by folks that they were here for about 15 to 20 minutes. They were here at 6:15. By 6:45, everyone was gone. We arrived here around 6:50, 7 a.m., and this was a completely different scene than what we showed you with those cell phone videos. So still a lot of questions out here. We're trying to figure out, was anyone detained? That is the biggest question, especially here along 12th and Dallas. I'm going to send it back to you guys. For now, I'm live here in Aurora. Brianna Fernandez for 9 News.
Okay, so much quicker situation where Brianna is this morning. Again, she's at 12th in Dallas and Aurora versus what we saw Jennifer Meckles, who is here in Denver. She is at the Cedar Run Apartments, where there is still a very large presence of law enforcement this morning.
And it's been like that for more than an hour now. So very different than what Brianna experienced this morning. Of course, they're developing the news as it comes in right now.
Right. Let's recap for everybody just joining us really fast what we know so far and what we saw from Jennifer Meckles and our Brianna Fernandez right there. We know that we saw a bus at least outside the apartment complex from our Sky 9 there. The Sky 9 did have to move from the area because there was another plane that we were told that was circling the area. We know that the FBI, the DEA, and Homeland Security are also on scene.
And we have seen a lot of law enforcement out there. We've also, Jenny was saying that she's seeing protesters out there already. Very different situation than what Brianna was seeing, where they came in very quickly and they're out. Again, we tried to have Sky 9 over the scene at both of them, and Sky 9 had to move out. So we can't really get a really good idea of what's happening overhead. This is video that we got before Sky 9 had to leave, and you can see the bus that was parked at the location where Jennifer Meckles is in Denver.
Exactly. Of course, we have very limited information, as you just heard from Jennifer and Brianna, but as news develops, we will bring that to you throughout the morning.
All right, it's 8:06 right now. Let's take a live look outside right now on your Wednesday morning. This is a live look at the Loveland ski area there on the left, the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. Blue skies right now, and we are starting that warm up. We started this morning in the teens.
Right.
We're going to be warming up close to 70 today.
Yep.
Senior meteorologist Chris Bianchi is joining us right now. It's all because of the winds.
Yeah, all the wind. That's going to be the big difference here as it downslopes and it warms off the Rockies. As a result, we're going to go from temperatures right now about 30 degrees in Denver, though within the last few minutes, starting to see those temperatures pick on up for us here in Denver. We're up to 30 for us. Might not sound all that warm, but we were at about 19 degrees a few hours ago. And those temperatures will continue to rise as we get a bit more of a downslope component to the wind. Arvada 23, Fort Lupton, Keensburg, Greeley, though, still pretty cold up there, mostly in the teens. But those winds on the light side right now, once these winds start to really crank up here over the next couple of hours by about 1 p.m., 30, 40 mile an hour winds. This is a warm wind. This is a Chinook, classic Chinook setup for us, which means that those winds will mix out that shallow, cold, dense air, and that'll lead to those much warmer temperatures by early this afternoon. So lots of sunshine for us for today. Temperatures getting into the upper 60s for us here in town, even some 70s for the southeast plains. Warm and windy, but some big changes likely in store for us coming up this weekend. I'll have details on those coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to send things over to Lauren for Check a Try.
Chris, good morning to you. I heard warm and my ears perked up. Wow, close to 70. That is pretty crazy. Let's take a live look at our CDOT cameras right now. This is I-25 and Thornton Parkway. Looking okay, northbound, moving a little bit slower than southbound here, heading away from us. But let's take a look at our maps, take a look at the bigger picture, because we are seeing a really colorful morning, really mostly on 25, heading in both directions. We're seeing a lot of orange and a lot of red. But I do want to take you to a crash that I'm tracking. I've been looking at this all morning long, and things are getting worse over here. So this is, going the wrong way here. This is westbound 6th Avenue after Union Boulevard. We have 2 lanes blocked, moving at 0 miles an hour, not moving at all here. So this is definitely gotten worse throughout the morning. But I want to show you some other things. Westbound 76 from E470 into Snow Light going to take you 16 minutes. And on 225 from 144th to 76, you have the yellow light going to take you 12 minutes. We'll leave you with some good news. Denver to Boulder, you're looking good. You have the green light just going to take you 21 minutes.
Lauren, thank you. New this morning, we have new pictures to show you tied to a shooting in Aurora. Aurora PD dropped these photos on social media, hoping for new leads in the case from this past Sunday night. They're not the greatest pictures, but they show the suspect firing a gun inside of the Panda Buffet on East Mississippi, east of Peoria. The restaurant was closing at the time, so no customers were inside. Police say the suspect entered through a side door, pulled a gun, and fired at the victim. He was hospitalized, but is expected to be okay. Anyone with information about this shooting can call Crime Stoppers. That number is on your screen.
Denver's longest ever cold weather shelter activation is coming to an end following a month of offering unhoused residents a place to get warm.
But neighbors around the shelter located in the Athmar Park neighborhood are concerned about crime. 9 News reporter Courtney Yoon is digging into Denver police data this morning. She's joining us live in the area. Courtney, statistics show an increase of crime there.
Yes, that's right, Corey and Jordan. Once this warming shelter opened up, the calls started coming in, sometimes multiple times per day. The temporary shelter was housed here at the Denver Prep Academy, the former Denver Prep Academy building. Now, just in January alone, Denver police responded to 32 calls for service at the shelter, compared to 16 calls total in 2024. 9 of those 32 calls resulted in criminal reports. Among them were aggravated assaults, overdoses, trespassing, and criminal mischief. The city of Denver operated emergency shelters at full capacity for a month, offering unhoused residents a place to stay as temperatures dropped below freezing. The city says it activated the shelter 6 times starting on November 4th. The longest stretch it was open was from December 30th to this past Friday. Now, as the shelter shuts down, neighbors say they're questioning whether the shelter belongs in a community surrounded by small businesses and families.
I can't speak for everyone, but I know the neighbors in this immediate area, including myself, are very concerned for our safety and the safety of our children. Children use this sidewalk to walk to school, so they're being exposed to open air drug use, syringes everywhere.
In a statement, the city did address residents' concerns, saying, quote, we can, must, and will do better. Denver police say they're increasing patrols in the area and will continue addressing safety issues with residents. Live in Denver, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
All right, Courtney, thank you.
9:30, King Soopers filing a new temporary restraining order against striking union employees.
Yeah, it stems.
Yeah, so our Kroger brand, which is down the street from me right now, is on strike. I got some footage of it not too long ago on my personal page, but yeah, they're at strike again, so now they have to file a temporary restraining order against the strikers. Just ridiculous.
From this video showing an incident between a picketer and a shopper outside of a King Soopers in Arvada. Fox 31's Gabby Easterwood has more on how this video plays into this complaint and the union's response tonight. Gabby?
Yeah, definitely jarring video there. King Soopers said today that they respect their associates' right to peacefully protest, but want to protect the well-being of everyone involved. During 2022 strike, a nearly exact TRO complaint was also filed and granted through the union, though. And the union, it feels that it's also an attempt to silence its workers.
Quit engaging, just get out of here.
A heated confrontation outside of Arvada's Candela's King Soopers.
Why are you antagonizing?
Showing high emotions surrounding picketers.
You're antagonizing me. No, you're
Local 7 unions say the man seen in the video was verbally assaulting picketers before entering the store. Then the video picks up as he's leaving. Incidents like this mentioned in King Soopers' new complaint.
The company is doing this to try to silence your voice, to try to weaken the strike lines, to try to encourage people to go back and accept a horrible concessionary offer.
That's Kim Cordova, Local Union 7 president, via X today.
This is ridiculous. This is, again, the second time in a matter of days that they've tried to use their money as a weapon.
In the complaint, there are numerous allegations made of picketers blocking store entrances and parking spaces, falsely telling customers the stores are closed, and yelling at customers.
none of your business.
Actions like this against union workers also mentioned, listing alleged incidents where the safety of the picketers was in jeopardy. But employment lawyer Brian Kuhn says that this kind of proof isn't necessary in a TRO complaint.
There's a pretty low standard with that. It is very temporary. To get a more permanent order, there's a higher level of proof, which means, you have to have more evidence and testimony.
We asked King Soopers about the video specifically, and they said, quote, King Soopers respects our associates' right to peacefully picket. It's a good reminder that while we may disagree, we encourage respectful dialogue and prioritize safety.
Stand tall, stay strong.
Now, leaving trash, using portable heaters, and other incidents deemed hazardous by the complaint were also listed. According to the union, they will appear in court in response to this complaint tomorrow at 1 o'clock. In the studio, Gabby Easterwood, Fox 31.
Gabby, thank you.
About a week ago, a blanket of snow covered the city as our meteorologists talked about the cold weather that Thursday morning.
Pretty cold for us right now.
On that day, we came across this crackling fire outside near our station. It wasn't a fireplace or camping zone. It was burning on the Cherry Creek Trail, and the man who started the fire agreed to speak with us if we didn't show his face.
To stay warm. It's snowing outside.
and there's limited resources and there's limited places that we're allowed to stand or even sit even. And the river has just become a convenient spot where we can gather together and at least stay warm and have each other rather than just be by ourselves.
As another dangerous cold spell begins, so will the 911 calls from people who see the homeless using open burning fires to stay warm in Denver.
Our first priority is determine whether the person is okay. Do they need medical attention?
We've learned the Denver Fire Department will occasionally allow someone experiencing homelessness to keep their fire burning in the city during the cold season.
The department looks at it from a humanitarian standpoint.
Captain Luis Cedillo says the city's fire code allows them to use discretion, especially when someone refuses to go to a shelter on extremely cold nights. If the person has control of the fire and there's no danger of it spreading, the fire department will let them stay warm with flame.
We want to provide minimize injuries, frostbite, sickness, and even possibly death.
It's a delicate balance that the fire department has to walk with this.
Very much so.
Kathy Alderman with the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless calls homeless open burns a symptom of Denver's housing crisis. She says many people refuse shelters, even on extremely cold nights because of pets or a mental illness.
I think many of us would see a fire potentially in an encampment and worry that something was wrong instead of immediately thinking that that might just be a survival technique.
Given what has happened in Los Angeles with the recent fires and then the Marshall Fire here in Colorado, how can you assure the public who may be concerned about this that when you do allow a fire to burn next to a homeless person, that it is safe?
We run on enough of these incidents that we feel comfortable in our ability to not only make a decision of that caliber and go, there's no serious effects that are going to take place here, and we can allow that. If our officers arrive on scene and we see something that just doesn't look right, then we quickly make that decision and we put the fire out.
Starting today, those who are homeless, maybe struggling with their mental health, have an all new to go. 9 News reporter Critsia Williams got a look inside this new facility in the West End.
It's better than sleeping on the ground.
Slater Hall resident Demario Turner says there's always
room 302.
A new door to open, no matter the journey.
Well, it was kind of rough journey. It just felt like nobody around me didn't love me. Well, I have PTSD, major depression, and anxiety.
But this is a new beginning. Turner tells me he's been homeless and struggled with his mental health for years. That's until he got connected with Tender Mercies.
The things that I was struggling with, they was there to help me with. The things that I didn't understand, they was there to help me with.
He now lives here, the new Tender Mercies permanent supportive housing apartments near downtown Cincinnati.
Tender Mercies' mission is to transform the lives of homeless adults with mental illness by creating a community where they can achieve their highest level of well-being.
Tender Mercies CEO says it's all about breaking the cycle.
So that really starts with a safe, dignified, affordable place to live.
The residential housing process is through Hamilton County's system called Organized Entry. The complex is 62 units, a TV room, computers, and resources, creating stability and support.
We do that with 24-hour staffing, on-site service coordination, and a range of support services to help people rebuild after life on the streets.
Residents not only get their own space, but food, towels and sheets, and more. Speaking of food,
what's the first thing you're going to do when you enter your home?
Oh, making some banana pudding and some nachos.
And for Turner, this is just the first building block to what the future holds.
You know, just some that you have your own to build your confidence up. And that's what it means to me, that I'm thankful and grateful for.
Reporting downtown, Critsia Williams, WCPO 9 News.
Time is 8:04, and today marks day 3 of many King Soopers workers walking off the job. This morning, the grocery chain filing a lawsuit against the union that represents thousands of its employees here in Colorado. Our very own Gabby Easterwood live this morning with the very latest for us. Gabby.
Hey, good morning, Ashley. Yeah, we're right outside of the King Soopers off of Colfax. You can see those picketers are already out bright and early this morning. They've been out here for a few hours now. You can see those picketers on the sidewalk here and then also right in front of the entrance here at the King Soopers. Again, this is the one right off of Colfax and 13th, the one that's right across from the Safeway. Now, union workers, of course, the reason for this, they just say that they're not happy with the grocery giant. As King Soopers president tells us Friday, though, it's, quote, taking a stand to protect its associates and customers in relation, of course, to that new lawsuit. Now, for the last 3 days, workers holding signs calling for what they call fair business practices outside a number of stores around the Denver Metro and Front Range. Friday evening, the grocery chain accused the local union of unlawfully requiring it to bargain with out-of-state labor unions, specifically Washington and California, that do not represent its associates. King Soopers President Joe Kelly said in a Friday statement in part, quote, "Our associates work hard every day to serve their neighbors and families in Colorado. They deserve a union that puts them first, not one that prioritizes a strategy orchestrated by out-of-state special interests." Now, he also affirmed that the company is committed to offering a fair contract, but the union did respond. They said that this lawsuit is frivolous and a distraction. Now, the striking workers deny that they are forcing King Soopers to bargain with anyone other than the Local 7, of course, that Local 7, the one that is representing these King Soopers workers that are a part of the union. Union President Kim Cordova saying in part, quote, "It is particularly galling that King Soopers is making such false accusations." Now, King Soopers, it tells us its last best and final offer included a $4.50 per hour wage increase for top-rated associates over the life of the contract, as well as pension stability and, quote, comprehensive affordable health care. Now, Friday, the union president did not comment on these latest negotiations, and the union said that the lawsuit, in its view, prevents workers from reaching an equitable contract. Now, as you guys know, this strike is expected to only last 2 weeks, but if you guys do remember, we had a very similar strike 3 years ago with King Soopers workers and this specific union that lasted 10 days. So that could play out in a similar fashion here. But of course, with this lawsuit, it does make things a little bit more gritty than before. So it will be interesting to see how this all plays out. And of course, we will continue to update you guys about the lawsuit and this strike as we get more information in this developing story. Live in Denver, Gabby Easterwood, Fox 31.
City Council on Monday.
Change that will truly benefit the people and the planet. Because that is what I want more than anything in this world. Before I leave this planet, is to make it better than how it was when I got here. That is my goal, and that should be everybody's mentality as well. Because
Good evening. Despite the ceasefire agreement paraded around as an accomplishment by political pundits, it has become increasingly clear, as if it were before, that the administration does not intend to slow down the Israeli government's campaign of destruction in Gaza. Nor does it intend to hold Israel accountable for its illegal settlements in the West Bank. Rather, it seeks to further profit from the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Jessica Sean Parrish, and I represent for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda, and I reside at the CCH-owned Fusion Studios in Chantel Lewis's district of District 8. First of all, the Palestinians is on stolen land. I don't know if you know this or not, but you're sitting up there occupying land already. The same thing that you accuse the Israelis of doing, that's what y'all been doing for thousands of years. Y'all stole that land from the Cushites and the Philistines back during the Byzantine Wars. So go learn your history. Now, what the heck does any of this have to do with the United States or Denver politics? It has nothing. They have no control over what the president's going to do. They have no control over what the UN is going to do. And ethnic cleansing, how about the ethnic cleansing that's happening to the foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen that built this country, that you seem to feel to have the entitlement to come and protest about a war overseas that has nothing to do with us. And I'm going to repeat that. It has nothing to do with us. Just like the mass deportations that have nothing to do with us. Nothing. We can't be deported. We're the only non-deportables in this country. We're the only ones that's not illegal immigrants. The original illegal immigrants, you know, your so-called founding fathers, those are the first illegal immigrants. Now you sit up here caping for mugs that just got here yesterday, and they taking precedent over the foundational Black Americans who the 14th, 13th, and 15th Amendments were written for. But apparently y'all didn't learn that in history class either. So it's Black History Month, and Black History is all year long. It's not just the shortest, coldest month of the year. And I'm Black 365 days a year, 366 on a leap year. So we're gonna tell the truth tonight, and you're not gonna play this little violin for me, because y'all didn't have no pity, no qualms when my people were getting lynched, castrated, murdered. We still getting lynched and castrated and murdered. We still getting killed by the police. The police murders of us even went up under Biden Harris while y'all was trying to tell us that they were the lesser of two evils. Why are you voting for evil in the first place? Vote for somebody that's actually from the community, that actually gives a damn about the people and is not compromised and bought and sold like the people that stand before you right now. They're all compromised. I know them. I can pull covers on all of them, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm just going to say, if you're not going to reciprocate, don't even bring up our struggles, because we've been caping for y'all for too long. The cape is off. No more.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up, we have Roderick Marshall, virtually.
Good evening. Let's damn raccoon here.
Oh my God. So the dude that spoke after me, the raccoon that spoke after me, he been trying to get the damn counselor to come in his damn school for like a month. Oh, thank you, twin. Yeah, the election ain't till 2027 for the city. And that's another 2 years. The House district race is next year. So could run again and possibly win. But we will see. In the meantime, I let it know we're not capable for your other damn groups. Yeah, okay, 2027, that has a nice ring to it. Oh, man. So, yeah, I got another cue to play for y'all. And it's Tom Holman and with these ice races. The mother's not playing. At first, the crackers on South Broadway is complaining about homelessness.
And other issues related to homelessness. Several businesses have shut down because of the issues, and many believe it's getting worse. Denver 7's Allie Jennerjohn brought the community's concerns to the mayor's office.
This is the library where those unhoused individuals are coming for services, and this is the alleyway where business owners like Vivi Glorio, a real estate agent on the other side of the alleyway, says that those people are ending up. She says the library is just too small to hold them.
We have to start doing something. We need to do better.
Vivi Glorio now has a locked gate outside her real estate office on Broadway, which is just a block from the library. She's seeing open drug use and worse. Her property insurance has doubled. She says vandalism is a constant, and someone stole thousands of dollars worth of eyeglasses from her husband's optical store, which sits on the first level below her real estate offices. Glorio says the blame can be placed squarely at Mayor Mike Johnston's feet.
I know Mike. Mike's been at my house for dinner, and I would tell Mike that he has not cleaned up our streets. It has not gotten better, and we need to do.
10-year-old daughter whose nightly routine has become asking her mom to make sure the alarm is set.
It just is sad that that's something that goes through her head before she goes to sleep. And I'm not saying that our neighborhood is unique in that way, but she has witnessed a lot of some scary things, and it makes me sad.
A Denver Police Department patrol car did pass by while we were talking to Garcia in the alley. So what are people supposed to do when these cars are getting keyed or there are thousands of dollars of...
cameras everywhere. Hopefully they're on the camera.
Can they get that money back?
We reached out to the city and they say they are taking this very seriously and that crime is a top priority. We will continue to follow up. In Denver, Allie Jennerjohn, Denver 7.
President Trump made promised American people that we're going to concentrate on trying to argue. They're one of our priorities. As far as yesterday, Operation Security, the operation was leaked. And again, we're going to hold those people accountable once we find out what the leaks occurred. This isn't a game. When operations get leaked like that, it puts our officers at great risk.
So Tom Homan, once again, with the Trump administration continuing its crackdown on illegal immigration, ICE agents targeting more than 100 members of the Venezuelan street gang, Tren de Aragua, in Aurora, Colorado. Now, local officers are said to have made arrests alongside federal agents from numerous other agencies yesterday, although it's still not clear exactly how many arrests were made in total. I want to bring in the Colorado Republican Congressman Gabe Evans on this home district, right? So I wanted to talk to you about this situation, which had been developing for some time. New development in the case yesterday. We have a statement from the city of Aurora on the ICE operations. We'll put up. I don't think I'm going to read the whole thing, but just to get the sense, the city, including the police department, has been involved in the development and activation of any federal immigration enforcement plans in Aurora, saying they have not been involved. All right, so that gets to this case, federal versus local. So take it from there, what you've seen in your home district and what stands out to you.
Yeah, so Gabe Evans from Colorado 8, that's the northeast suburbs of Denver. So Aurora itself is just outside of my district, but as we used to say, I was a police officer for 10 years. Bad guys have cars. So we've seen a lot of this activity spill over into my district. For instance, a couple of weeks ago, we had somewhere around 50 arrests made at that makeshift nightclub with a bunch of Tren de Aragua folks and their affiliates. That was in my district. And in Colorado, what we're dealing with is unfortunately sanctuary city and sanctuary state policies passed by the state legislature and signed by the governor that really do erect barriers and outright prohibitions on state and local law enforcement's ability to work with federal authorities to be able to get dangerous criminals like Tren de Aragua out of our communities.
So it brings up that larger point. You mentioned sanctuary cities. You've talked about the Department of Justice lawsuit today, Illinois, as a state and the city of Chicago, but also how these mayors are going to be testifying next month. And speaking of your area, at least in the state of Colorado, the Denver mayor, Mike Johnston, getting a lot of attention. I'll play an older clip of him talking about this issue, and then I want to come back and get your thoughts. Here's the mayor.
What we know is that we are going to make sure we deliver high quality services to the city and that we will still serve the folks that arrive. We are a welcoming city. We are a country of immigrants. We are, over history, we know those cities that have bet on being welcoming cities are the ones that have thrived. That's true for every wave of immigration, and it's true right now.
You've heard that, right, Congressman, from other mayors. We're a welcoming city. This is what we're, and then therein kind of lies the problem, right, and the tension.
Yeah, so just a quick level setting. Remember, we had Title 42 under the previous Trump administration, which allowed expedited removal of folks illegally present in the country. When that expired under the Biden administration, and liberal mayors and liberal governors around the country cheered, folks in places like Texas said, all right, well, we're going to help, we're going to even the load, and we're going to send folks to your cities. And that was the broader context of the comments you heard from the mayor of Denver. And they've doubled down on that. Rather than acknowledging the problems, when we saw Denver had one of the largest increases per capita in the country of folks illegally coming to Denver, rather than saying, okay, we've seen the error of our ways and trying to correct the situation, Denver they doubled down. They started cutting their police department. They were cutting the Department of Motor Vehicles. They were cutting the Parks Department. Over $300 million in just the city and county of Denver alone were diverted away from critical resources and toward illegal immigration.
So I guess the final thing I would ask you, Congressman, is this, maybe to give us a big picture view of how you really see the situation. I was thinking back to the campaign when Aurora first came up. Democrats, I guess, for the most part, would say, well, this is just a one-off. This was just one apartment complex and all of that kind of thing. You're seem to be saying to me that the problem, Tren de Aragua, the problem is a wider problem. How do you see it? Give us the context.
We saw some intelligence late last year that said Tren de Aragua picked the Denver, Colorado area to be their national headquarters because of the sanctuary city and state policies, because of how Democrats have defunded the police in Colorado, and because of how the city was so welcoming to include the transnational criminal organizations. We know the data from ICE. Immigration and Customs last year released information that said we've got over 13,000 convicted murderers illegally present in the United States and not in ICE custody. Again, that's from late last year. Over 600,000 folks with criminal records illegally present in the United States. And none of these folks are in ICE custody. So this isn't just a one-off.
Thanks so much for watching. Just go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston getting ready to take a trip to Washington, D.C. to testify about the city's so-called sanctuary city policy. Fox 31 Ashley Michaels digging into the details this week on Colorado Point of View.
Johnston is one of 4 mayors from across the country being called to Washington to testify before the House Oversight Committee. The March 5th hearing is part of a congressional investigation into so-called sanctuary cities. The House Oversight Committee is singling out Denver along with Chicago, New York, and Boston because of their, quote, abject failure to comply with federal law. Many of the allegations stem from Denver's policies about reporting undocumented immigrants and working with federal immigration authorities. Colorado Representatives Lauren Boebert and Gabe Evans, who are both Republicans, will get the chance to question Johnston during that public hearing. We asked our political analysts what's at stake for the mayor and for the city.
Here's what Mike Johnston can say, and here's what he said. For the last 2 years, we can have compassion without sacrificing public safety or core services. We can have both. And I think what Mike Johnston has proven in Denver is we can have both. And now he's being called to Congress because he's successful at it.
You have a city where $150 million of city money went to the migrant crisis. We have a sanctuary city that everybody admits is a sanctuary city. And so we're attracting people here that's impacting Denver, it's impacting Aurora, the whole metro area. And so I think we're less safe. And I think Johnston, he's somebody who's smart. He's going to get hit pretty hard on this.
We're also sitting down with Democratic Senator Michael Bennet to talk about the president's plans in Gaza, how a federal funding freeze could impact Colorado, and what it would mean for students if the Department of Education gets eliminated. You can watch that full conversation on Colorado Point of View. It airs Friday night at 10:30 right here on Fox 31. Ashley Michaels, Fox 31.
Colorado saw its first round of deportation raids this week and a large protest outside of the state capitol. Inside the capitol, lawmakers are grappling with how to make up for a $1 billion budget shortfall and facing more issues surrounding transparency. This week, we have journalistic, legislative, legal, and business insight on Colorado Inside Out. Hi, everyone. I'm Kyle Dyer. Let me get right to introducing you to this week's Insider panel. We have Patty Calhoun, founder and editor of Westward, Marianne Goodland, chief legislative reporter for Colorado Politics and the Denver and Colorado Springs Gazettes, Tyrone Glover, civil rights and criminal defense attorney here in Denver, and Carly West, vice president of government affairs at the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. This week, Colorado saw its first round of immigration raids. Agents with ICE, the FBI, DEA, ATF, and the Marshal Service all went into apartment complexes throughout the metro area searching for immigrants here illegally, including Venezuelan gang members. There were protests at some of the apartment complex as well while the raids were taking place. And then hours later, a massive crowd gathered outside of the state capitol for an already planned protest against policies with the new administration. Patty, I'll start with you.
Well, we were in the belly of the beast because our office is right at 13th and Lincoln. So you watched the crowds come, even as you're hearing the news pour out about the immigration raids. And it was hundreds, maybe at noon, but it did get, I think, up into the thousands before the end of the day. People very upset, a lot of Mexican signs, a lot of signs from other refugee groups, very concerned about the raids that are happening. We still don't know a whole lot about the raids. We know that happened because ICE told us it was happening. The DEA told us it was happening. Some of it you can see was offshoots of that earlier raid at the party because they were definitely focused on drugs, the DEA, and they were focused on the gang members. But we also know from reporting that many apartments were stormed that did not have Venezuelan gang members in them. Some of them, one woman was taken and her 2 daughters were inside. We'll find out more with time on exactly who was taken and why. Let's hope we find out more in time, but Operation Aurora has definitely begun.
Marianne, you were really in the thick of it at the Capitol.
Our estimates were that there were probably about 3,000 at the height of the protests mid-afternoon. Those protests continued on well into the evening, and that was deliberate. They wanted to get people who were coming off of work. I mean, this was the middle of the day in a work week. We know that there were a lot of school kids that missed school, and it looked like the vast majority of people, as those raids were announced, the vast majority of people who showed up at the Capitol were carrying Mexican flags and carrying signs about immigration. But there was certainly a lot of anger at the administration over almost everything, almost any issue you could think about: DEI, immigration, LGBTQ issues, lots of anti-Elon Musk signs. But the vast majority was anger over the immigration issue, and I don't think this will be the end of it.
And Tyrone, I'm eager to hear your thoughts through your civil rights lens.
There's ways to enforce laws against criminal organizations, against folks who are committing crimes, right? Against gangs, we have these mechanisms. What happened earlier this week was not that, okay? This was not people showing up. There were some valid search warrants, arguably, to go into certain apartments, but this was an act of terror, showing up in these militarized vehicles, knocking on random doors, waving around administrative warrants, which don't allow them to actually go into someone's domicile, and just trying to essentially scare folks into giving up information, and then who knows what happens after that. So this is just, I think, unfortunate. It's embarrassing. I mean, what's next? Are we going to have Texas agents rappelling out of Black Hawk helicopters into elementary school courtyards? I mean, this in combination with the threats of taking people over to Guantanamo, which there's no real argument for that other than, to really sort of put on a big show. It feels like theater, but it's theater that affects people's lives, and I think is just making us kind of an embarrassment all over the world.
Carly.
So as the Chamber of Commerce, we're obviously hearing from businesses who have a lot of uncertainty around this. If ICE shows up at our business, at our office, what should we do? What should we not do? So first want to say there are resources available for businesses who have questions about what to do. And first and foremost, they should make a plan that they share with their managers and employees. Things that on the front end include making sure that all of your documentation is in order, making sure I-9s are filled out correctly, things along those lines. But in the event that there is an ICE raid at your facility, knowing your rights and responsibilities is really important, making sure that you designate someone to be the communicator with them, making sure if you do hand over documents that you make copies of those first, and knowing that you've got the right to not sign any paperwork at that time until you've consulted with an attorney. So if people have questions, we as the Chamber are a resource to be able to connect you with some of those answers, but people should know that there are opportunities to find out how to prepare best for the possibility.
Okay, all right.
And in that same vein, at a lot of these raids, there are other types of rights groups, legal groups, folks there offering information. They are, I think, backed by legitimate organizations and groups, and so they are a great resource. So folks maybe don't necessarily need to be skeptical about that. They're there to help.
And there are those resources, but we are hearing some loud chatter saying, well, that's anti-American for you to be telling people what their rights are and what their resources are out there for them. And we've been hearing a lot of that.
Well, it's only American to tell people what their rights are. And so I hope these advocates keep going out there. You've got tenants groups, you've got refugee groups that are out there. As soon as they hear of anything, they're on the site.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We're a nation of laws, right? And no matter how this goes down, it needs to not violate the Constitution. It needs to not violate people's rights.
And we should mention a little follow-up from last week, since we last spoke about the topic. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston has agreed to go to Washington to testify about Denver's immigration policies. That's coming up on March the 5th. All right, before the Wednesday raids, the new administration called for tariffs that captured everybody's attention. Concerns were also about, how are we going to be able to afford groceries and things that are coming from different countries. Then at the state capitol, there's also a lot of concern about our state budget, which has a huge shortfall. There's so many different financial conversations going on as well, and you're in the thick of it at the state capitol. I'll start with you, Marianne.
Conversations are taking place fast and furious between the Joint Budget Committee, which writes that state budget, and the governor's office on how they're going to fill those holes. And right now, frankly, I'm not seeing a whole lot of answers. The one of the answers that the governor is focused on is privatizing Pinnacle Assurance, which is our state's largest workers' compensation provider. It's also the provider of last resort. And this is a huge issue for businesses like construction, high-risk businesses, which even includes home health care. Are they going to be able to afford those premiums if they get privatized? The governor has an expectation that the state could get $300 to $500 million. That could be at least $100 million of that could go into this giant hole in the budget. The folks I'm talking to are skeptical at best. One of the reasons is that the state would have to get the Pinnacle employees out of the state pension plan. That will probably eat up more of that $500 million than I think people anticipate, which means that there's very little left to cover that hole in the budget.
Okay. All right, Tyrone.
I think there's something intoxicating about, going around and picking fights, riding into battle. And I think that's what these tariffs kind of feel like, right? It feels great to go to war, but once you're actually in that, that's when we're starting to see a lot of this instability. You're starting to see what I think the real fallout is potentially going to be, not only on markets, but prices, inflation, which we were able to sort of stave off for the last year or so, potentially coming back. It's going to be felt. I mean, this isn't just that moment. This reminds me sort of the moment after the aircraft carrier mission accomplished, the F-14s riding down. That felt great, but then, 6 months, a year later, when we're in the thick of what this really actually means for folks' everyday's lives, it's to be continued. We shall see.
We do know that at the state level, there are policies that are contributing to unaffordability and other challenges as well. This week, we saw announcements from legislators about a proposal to save the state money. It would set provider rates for healthcare at 165% of Medicare for state employees, as well as the small group market. It's anticipated to save the state about $40 million. But the problem is, just because we pay less for something doesn't mean that the cost of that service is any less. It's like a balloon. You squeeze it on one side and it's not smaller, it just pops out somewhere else. So the concern here is that while we'll see savings for the state that'll help solve that deficit in the state budget and see savings for those state employees and a handful of private sector, at the end of the day, what's going to happen is we're going to see the vast majority of employees who get their health care through their employer paying more to make up for that savings.
There's another issue in that, and that is the impact that it could have on the true safety net, which is our hospitals.
Absolutely.
Our hospitals most hospitals, with the exception of maybe the biggest ones, University Hospital, those kinds of things, are already operating on such thin margins, and they're going to be required to cover some of this. And they're telling us they can't afford it. The rural hospitals in particular, this could be the tipping point for a lot of those very small safety net providers.
And again, with the uncertainty at the federal level, we don't know what federal funds are going to be changing that flow to those hospitals. So there's additional layers of uncertainty there.
Patty, thoughts?
The certainty we saw this week was run on liquor stores to buy tequila, which can only be made in Mexico, get those avocados for Super Bowl. Those of us in the media, we're looking at increased newsprint costs from Canada, soon to be our 51st state. Maybe we can have President Trump create a Gaza-like recreational resort in Aurora while he's there to bring in extra money for us to fill the state budget. The uncertainty is crazy. Just wondering what is going to happen when you have very real problems at the State House balancing the budget, when you have all these organizations waiting for their grant money, wondering, will it be frozen? Will it disappear altogether? Will they be able to do the projects they want to do? Will we be able to finish Colfax Avenue? There's so much uncertainty, and it's a really scary time for many, many people.
One of the things that I heard the other day in talking to some of the folks is the grants that Colorado has been anticipating for a lot of things just aren't going to happen. And one of the biggest ones is that $60 million grant that Colorado was hoping to get for Front Range Rail. That project could be on life support, if not worse.
The Colorado Open Records Law is once again a topic of conversation at the state capitol, this time in regards to a bill that calls for keeping private the amount of money given to a student athlete who signs a name, image, and likeness contract. We have heard of that, the NILs. That's for a student who goes to one of our Colorado universities. Tyrone, I'm going to start with you with your legal slant on this.
Yeah, I think you want to protect the privacy of student athletes at the end of the day. But there does need to be a level of accountability and transparency. I think Senator Coleman, in his comments where he says things like the school, the sport position amount, maybe those things should be public so that you do have that level of transparency. I think that actually does benefit these student athletes whose name and likeness ultimately is used. I think that that's appropriate. I don't necessarily see that is part of the bill as of yet. But if certain things like that, to keep transparency, similar to what you would see in a business where we can see salaries kind of across different industries, I think that just sort of helps everybody and it keeps the universities honest. And I think it's interesting that we kind of have this at the forefront, not only locally, but even nationally. And Colorado was kind of one of the original states that I think spoofed this whole thing back in the day with a pretty funny South Park episode. So it's nice to see it all come full circle. But I think, yeah, you have to, it's a balancing test legally. But again, some level of transparency, if it can make its way into the bill, will be very helpful.
It's such a huge business. Carly. So this bill, the intent of it is really to help keep our universities competitive. And there is a big economic impact from that. Game days in our communities that have our colleges is absolutely huge. So from my perspective, this is a terrific thing for us to do because it does support that economic vitality. At the same time, once we get this one across the finish line, I would implore our legislature to also keep thinking about other things that we can do to support our economic vitality. We're seeing bills this session already proposed that will raise the cost of energy, that it will make it more difficult for a business to recoup the costs incurred of legitimate expenses reflected in their prices. We're seeing potentially legislation that would make it in several areas easier to sue a business for a variety of reasons. So there are a number of ways that some of the things we're considering would make us less economically competitive. So I love this bill, but would also implore us to think more about things that we are doing that take us in the opposite direction competitively and to think hard about those. Okay, Patty.
I would like the legislature to make us competitive academically and have some focus on that rather than just on sports. When you think about how many things have been going on under the table with alumni donations and everything for decades at our universities with sports teams, it's great that we are actually going to put this into legal terms, come up with what is fair for students, what is fair for some kind of record keeping to let people know where the money is going. I agree that you don't want student athletes to be nickel and dimed literally on what they're getting, but you do need the kind of transparency, as Tyrone suggests, overall on maybe how much money is going to CU's football team, for example, where it might be going. But again, I would love to see a little more emphasis on the academics.
Mm-hmm. And again, you mentioned football. These are the big teams, the football, the basketball.
And that's where the big
students.
money is.
It's not all students at these universities are getting these contracts.
No.
Yeah.
Boy, this is such a huge issue. I want to get to the open records aspect of this. This is a legislature last year, this year, that has really become very anti-governmental transparency. We had a bill last year that allows the legislature to do a lot more of its business behind the scenes, and of which there's been a lot of criticism. And then you have this bill, which is being run by a lawmaker whose district includes the University of Colorado. Surprise, surprise. This is a huge issue in a lot of different ways. Number one, if most of the NIL money is going to the highest paid sports, which is men's basketball and football, And this is primarily in the Power 5 conferences, which CU is, of course, is a member of one of those conferences. How do you know that if you're not getting to find out how much of the university's revenue, because that's where a lot of this money is. It's not just from outside agents and that. This is money the universities are paying the students. Don't we have a right to know how much of university money is going to these students? If men's basketball and football programs are the ones where all the money is going, how do we know that women's athletics is being treated equally? The answer is, under this bill, we don't.
Okay.
And I think that the data that would be enlightening to all of that, we could get without having to sacrifice privacy concerns for these student athletes. So hopefully that makes it in at some point.
Okay. All right. I want to pick up where we left off at the end of last week's show when we were discussing the impact of preservationist and developer Dana Crawford, who passed away. After the recording of the show, we learned of the passing of another great civic leader, Daniel Ritchie. So I'd like to open this conversation about you sharing impact on what he brought to our community, to our state. And also, I'm just kind of curious, you know, we're losing a generation of great civic leaders, it seems so much lately. Who are our next round of leaders who are going to do some great things? So I'll start with you, Carly.
Thanks, Kyle. So certainly huge losses for our state, but also I'd say I'm optimistic for the next round of leaders who are starting to step up. Just looking at our own Chamber Board of Directors, our incoming chair, Moa Hyla. He's a first generation American, actually came with his family to the U.S. as refugees when he was a child, started a two-person company back in 2007 and grew that to what in 2020 was one of, I think, the fourth largest minority-owned business in the state. And a handful of years ago, he started the process of turning that into an ESOP. So creating ownership amongst the employees of the company, really focused on building employee wealth and closing the racial wealth gap. So we see Carl Coble continue his father's legacy in civic leadership and community development. We also know that Jandel Allen Davis, not just president and CEO of Craig Hospital, but she is also the deputy chair of the board of the Federal Reserve. So I think we've got a lot of strong leaders who are on the rise in our state who are looking to not just develop as political leaders, but really civic-minded community leaders.
Yeah, I heard Ritchie described as a high-profile leader who kept a low profile. So, Patty.
The loss of Daniel Ritchie is amazing. When you think what he did with his money compared to, say, oh, what Elon Musk is doing with his money. But Daniel Ritchie, he came in, he saved DU, he went to the DCPA and helped save the DCPA. He went into other places like History Colorado when it really needed to be shaken up, and he did that. I mean, he did a lot of things that never really rose to the surface because he wasn't looking for publicity. But when you think about what Dana Crawford did, could a Dana Crawford do that again today, or would she get stuck when she wanted to put a sign in Larimer Square in permitting for 9 months, which we've heard? So part of it is harder to get things done. Definitely helps if you have a lot of money, but people with great ideas out there sometimes just run into brick walls.
Okay, all right. Your thoughts, Marianne?
I had the opportunity to work at the University of Denver under Dan Ritchie for 6 years, both when I was a graduate student and doing work study work, but also in the media relations office. So I had some limited interaction with Chancellor Ritchie. And I just go back to what the University of Denver looked like when he became the chancellor. The main athletics facility where the hockey team, a nationally ranked championship hockey team, that facility was a World War II warehouse, literally. That was where they played for 50 years. And the demolition of that is a story for another day. It was actually very entertaining. But he transformed that university, not only rescuing it from bankruptcy, and it came very close to that, but you look at what DU looks like today, world-class academic facilities, world-class athletic facilities, and it's been transformed in a way that you could never have imagined. And I don't know that there's ever another person that could do something like that. I think the ethos of giving back to the community in that magnanimous a way I'm not sure that ethos exists anymore. Maybe the Bill Gateses of the world, but you look at the other folks. The Elon Musk is a perfect example. Donald Trump. These are people who are looking to enrich their own pockets, not working for the community good.
And perhaps that ethos doesn't exist in that particular form anymore.
Yeah.
But I think that there will be a whole generation of leaders emerging that are inspired by the Dan Ritchies, by the Dana Crawfords, and are going to come and do it in their own way. It's going to be a derivative of their efforts and inspired by their efforts, but they're not going to be a carbon copy. And I think it's just sort of like anything as it progresses. They're going to come in, they're going to do it. It's going to be new, it's going to be fresh, and hopefully it's going to be just as impactful. So we'll see.
Hopeful. I should mention the celebration of life for Daniel Ritchie is set for next Thursday, the 13th, at Magnus Arena on the University of Denver campus. All right, now let's go down the line, talk about some of the highs and the lows of this week. We will start on a low note, so we end on a high note, and I'll start with you, Patty.
The continuing scandal about the CBI, Missy Woods, all those cases that have been thrown in limbo. And when the JBC dared to say, we don't trust what the CBI is doing to try to make amends on it and make things right, the Dems came and smacked them down.
Okay, all right, Marianne.
A word to everyone who rides e-bikes, please, please, please stay off the sidewalks, especially if you're riding in neighborhoods that have dedicated bike lanes. The city of Denver and the surrounding community has spent millions of dollars building bike lanes, yet e-bikes and bicycles on sidewalks is still a huge problem, as I experienced for myself this week when I hit an e-bike coming out of a parking lot. The rider admitted that he was wrong. He wasn't hurt. His bike wasn't hurt. I felt terrible, but then I was angry because this is a street that has east and westbound bike lanes that our city has spent millions of dollars to construct. Please stay off the sidewalks, please.
Yeah, Tyrone.
So I think, as I've said on this program before, my office is in Rhino/5 Points, and on the way here, I saw the 2900 block of Larimer is now no longer that nice little pedestrian-friendly area with the shipping containers and the outdoor patios. So that's sort of my downer of the week. We're losing these public congregation spaces, and I think in ongoing era of solitude and loneliness, we need more of them, not less.
Carly.
Everyone is getting sick. I've got a sick kiddo at home. We've seen influenza A knock down some very young, healthy people. Just a reminder, it is not too late to get your flu shot, and everybody wash your hands.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thanks, Mom. All right, something positive.
One of the reasons we know as much as we do about the raids on Wednesday are good journalists, and Kevin Beatty from Denverite, who got into an apartment early because he found out about it, did a great job. I gave him a Best of Denver last year, and he continues to show what journalism can really do.
Mine's a little bittersweet. Last Saturday, the Denver Press Club had the honor of a celebration of life for Cynthia Hessen, the longtime, groundbreaking journalist who worked for Rocky Mountain PBS, worked for several TV channels, just a real trailblazer. She was also the first woman president of the Denver Press Club. We were honored to celebrate her life, and thanks to Amanda Mountain and Rocky Mountain PBS, they are initiating a scholarship in her honor that the Press Club will contribute to and give out beginning next year.
That's wonderful. That's good. Thank you.
This Tuesday, we had the RTD free ride to commemorate Rosa Parks. It's just such I think a cool event to have done in February, and especially in a year where Black History Month and other sort of affinity months and recognitions like that are under attack, and our public transportation systems are also under attack. To see them come together in such a galvanizing way is still such a great positive thing.
Mm-hmm. We learned this week that the legislature is going to revisit a 2019 law around the tipped wage credit that has made it incredibly difficult for Colorado restaurants to stay afloat. Very excited to see a change there. Unfortunately, it comes too late for the 200 plus restaurants that have closed this year, but at the same time, it's almost like planting a tree. While the right time to have gotten it right would have been back in 2019 when restaurants expressed concerns, the next best time is today.
All right, thank you. And my high comes from a big low. I want to give a shout out to those people who were out at Washington Park last Sunday when a senseless shooting occurred. on what was otherwise a beautiful day in Denver. There was a young man who was shot by a random bullet, and it is so heartening to know that fellow parkgoers rushed to his aid and comforted and helped him until the EMTs arrived. And he is alive and he is recovering. Now, this is just another reminder of the wonderful people that we don't know that are surrounding us in our communities. So thank goodness for those angels out there. There are a lot of them. So remember that. We've got a lot of good people around us, including our insider panel. Thank you for joining us this week. We so appreciate it. Thank you for watching as well.
All right, y'all. So that's going to conclude season 4, episode 46, part 3, a continuation of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all join us this Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter and on X. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out from the Mile High Income. And as you can see, being a mass-deported city, it's a balmy 5 degrees above zero. Thank y'all for staying up late with me. Appreciate you, Twin. Appreciate you, Jab, Jamboree, Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel to drop some good content. And check this out on our platforms. And anybody else that was speaking, not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out. Peace. Shout out to Shabaka for holding it down.